Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had the power of one cursed ring? Harry X Lord of the Rings. Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also CK the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. An Unwelcome Visitor. The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. Chapter 1. An Unwelcome Visitor Hogwarts Castle, Great Britain. Albus Dumbledore stared in horror at the small leaden box that had been put on his desk. He glanced up at the Ministry wizards. "Are you sure about this?" he questioned quietly, soberly. The wizards nodded, only to find that they're hopelessly catatonic, and unlikely to recover in any reasonable time, murmured Dumbledore. He had visited St. Mungo's hospital before, and although the mental wards there were quite comfortable, he still had unpleasant memories of the place. The sadness seemed to have sunk into the very stones of the walls, very much like Azkaban. The pondered of 4 such harmless, friendly people immured there, locked in the prisons of their own minds, was horrible. "I know where it came from," Dumbledore murmured. Opening the box, he ucked the contents into the blazing fire in the hearth, heedless of the cries of the wizards. Several of them took out their wands, but Dumbledore stopped them with a gesture. "Wait a few minutes and you'll see what this is all about." Muttering rebelliously, the wizards subsided, staring into the flames intently. After about 5 minutes, Dumbledore pointed his wand into the fire, murmuring, "Accio Annulus." And something small and golden leapt toward him. Stepping nimbly forward, surprisingly adroit for someone of his years, he caught the glittering thing in the leaden box. He glanced into the box, nodded to himself, and held it out for the Aurors to see inside. Inside, resting on cushions marked with arcane symbols, lay a golden ring. Glistening against its background, it did not seem to give off any heat, despite having been in the hottest part of a fire for 5 minutes. Tiny glowing letters could be seen on the side. "As you can see, it took no harm at all from my fire, although it's easily hot enough to melt most jewelry. The letters you see are not in any script used in our world, but I know what they say. They are proof that what we have here is easily the most dangerous magical artifact ever made. One that could make Voldemort powerful enough to seize power entirely on his own, even with all his Death Eaters, the Dementors, the Hags, the Giants and his other allies ranged on our side against him." The Aurors gasped, both at hearing the Dark Lord's name remarked aloud and at what Dumbledore had remarked. Since regaining his body, several months previously, the Dark Lord had been on a rampage. As though he had a quota of atrocities to fill and was over a decade behind. Attacks on wizards had become almost routine, and the Aurors were stretched to their limits. Trying just to keep up with the Death Eaters, succoring their victims and performing hasty memory charms to ensure that the existence of wizards did not become generally known. Even with the best the Ministry of Magic could do, the Muggle newspapers were in hysterics, and questions in Parliament were being questioned about what could be done about this apparent upsurge of terrorism. Where did it come from? Several of the Aurors questioned it, looking at the golden ring in its ensorcelled box as though it were a gun pointed at them. "How did it get here and why is it so powerful?" "It comes from one of the other worlds, continua. Timelines, call them what you will, that go to make up our universe. You know, although the general wizarding community does not, that we here are in only one of many possible timelines. In some continua, Tom Riddle died young, or never turned evil. In others, he may already be ruling the world openly, oppressing wizard and Muggle alike." Dumbledore paused for a moment, taking a sip of his tea. "The other world from which this came is called Arda, and is more magical, in general, than ours is, although magic works differently there in some ways. Broomsticks don't fly there, just for starters, so Quidditch is right straight out." "How do we know this?" questioned the Welsh Auror. She brushed a lock of hair back out of her eyes as she stared at the ring. Dumbledore shrugged. Nicholas Flamel's researches in search of the Philosopher's Stone took him many places, and into many worlds. So far, although Voldemort can reach into other worlds and pull things to him, as, for example, this object, he cannot travel there himself. Dumbledore shook his head, which, I must say, is very fortunate. Some of these worlds contain, or are ruled by, people who would be delighted to help Voldemort take over this world, in return for his help on their own projects. Others would happily send him such help as he needed, only to turn on him and betray him for the chance to rule here as well as in their own home worlds. So, he who must not be named can reach into other worlds and bring things from them here. What has that to do with this? Is this ring somehow useful? Mad-Eye Moody shuddered at this question, and turned both his magical and normal eyes on the questioner, one of the younger Aurors who had come to the department after the Voldemort years. This ring, Auror Cornelius, is one of the most powerful magical artifacts in any world, and easily the most powerful single object in its native continuum. It contains a great deal of the innate power and magical energy of a being who, for sheer evil, makes he who must not be named, Grindelwald and all the other dark wizards you've ever heard of look like squibs. Constant vigilance, barked Moody, making young Cornelius jump. This has to be the work of the Death Eaters, or their leader. Moody scowled deeply. His months of imprisonment in his own magical trunk had not improved his temper or his tolerance of anything to do with dark wizards. While Auror Moody's words are not those I would have chosen, his facts are entirely correct, put in Dumbledore. However, the ring ALSO has properties that make sure that no sane wizard would dare use it. As its user wields its powers, so does the ring itself use its user, changing him until, no matter what, he is the slave of his power. This object is too much for any human, any wizard, even Voldemort or myself, to control, and it would inevitably control its user. Even if the user started out with the best and purest intentions, it would corrupt him. Dumbledore shook his head. I've been in communication with the highest-ranking wizard of Arda, a chap named Gandalf. He succeeded to the post after his superior, Saruman, was corrupted and fell into evil, and what he tells me only confirms what my own researchers have remarked. This object is evil and must, at all costs, be destroyed. That's nothing but the truth, and you're too weak to see it, snarled Moody. The Dark Lord's been lashing out even at his closest Death Eaters ever since this thing came into our world. I had to apparate to Malfoy Manor, of all places, to stop a Death Eater attack a few days ago. Apparently the Dark Lord blamed Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy for the fact that we Aurors intercepted this ring. He either doesn't know how dangerous it is, or doesn't really care. How can we destroy it? Melt it? Break it? Questioned the Welsh Auror. Dumbledore shook his head. Not that easy, Auror. Even dragon fire wouldn't be hot enough to melt this ring. And breaking it is literally impossible. There's only one way to do that, and that is to take it to the place where it was created, throwing it into the fires in which it was first smelted, in Arda. So what's the problem with that? Questioned an Auror. Dumbledore closed the little leaden box. For a second, he glanced every bit of his century and a half. Well, we have to have someone who can survive the process of travel between worlds without harm. Non-magical people, who could probably carry the thing and even use it in some ways, can't survive the process as far as we know, at least with their minds intact. The people who were carrying it had their minds torn apart by the experience of being pulled into our own world. We need a wizard, but almost any normal wizard's too powerful to be trusted with this thing. In other words, whispered the Welsh Auror, staring in horror at the ring, a student. Not just a student, Auror Tyler, but 4 students. 4 hobbits were drawn into our world by Voldemort's spell, so to keep the balance, 4 people from our world must go to Arda and destroy the ring. I have been in touch with Gandalf, and he knows what to expect, although nobody else in Arda does at this time. We have to move fast, or the rightful owner of this ring might find ways to travel between universes, and ours would be the first one he went for. And you mentioned that he made he who must not be named look like a squib, muttered Mad-Eye Moody. Didn't that crazy seer you keep around here for comic relief say that the students you need are here, and would volunteer if questioned? Professor Trelawney, bless her, is not crazy, remarked Dumbledore severely, although she is a trifle eccentric, I fear. Yes, she went into a mantic trance when she RST cited this ring. It was delivered to me when I was discussing her latest divination classes with her, and prophesied that the dragon, the clayworker, the farmer and the mustline would be the ones to do this deed. I must confess, though, that when questioned as to what this meant, dear Professor Trelawney fainted and is currently under heavy sedation in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was quite short with me when I wanted to revive her to ask her a few more questions. Dumbledore shook his head. In fact, she threatened me with a beard-begone curse if I didn't take myself and my endless patient tormenting questions out of her infirmary. Well, it falls to us to interpret what she remarked, doesn't it? Remarked Moody. The clayworker is easy enough to figure out, but the others, that's a little more difficult. Quote, I've already figured it out, whispered Dumbledore. The people she refers to are all students here at Hogwarts, in their 5th year. The reference to a claw worker is obviously the boy with the scar Potter, which was what put me on to the idea of students in the first place. The farmer is a reference to his classmate and close friend, the clever girl Granger. And the must-line is his other close friend, the red-headed Weasley. A weasel, don't forget, is a must-line, after all. So who is the dragon? Questioned Auror Cornelius. Ah, that was the big surprise. Once I figured it out, it was blindingly obvious, but it took me quite a while to come to this conclusion. The dragon in question is none other than the blonde Slytherin Malfoy, the son and heir of the Malfoy family. This announcement provoked general shock and dismay among the Aurors. Moody was the first to break the silence. You're mad. You can't be serious. Everybody knows that the Malfoys are up to their necks with he who must not be named, and you want to send a Malfoy on this sort of trip. Why not hand the ring over to the Dark Lord at once, and save a lot of trouble? Dumbledore suddenly stood up to his full height, fixing Moody with a terrible glare. I am not mad, Alistair Moody. However, I am rapidly becoming angry. If you provoke me further, you may find out what that means. In a way you won't care for. White-faced and shaking, Moody shook his head, unable to articulate a sentence. I have spoken with Mr. Malfoy, and he is eager to take this on. Apparently he loved his parents, even if nobody else did, and having Voldemort turn on them for no reason has embittered him against the Dark Lord. I trust you are not questioning my judgment and my decision to allow him to avenge his parents. No, Professor Dumbledore. You know your students best. I was just surprised that the son of a Death Eater would behave that way. Dumbledore shook his head slowly and sadly. Many people don't know it, but I knew Voldemort's mother. She was in the first classes I ever taught at Hogwarts, many years ago. If anybody had told me that her son would become a greater menace to wizard society than Grindelwald, whom I had just defeated, I'd have pondered them mad. Miss Marvolo was a wonderful student, biddable, quick to learn, a real joy to teach. Suddenly Dumbledore glanced every one of his 150 years. When I think of the waste of her life and talents, the waste of the incredible magical potential that her son had, I sometimes wonder why I go on. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. You say that these 4 students can and will be the ones to destroy this ring. Have you talked with them about it yet? Moody's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. Dumbledore nodded. I've spoken to all 4 of them, and all of them volunteered. He turned a guilt-racked gaze toward the door of his office. In fact, they're getting ready for the trip now. Make sure you've got good stout boots, the boy with the scar, remarked the clever girl, looking up from the list she had been working on. From what Professor Dumbledore told us, we're going to have to do a lot of walking in, Arda, and bad boots will be murder on your feet. The boy with the scar Potter paused from packing spare clothes into a leather backpack, looking shrewdly at his friends. The clever girl had been frightened by Professor Trelawney's prediction, just as they all had, but had volunteered nonetheless. When she heard that he had to go, she had, in fact, been quite insistent upon going along. At the moment, she was wearing her usual look of fierce concentration as she worked on the list of things they were going to be bringing along on this trip. The redhead was working with her, chewing absently on the tip of his tongue as he went over a list they had compiled of things they would need. Like the clever girl, he had insisted on coming along, and had been rather nonplussed to find that this had been predicted as necessary by Professor Trelawney. My gods, the boy with the scar, he had murmured once out of earshot of Professor Dumbledore. If that silly old fraud's actually making real predictions, what else can happen next? Here are the swords, remarked the blonde Slytherin Malfoy, coming into the room and dumping 4 sheathed Japanese short swords onto a bed. It's a pity that brooms don't work in Arda, or I'd suggest bringing ours along, but at least the Hogwarts armories are well stocked. He brushed a lock of blonde hair out of his eyes, and sneezed. Gods, they're dusty, though. What is Filch thinking of, letting them be neglected so? He still showed the shock of having lost his parents. He was even skinnier than he had been before. And when he wasn't busy, he could be found sometimes staring into space, tears running down his face. The others had learned not to disturb him when he was like that, since he had turned on them in fury when they had tried to comfort him the first time. The boy with the scar knew that people felt sorry for him for having lost his parents, but he had never really known them. It was his considered opinion that losing people you had known all your life was much worse. From what Professor Dumbledore says, I don't think Filch is allowed into the armories. At least they've got the place Peeves-proofed. The redhead Weasley gave a shudder at the pondered of the castle's resident poltergeist. Peeves and the weapons stores, worse than giving a chimpanzee a wand. How are we keeping Peeves off us here? Questioned the clever girl, suddenly looking worried. Peeves was quite capable of sabotaging the whole thing just out of motiveless malice. Every student at Hogwarts could testify to his bottomless appetite for mischief and his endless creativity at finding new ways to harass people. Malfoy buffed his fingernails on his robe, looking intolerably smug. The boy with the scar felt an urge to slap him. Before he condescended to explain, getting a Slytherin in on this project was inspired, if I do say so myself. Privacy doesn't bother us much. At the raised eyebrows and looks of skepticism he received, he raised a hand. Oh, Baron, would you come in here a minute? The bloody Baron, a terrifying-looking specter covered in silvery bloodstains, drifted through the closed door and into the room. Startling the boy with the scar, the redhead and the clever girl. The blonde Slytherin grinned mischievously, for all the world like Fred and George Weasley upon the success of a particularly spectacular prank. You know the Baron's the only ghost that can keep Peeves in line, don't you? At their nods, he went on. Well, my Lord Baron here is the Slytherin house ghost. Which is why Peeves leaves us Slytherins alone, usually. When I explained just what we were up to here, and why it's important, he was perfectly willing to keep Peeves and Filch alike from getting in the way. The Baron nodded, smiling at the clever girl, who returned the smile rather nervously, and disappeared through the door to resume his guard. The redhead shook his head in wonder. All those years of putting up with Peeves. And you Slytherins just got left alone. He finished loading his backpack up and slung it across his back experimentally. You lucky Slytherin bastards. You lucky, jammy bastards. You never told us about this. The blonde Slytherin chuckled maliciously. You never questioned. Besides, I'm a Slytherin. Keeping my cards close to my chest is the Slytherin way. He pulled his trunk, which he had had some house elves bring from the Slytherin dormitories, over and began rooting through it. Let me see, I've got those good wool socks in here. The clever girl leaned over the trunk, and something caught her eye. Quick as a striking snake, she reached out and grabbed, producing a magazine. Before the blonde Slytherin could stop her, she got across the room and sat down. Looking at the magazine as color rose in her cheeks. Oh, my gods and goddesses, the blonde Slytherin, you mean to tell me you read this stuff? The redhead and the boy with the scar glanced up. To see her paging through a magazine titled Coven Cuties, with a cover featuring a very attractive witch who had apparently mislaid her robes, winking and blowing kisses at whoever was looking at the cover. The clever girl began paging through, giggling. Oh, this is ridiculous. 20 hexes to help you get lucky. I was a test subject for the potion of inexhaustible potency, and it worked. Coven Cutie of the month. Dear me, did the poor thing lose all her robes somewhere? By this time, the boy with the scar and the redhead were fighting to look over her shoulder. The blonde Slytherin's face was flushed with embarrassment, and he whipped out his wand. Expelliarmus, and the magazine soared out of the clever girl's hands, to come to its owner at his command of Accio magazine. Catching the magazine, he rolled it up in his hands as the redhead, the boy with the scar and the clever girl glanced up at him, startled. If we're quite finished discussing my private life, can we get on with this project? The blonde Slytherin questioned icily, his old manner returning for a moment. Or, perhaps, if the agenda's changed to discussing things that may embarrass us. May I remind you that this is a game all can play. He pointed at the clever girl. Just for starters, we could discuss Gilderoy Lockhart. You're right, let's get packing, remarked the clever girl quickly. In a changing the subject voice, she picked up a paper bag from the floor, and spilled its contents out onto the table. The boy with the scar, the redhead and the blonde Slytherin stared. The boy with the scar finally broke the silence. The clever girl, why did you buy 10 rolls of duct tape? Is that really duct tape? Questioned the redhead, his eyes lighting up. My dad talks about it, how muggles use it for all sorts of things, and it's made out of ducks. The clever girl glanced smug. It's just in case. If we bring it along, chances are that we may not need the stuff. Leave it behind, and sure as anything we'll be wanting it. The boys glanced at each other, shrugged, and divided the duct tape between themselves, stowing it in their packs. A rap on the door, and Dumbledore came in. Ah, I see you're getting ready. We're getting ready to send you to Arda, and everything will be in place in a couple of hours. Hogwarts to Rivendell. The Boy with the Scar Potter in. The One Ring of Power Chapter 2. Hogwarts to Rivendell. Hogwarts Castle, Great Britain. When the boy with the scar, the redhead, the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin had decided what they wanted to take, they let the Bloody Baron know, and he summoned Professor McGonagall. As she glanced at them, her stern demeanor changed slightly, and the boy with the scar would have almost sworn he saw her eyes glisten. Are you sure you have everything you'll need? She questioned. The clever girl pulled out the list she had compiled with an air of triumph. We've got sturdy hiking boots and outdoor clothes, our Hogwarts robes. Hooded cloaks to keep off the rain, 1 Ernie's Everlight torch apiece, compasses, Swiss Army knives, those swords that Professor Dumbledore wants us to pack along, our wands. Wizard water bottles that hold 1 gallon apiece, cooking gear, first aid gear, both magical and muggle style, and bedrolls. Professor McGonagall nodded approval. Excellent, Miss Granger. If I were like Professor Snape, I'd give 25 points to Gryffindor, but since I'm not, let me just say that I'm very proud of you. Students like you are what makes a teacher's career worthwhile. The clever girl blushed slightly. The boy with the scar glanced studiously innocent. There were a few things they hadn't mentioned, such as his invisibility cloak, but he had always kept the knowledge of its existence a closely held secret. And even letting the blonde Slytherin Malfoy in on it had been a wrench. Not that it hadn't been fun. You mean to tell me, Potter, that you've had this thing since your first year at Hogwarts? Well, this does explain a few things, doesn't it? Malfoy drawled. Like the time I ran into your red-headed sidekick, the weasel, up by the Shrieking Shack, and saw your head floating in the air. Malfoy glanced reluctantly respectful. Devious, you are, and no mistaking it. 'Tis a pity the Sorting Hat didn't put you into Slytherin House, I think. Your talents have been wasted in Gryffindor. The boy with the scar scowled. Even though they were going to have to work with Malfoy, nobody had ordered him to like the arrogant brat. I'm glad I ended up where I did, Malfoy. Besides, with me around, would people in Slytherin House have even paid attention to you? After all, I am the boy who lived. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. You do have a point there, Potter. However, our motto in Slytherin is, Me duce tutus aris, if you know what that means. His smug smile slipped when the clever girl piped up. It means, with me for your leader, you will be safe. But if you think you're going to lead, Malfoy, just remember a few things. First, we don't necessarily trust you as far as we could throw you, whether you've reformed or not. Second, we've been working together as a well-oiled team for 5 years now, and we've foiled you again and again. Third, Malfoy held up a hand, grinning ruefully. Very well, I see that I'll have to demonstrate my genius. Not just have it unthinkingly accepted. Okay, I accept the challenge. The redhead glared at him. Malfoy grinned, making the redhead glare even harder. It'll be a change from Crabbe and Goyle. Of course, those two are so thick that I've known farm animals that are geniuses next to them. Malfoy grinned even more widely. Asphalt sandwich level, if you know what I mean. Just demonst. Rating that you're trustworthy will do for now, Malfoy. The blonde Slytherin's eyes narrowed, and he moved toward the redhead, but the boy with the scar and the clever girl got between them and kept them apart. After a few minutes, the tension eased, and they went back to packing. "I think we're expected at Professor Dumbledore's office, so let's get going," snapped the clever girl, picking up her pack and settling it on her back. The others followed. As the boy with the scar walked through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, he glanced around carefully, to fix everything in his mind's eye. He was under no illusions, none of them were, about the upcoming task being easy or non-dangerous. Professor Dumbledore had explained that Arda was a primitive environment, and that it had a lot of very dangerous inhabitants. On top of that, the maker and original owner of the ring was evil and powerful enough to make Voldemort at his worst look like Father Christmas. Dumbledore was sitting in his office. The portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts all watching attentively, as they trooped in behind Professor McGonagall. He stood up to welcome them, his face a mask of concern. On his desk, the boy with the scar could see a small leaden box, with arcane symbols molded into its sides and top. "I'm glad to see you're all here. I have no words to express how proud I am of all four of you for volunteering to do this." The boy with the scar felt himself blushing, despite all the adulation he had had heaped on him in the wizarding world, praise from Professor Dumbledore. Was still balm to his Dursley-scorched soul. Dumbledore reached for the box. "The ring is in here, to keep it from attracting Lord Voldemort. However, the box will not go through the dimensional barrier, so one of you must be the ring bearer." He opened the box, displaying a beautiful golden ring, sitting on a cushion made of stuffed parchment with magical symbols written all over it. The boy with the scar recognized a few of them as very powerful anti-dark magic symbols. He had seen them in his texts. The others apparently also recognized them. The clever girl shuddered, the redhead glanced slightly sick, and the blonde Slytherin turned even paler than usual, his hands twisting in an apotropaic gesture to ward off evil. "Well, there's only one way to do this, and that's to draw cards," the boy with the scar managed to say, fear nearly choking his voice. "Is there a deck here?" Her hands trembling, the clever girl reached into her pack and withdrew a deck of tarot cards. "Here, they're a present from my aunt. She doesn't quite understand about Hogwarts, but when she found out that I was studying magic, she sent me these for Christmas one year." Professor Dumbledore took the cards. His eyebrows went up as he riffled them with expert hands. "Ah, Rider-Waite, the standard divination deck," he murmured. "Your aunt has good taste. I see, some of the decks I see muggles buy are far better for decoration than divination." The clever girl blushed slightly, and the boy with the scar wondered if she was feeling guilty about having dropped divination after her exasperatio. With Professor Trelawney had driven her to the breaking point. When he had last glanced over the divination syllabus, he had seen that they were going to cover cartomancy, divination by cards, her tarot or the regular 52-card deck, soon. His hand trembling, the redhead picked a card, the Three of Wands. His relief was visible as the blonde Slytherin Malfoy came forward and picked a card. Malfoy's face lit up at what he saw. The Two of Cups. The clever girl selected a card, and held it up wordlessly. It was the Eight of Pentagrams. She watched, sweat rolling down her forehead. As the boy with the scar finally came forward and made his selection, the boy with the scar glanced at the card, and felt sick. He glanced again, and it was still the same card, the Ten of Swords. Professor Dumbledore shook his head sympathetically. "I'm afraid that this is your burden, at least for now, the boy with the scar," he remarked, holding out the little leaden box. "Things do seem to happen to you, don't they?" The boy with the scar reached in with hands that felt like they were twice their normal size, and took out the ring. It rested quiescently on his palm, feeling much heavier than its size would indicate. Under it, there was a thin gold chain, which the boy with the scar opened with a clasp and threaded through the great ring, hanging it around his neck under his shirt. Although it rested quietly against his chest, he could feel its power, coiled and waiting for the hand that could wield it. The clever girl touched him gently on the shoulder, and he turned to face her. Startled at the sight of her eyes glistening, the clever girl almost never cried. "The boy with the scar, if the ring gets to be too much for you, let me know, and I'll take it for a while." Touched beyond measure, the boy with the scar patted her shoulder, nodding wordlessly. "It might be a good idea, to pass the ring back and forth among yourselves. Put in Professor Dumbledore. That way, it has less of a chance to get control of any one of you. Perhaps you should take regular turns with it. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin glanced worried at this pondered. They were easily able to sense the ring's power and evil will. Nonetheless, under Professor Dumbledore's gaze, they both nodded, gulping. So, how are we supposed to get to Arda? Questioned the blonde Slytherin, his light tone not masking the fear he felt. The boy with the scar glanced at the others, and then glanced away. The blonde Slytherin was nearly chalk white, and sweat was running off him despite the cool temperature. Beside him, the redhead glanced as though he was bracing himself to face a firing squad, and the clever girl's face was set and still. Professor Dumbledore took out a staff from the closet behind his desk. This staff is a very specialized sort of portkey, Mr. Malfoy. It's big enough for each of you to grasp it, and when all four of you have hold of it, the command word, Porter, will take you to Rivendell, in Arda. My good colleague in Arda, Gandalf the Grey, is awaiting you eagerly. His eyes twinkled for a second, and he glanced much more like the old Professor Dumbledore. He remarked that I've praised you so highly that he can't wait to see you for himself. You mean that you're in contact with wizards in other worlds? Questioned the clever girl, her characteristic eagerness to learn breaking through her fear. How fascinating that must be. What other worlds do you know of? Professor McGonagall shook her head fondly, her eyes filled with pleasure at the clever girl's thirst for knowledge. Well, in Arda, there's Gandalf, and before him, Saruman the White. In Midkemia, the main wizard's name is Pug, and he's also chief wizard for a neighboring world called Surunanu. On the Discworld, the closest equivalent is probably Granny Weatherwax, a terrible old harridan. She could probably eat Grindelwald for breakfast. In Kryn, there's Raistlin, in Ravenloft. It's almost certainly Azalin, a truly dreadful creature. Be glad you're not going anywhere near him. Greyhawk has Mordenkainen, Elminster's in the Realms, and Constantrichen Fells, in Warhammer. There are many, many others. But these are the ones I remember most clearly. Oh, they sound so interesting. The things I could learn from them. The clever girl's eyes shone. Dumbledore shook his head. Many of them are evil enough to make Voldemort look quite harmless. Constantrichen Fells, for instance, is in many ways what Voldemort merely aspires to be. Believe me, Miss Granger, you do not want to meet some of these wizards until you are far, far more powerful than you now are. Even I don't want to meet some of them. Dumbledore held out the staff. Are you ready to leave? No, remarked the boy with the scar. But I know I've got to go. Come on, everybody, let's get this over with. They put their hands on the staff. Porter. They chorused the command word. And everything changed around them, swirling and dissolving. As they felt themselves falling endlessly. Rivendell, Middle-earth, year 3019 of the Third Age, October 4th. The boy with the scar, the redhead, the cleave. Our girl and the blonde Slytherin found themselves standing in a beautiful glade. The air was chilly, but smelled incredibly sweet. The boy with the scar was reminded of the gardens at Privet Drive, and it was deep summer and they were a mass of flowers. Everything seemed almost impossibly clean and tidy. His companions were similarly lost in awe. The clever girl drew in her breath, savoring the wonderful air. The blonde Slytherin seemed quite drawn to the trees, which were of no variety the boy with the scar had ever seen, either in Muggle life or in his herbology texts and lessons. Cautiously, as though offering food to a wild deer, the blonde Slytherin reached out and ran his hand over the bark of the nearest tree, caressing it without seeming to realize what he did. The redhead was similarly rapt at their surroundings. Where are we? Questioned the clever girl. She came out of her trance by a visible act of will and glanced around. I mean, this must be Arda, but I don't see anybody here to meet us, or anything. No doubt you don't, came a strange, musical voice from nearby, startling all four Hogwarts students. As one, they moved back to back, their wands out and at the ready. Musical laughter from all around greeted this maneuver. Very good. Gandalf's colleague trained you well, we see. However, you need not fear us, if you are the people that Dumbledore sent. We were sent here to await your arrival. Show yourselves, snapped the blonde Slytherin. Let's see just who you are, and we'll go on from there. His words were greeted with more laughter, as several do. Then lithe men appeared as though out of the woods themselves, carrying bows with arrows nocked. The boy with the scar's eyes widened. He'd heard of high elves, and seen a few pictures in old books, but this was the first time he'd ever actually seen any. Their features were nearly as delicate as beautiful women, but still managed to remain masculine. Their ears were pointed and poked up through their shoulder-length straight hair. And their upswept eyebrows were all that remained to make the boy with the scar sure of his identification. The foremost elf approached, stowing his bow and holding up his hand in the sign of peace. "My name is Nanandel, which means water lover," broke in the blonde Slytherin. He stopped suddenly and glanced very surprised at himself. "How did I know that?" At this, all the elves laughed out loud, and put away their bows. When one bears the blood of the elves, their language often comes with it, kinsman. "But since you know my name and its meaning, may I know yours?" The boy with the scar was thunderstruck. Looking from the blonde Slytherin Malfoy to the surrounding elves, he suddenly noticed strong resemblances. Like the elves, the blonde Slytherin was slender and graceful, and yet filled with lean strength. Even their features were not dissimilar. Unable to contain himself, he gasped, "But how do you happen to be related to him? We've never been in this world before." Nanandel glanced long and pondered fully at the boy with the scar. There are, or were, elves in many different worlds and places. Some of them crossed between worlds voluntarily, while others were forced to through no fault of their own. And, I notice that although you know my name, I still have not received yours, and you are in Rivendell, which it is our charge to guard. The boy with the scar blushed at the reminder of his bad manners. "Of course, I'm sorry. My name is the boy with the scar Potter, and these are my companions." The redhead and the clever girl glanced slightly puzzled. Then comprehending, as he went on, "The blonde, the one you claim as kin, is called the blonde Slytherin Malfoy. This," indicating the clever girl, who blushed, "is the clever girl Granger. And the redhead is the redhead Weasley. Professor Albus Dumbledore sent us to this world, from our own where we are students of sorcery at a school called Hogwarts." Nanandel glanced impressed. "I see. In any case, the Great Hall of Rivendell is just over this rise here, and we have orders to conduct you to the lord of this place, Elrond Halfelven. Come." The four trailed after Nanandel, surrounded by his elven archers, up a small rise, until at the top they could see Rivendell itself, stretched out below them. Rivendell was set in a beautiful valley, which glanced gray and inviting even though it was obviously autumn. There was a large main building, built in a style the boy with the scar had never seen before, surrounded by outbuildings in the same style. In and around the buildings were many trees, leafy and green. In the distance, the boy with the scar could hear snatches of beautiful, sad, haunting song. Nanandel glanced at him askance. "You have never heard elf song?" The boy with the scar Potter. The boy with the scar shook his head, as though awakening from a dream. "No, I've heard merpeople singing, and Vila, but this is different. And, my given name is, the boy with the scar. And my family name is, Potter. Our names have two parts to them. Do yours?" The elf glanced slightly puzzled. "In some ways we do. Dwarves, for instance, call Thames elves by their own name and their father's name with, son of, but this is not the custom of elves. How may we address you without giving offense?" The clever girl, ever quick with facts, jumped in. "Formally, you would call us Mr., or in my case, Miss, followed by our family name. For every day, the family name is used, or the given name if you're a friend." Nanandel nodded, storing this information away. As the clever girl plowed on, "So, I'd be Miss Granger, formally, Granger, for every day, and the clever girl, to my friends." Nanandel bowed. "Thank you, Miss Granger. I hope that one day I may be among those privileged to call you by your given name." The clever girl blushed pink. She was slightly taken aback by his courtly manners. "In any case, we are awaited. May I escort you into Rivendell, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy?" As they followed Nanandel down the path to Rivendell, the singing grew louder and clearer, and even more achingly beautiful. The main hall of Rivendell was built of wood, each piece fitting to the others as cleverly as a jigsaw puzzle. the boy with the scar was willing to believe that the craftsman who had built the hall had needed no nails. When they reached the front door, it opened and they were confronted by a very familiar-looking figure, a tall old man with a white beard going down past his waist, dressed in long, flowing robes, with a high, conical hat. The four stepped back involuntarily. "Dumbledore," gasped the blonde Slytherin Malfoy. "Professor Dumbledore, what are you doing here?" The others raggedly chorused variants on that basic question. The old man laughed, a long, loud rolling laugh. It was very like Dumbledore's laugh, but as the boy with the scar glanced more closely, he began to see differences. This old man was not dressed in the same sort of robes Professor Dumbledore wore. His beard was a pure white and rather thicker than Dumbledore's, and his face was different. The similarities had been so strong at first glance, though, that it was a natural mistake to make. Albus will be amused when I tell him this. Apparently we do look more alike than I had ever believed. I am not Albus Dumbledore. I have many names, but you may have heard of me as Gandalf. The boy with the scar's eyes opened wide. We're pleased to meet you. Do you have any title you use, or is just Gandalf all right? Questioned the redhead. The old man chuckled. Gandalf is just right. For full formal purposes, I'm Gandalf the Grey, since each high wizard here in Middle-earth is identified with a color. Hence, my robes. He made a sweeping gesture at the gray robes he wore. I do have many names, though. Still, Gandalf, I am in this language and in this place, and Gandalf is quite suitable. He gestured into the hall. Won't you come in? We've been awaiting you eagerly. Young Albus was quite sure that you would be suitable to take up the task our four friends started out with. I will confess that I'm as curious as one of the cats of Queen Beruthiel. As they filed into Rivendell, the boy with the scar glanced at his companions. The blonde Slytherin Malfoy glanced at ease, only his rting eyes betraying his awe at their surroundings. The redhead was openly impressed, staring around as though he was a yokel that had never been anywhere in his life. The clever girl had the look in her eye that the boy with the scar recognized. It was the look of, I'm going to find out what I want to know, and if he'd seen it at Hogwarts, he'd have predicted that the clever girl was going to be in the library until physically forced out. Since they weren't at Hogwarts, the boy with the scar imagined that Gandalf was in for a long session of answering the clever girl's questions. The boy with the scar grinned to himself. Some things never, ever changed. Their surroundings were impressive enough to justify the redhead's open gaping. The architectural style was not one the boy with the scar recognized. Although he had been interested in such things since before he found out he was a wizard. It glanced like a combination of Gothic, Saracenic and Art Deco, all as if made by incredibly meticulous craftsmen who would spend 10 years on a single detail, getting it just exactly right. The overall effect was as beautiful and restful to the eye as the singers they had heard outside had been to the ear. And just as obviously non-earthly. He heard Malfoy mutter, "This place makes Malfoy Manor look like a rubbish tip," and inwardly agreed, the boy with the scar knew of no building on earth that was anything like this. In the sudden silence, Gandalf's deep voice sounded portentous as he announced, "As promised, they have come. I present to you the 4 replacements from Earth that Albus Dumbledore sent to us, to replace the hobbits who were originally expected to arrive. We can now begin the meeting." A tall elf that had been seated on a throne-like chair at one side of the room stood, nodding to the Hogwarts students as they bowed awkwardly. "Welcome to Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea. My name is Elrond, and this is my home. Please, do come in and introduce yourselves. We have much to discuss in the coming days." Meetings at Rivendell, The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. Chapter 3. Meetings at Rivendell. In the next few days, the 4 Hogwarts students found themselves meeting a great many people. Among others, they were introduced to Aragorn, son of Arathorn, a tall, dark, saturnine man who had escorted the foe hobbits from near their home in a place called the Shire, to the very borders of Rivendell. The hobbits had disappeared right in front of his eyes, and he still couldn't quite believe what he had seen. "It was the most extraordinary thing I had ever seen," he told the boy with the scar. "We had just won through the fords, with the Black Riders of Mordor on our heels, when all of a sudden, Fraud and the other hobbits vanished with a bright flash of light. At first, we suspected some trick of Mordor, but it was soon plain to see that the riders were as puzzled as we were. Then a glittering green skull appeared in the sky, with a snake sticking out of the mouth as though it were a horrible tongue. "That's the Dark Mark, the Dark Lord's way of showing that he's been at work," murmured the clever girl. "He, and his followers, the Death Eaters, sent it into the sky over places where they had been killing people or doing other horrible things." The blonde Slytherin Malfoy's face twisted. "I should know," he whispered. "I can still see it, in the air over Malfoy Manor, when the Aurors found me there in the ruins." Aragorn was obviously very curious about what all this byplay meant, but he ignored it. In any case, when we saw that, and saw that the 9 riders were just as surprised and confused as we were, we knew that Gandalf would need to know. When we were sure the riders were gone, we spurred for Rivendell to tell Gandalf, Glorfindel and Elrond. The clever girl glanced questioningly at Aragorn. "Excuse me, Aragorn, but you've referred to the 9 riders. Who or what are they? And why would they be after the ring?" Aragorn was obviously startled that anybody wouldn't know, and equally startled to be questioned by a woman. He gave the clever girl a searching look, as though seeing her for the first time. "The 9 riders, Miss Granger, are great kings of men, from the old times. They were given rings by Sauron, rings controlled by the great ring that he lost, and have been warped into his most terrible servants. They cannot die, unless Sauron himself is destroyed. Their great weapon is fear, and only the mightiest can stand against them. They give off cold and despair. Think Dementors, times about 1,000, the clever girl, put in the redhead." The clever girl glanced at him in utter surprise. He held up a book. "Hey, you aren't the only one who studies. Since we got here, I've been reading up on everything I can find about this whole situation. These 9 riders are to Dementors what Dementors are to boggarts." "You've got the right idea, Mr. Weasley," interjected Gandalf. The boy with the scar jumped, startled, as the 4 from Hogwarts turned to see Gandalf standing behind them. "According to Albus, Dementors are the undying spirits of dark wizards, trapped in the world of the living, feeding off the souls of their victims. The 9 do not feed. Their rings give them their sustenance, but other than that, and the fact that they are peerless warriors, they are much like your worlds. Dementors. Oh, joy," muttered the redhead. "Dementors. That's all we bloody need, isn't it? Dementors. Are you afraid?" Gandalf leaned close, looking deep into the redhead's eyes. "You can turn back at any time, Mr. Weasley, and nobody will think the worse of you. The path you now tread will lead you into places far deeper and more perilous than you can easily imagine. And even I, Gandalf the Grey, would hesitate before going where you and your friends intend to go." The redhead turned white. From somewhere within him, he visibly summoned courage. The boy with the scar watched with admiration. "No," whispered the redhead, and then, more loudly, "No. I won't turn back. The boy with the scar's been my friend for years, and if I turned back, well," he drew a deep breath. "Well, if I turned back now, if I abandoned the boy with the scar, somebody would survive. Somebody wearing my body, answering to my name. I don't know if it would be me. I don't know if I would even like that person." Gandalf's eyes widened. He turned to the others. The clever girl straightened, looking Gandalf straight in the eye, with a touch of the M. Anna the boy with the scar remembered from potions classes, when she had stood up to Professor Snape. "I'm coming along. I'm going with the boy with the scar the whole way." Everything the redhead remarked about what would happen if he turned back, well, you can just apply it to me, too. I'm not saying I'm not scared. I'd have to be a right idiot to not be scared. Her voice nearly broke, and then she went on. "But I couldn't live with myself if I let them face danger alone." Tears were flowing down her cheeks, but her voice was steady, as she continued, "They've been the best friends I've ever had. And I'd rather die with them than live without them." The boy with the scar and the redhead glanced at the clever girl as though she'd just grown another head, or kissed Professor Snape. The boy with the scar was deeply touched. For 10 of the first 11 years of his life, he had never had any friends, and on some level, he had accepted that he deserved this. All the kindness he'd received in the wizarding world, all the adulation for being the famous the boy with the scar Potter, the boy who lived, had not quite convinced him down deep that he was loved, that he was a worthwhile person, that he amounted to anything. Seeing his friends standing up to a danger that they admitted terrified them, for his sake, meant more to him than he could have ever expressed in words. "And what of you, Mr. Malfoy?" questioned Gandalf, turning that searching gaze on the blonde Slytherin Malfoy. The boy with the scar watched curiously. Seeing the blonde Slytherin Malfoy as anything but an enemy and future Death Eater had been a shock, and he was very interested to see what Malfoy would say to the chance to call the whole thing off. If the blonde Slytherin was impressed by Gandalf, he hid it well. He leaned against one of the curiously carved pillars of Rivendell, as relaxed-looking as a cat lying in a warm sunbeam, and smiled lazily. "You heard the others. They're all Gryffindors, that is to say, gallant fools who'll rush off to throw themselves into the first dragon's mouth they come to. They need me along, to keep them alive." Aragorn glanced at him in puzzlement. "I'm a Slytherin. We take a different view of things than Gryffindors do. Less idealistic, more pragmatic. To a Slytherin, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. With me along, they have a better chance to get through to the cracks of doom." "You haven't remarked that you're doing this because they're your friends," observed Gandalf. The blonde Slytherin shrugged. "They aren't my friends. Potter, Gr. Anger and the Weasel have been at odds with me since we started school. We've done our best to make each other's lives miserable, and I'm quite sure that if I get killed here, they'll not regret it a bit. Still, although I won't say I like them," his voice suddenly hardened, and he straightened, staring at Gandalf as though the aged wizard was an enemy. "I hate the people who murdered my whole family 1,000 times worse. And if helping them destroy the ring hurts my family's murderers, I'll help them." The boy with the scar, the redhead and the clever girl stared at the blonde Slytherin in utter shock. They'd always been on opposite sides from him, whether in classes, at Quidditch, or in extracurricular activities. This was a side of him they'd never seen. Secretly, the boy with the scar had to admit that the blonde Slytherin's help would be very useful. Nobody had ever remarked that he was not a very skillful wizard for somebody his age, and his greater familiarity with dark magic through lifelong exposure from his father would probably come in handy. Gandalf and Aragorn seemed to be willing to accept the blonde Slytherin's reasons for staying. Indeed, one of the Dark Lord's worst weaknesses is that he raises up enemies against himself, merely by being himself, murmured Gandalf. Straightening, Gandalf went on. "In any case, we've got much to discuss here, and there are many people you should meet." They were introduced to Bilbo Baggins, the uncle of the hobbit who had borne the ring and been sucked into their world by Voldemort. Never having met a hobbit before, they glanced at this short, elderly person with his bare, furry feet curiously. He studied them as intently as they did him, his shrewd eyes twinkling behind his wire-rimmed spectacles. "My poor nephew," sighed Bilbo. "I should have taken this journey on myself, rather than putting him into peril. Thanks to me, he's now in a madhouse, and not even in his own world. Gandalf says that this street Mungo is very good at dealing with magical maladies. I just hope they can restore my nephew and his friends to sanity." He shook his head, and the boy with the scar could see a tear trickling down his cheek. "If I had known what trouble that ring was, I'd have let Gollum keep it." "What is Gollum?" questioned the clever girl. "Or who is Gollum? Did you get the ring from him?" "Gollum's a twisted, ill creature that lived near a lake in an underground cavern. I found myself near his home, and happened to find the ring where he had hidden it. Not knowing what it was, I put it in my pocket, and found out later that it could make me invisible. That came in handy many times before that trip was through, I can tell you." The boy with the scar grinned, and reached into his nearby pack. Pulling out his father's precious invisibility cloak, he showed it to the aged hobbit. Then, with a flourish, he threw it over the blonde Slytherin Malfoy, who happened to be standing closest by. "I don't need a ring to make myself invisible, do I?" Bilbo gasped in awe. The blonde Slytherin's voice came from where he'd been standing. "If you're quite finished using me as a visual, or invisual, aid, would you take your cloak back, Potter?" The clever girl and the redhead snickered. "At last, the invisible Malfoy. Too bad the cloak doesn't make him inaudible as well, but I suppose we can't have everything," commented the redhead. As the clever girl sighed stagily, The blonde Slytherin pulled the cloak off and tossed it back to the boy with the scar, grinning rather nastily. You're just jealous that I'm better looking than you are. The redhead. Not that that's too difficult to be, but, the boy with the scar cut him off just as it glanced like they were warming up for a really good quarrel among themselves. Enough. If it makes you feel better, Malfoy, I'm sorry I did that without asking you first. The blonde Slytherin gawped at the boy with the scar in utter fuddlement. Then his expressio changed to one none of the other three had ever seen before. You know, Potter, I think that's the first time I ever heard you apologize to me. For what it's worth, I regret a lot of the quarreling we did back at Hogwarts. All I can say in my own defense was that I was younger then, and still pondered that my father hung the sun and the moon. I'd also always heard that Muggle. Borns. He amended hastily as the clever girls sent him a glare, were a threat to the wizard community because they had loyalties outside of it. Apparently I was wrong, or I was taught wrong. In any case, we're a long ways from Hogwarts, and keeping up childish inter-house rivalries, or squabbles about who's more pure-blooded than whom, strikes me as stupid. Neither the boy with the scar, he redhead or the clever girl could think of anything to say to this extraordinary statement. For a few seconds, the boy with the scar allowed himself to think of how much it must have cost the blonde Slytherin to make it. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the strange feeling he was having. How could he sympathize with the blonde Slytherin Malfoy? At last, everybody who was needed had gathered, and they went into dinner. The food on offer was at least as abundant and delicious as it was at Hogwarts, and the boy with the scar found himself quite enjoying his meal. The spices used were ones he could not identify. But the overall effect was incredibly satisfying. As he carved a slice of roast for the clever girl, who was sitting between him and the redhead and quite enjoying the attention, he smiled at the pondered of how Dudley Dursley would have reacted to this feast. He'd probably have hogged everything in sight, and eaten until his belly was about to burst. Savoring the delicate flavors, the boy with the scar sipped at a glass of excellent mead and listened to the elven singers. Their beautiful, otherworldly song discouraged conversation during the meal itself, leaving everybody free to concentrate on the food. After the songs ended, the boy with the scar found himself talking to some of the other people seated near him. Bilbo introduced the boy with the scar and Hi's companions to a couple of the odd-looking people, like short, very wide, big-boned men with deep voices and long, luxuriant beards, that he had noticed before. This is my old friend and companion, Gloin, from the Lonely Mountain. He was one of the 13 dwarves that I accompanied to the mountain, long ago. The old dwarf bowed politely. Gloin, at your services. This, pointing at the younger dwarf standing by, is my son, Gimli. We are here representing our king, Dane Ironfoot, and seeking counsel of Elrond and Gandalf. Slightly intimidated by the dwarf's stern demeanor and deep, rumbling voice, the boy with the scar bowed, his companions following his lead a half-second later. The boy with the scar Potter, son of James Potter, at your service, Gloin and Gimli. The others RMU read their names and slight variants on the polite formula. Gloin and Bilbo nodded in satisfaction. What is this Lonely Mountain, and where is it? Are all the people there dwarves? Questioned the clever girl. Gloin glanced at her in approval. He clearly had no problem with women seeking knowledge. The Lonely Mountain is north and east of here, near Dale on the Long Lake, the other side of Mirkwood. The clever girl nodded, fixing these facts in her capacious memory. It is the great kingdom of Durin's folk, the eldest of all the kinships of the dwarves. We were long ago driven from our old home, in Khazad Dum, which the elves call Moria, and settled in the Lonely Mountain. From the Lonely Mountain we were driven by the dragon Smaug, until by the efforts of some of our folk, aided by the good bowman bard of Esgaroth and our friend Bilbo, Smaug was killed and our home was freed. Gloin stared at her shrewdly. I see you love learning and knowledge, in the same way that my people love gold and gems and made things. Perhaps you're wiser than we are. You need not worry about transporting or hiding your knowledge, and you can give of it endlessly and still have it all. The clever girl blushed pink with pleasure. Perhaps one day you can come to the mountain, and we can go through the old records of my people's doings. The clever girl's eyes lit up. There were quite a few people there to meet. A young elf named Legolas, a son of the elf king of Mirkwood, stuck in the boy with the scar's mind, if only because of Bilbo's asides to him about how tough it had been for him. Creeping invisibly around the Elf King's halls while his dwarven companions had been imprisoned by the elves. That was a lonely time, the boy with the scar, the old hobbit remarked, shaking his head. Wearing that ring for as long as I did got to be very uncomfortable, but I didn't dare take it off. I was the only hope my friends had of getting out of those dungeons. How did you do that? Questioned the blonde Slytherin, admiringly. He had been fascinated by this story ever since Bilbo had begun it. I know you were invisible, but that didn't help you open locked doors. Bilbo preened slightly, his eyes twinkling. I got hold of some keys, got my friends out, and put them in barrels. We all floated down to Lake Town. That's not far from Dale, and the lake folk helped us. He glanced up. Hush. Legolas has something to say. The elf was explaining to the company that the former bearer of the ring, Gollum, had escaped from custody in Mirkwood. We did not fail through lack of watchfulness, Aragorn, but rather over kindness. We allowed Gollum out under guard occasionally. On the last such occasion, the creature climbed a tree and refused to come down. When darkness fell, dark sea, Reachers came from the forest and slew or drove off the guards that were set around the tree he had climbed, and when reinforcements had arrived, he was gone. Bilbo shook his head. I'm not happy about that, he muttered. Gollum's one of the nastiest pieces of work you can find in a month of Sundays, and with his new friends he can get up to all sorts of mischief. Maybe he's dead, offered the redhead. Bilbo shook his head. Much as I'd like to believe that, I don't think it's likely. He's apparently lived for centuries, and he's elusive and hard to kill. Aragorn had a dreadful time tracking him down, and only succeeded through luck. At last, Gandalf called for quiet. When he had everybody's attention, he turned to the boy with the scar. The time is here, Mr. Potter. Show us the ring. Slowly, the boy with the scar pulled on the fine chain that held the ring around his neck, and brought it out of his shirt. It glittered in the light, and the boy with the scar felt as though it was regarding him malevolently. Murmurs and gasps ran up and down the table. Isildur's bane. This comment came from a man that the boy with the scar hadn't met yet. He glanced a little like he could have been a cousin of Aragorn's. He was staring at the ring wide-eyed. Gandalf nodded. Indeed it is, Boromir. The same one Isildur cut from Sauron's hand, the same one that slipped from his hand and betrayed him to the orcs. Long lost, now found again. Boromir shook his head in wonder. Bilbo Baggins, whom you've all met, held it for quite some time, and then passed to his nephew, Frodo. On his way here, Frodo was pulled into another world, by an evil wizard of that world who wanted the ring for his own uses. The ring was intercepted, and our friends here, indicating the boy with the scar, the redhead. The clever girl and the blonde Slytherin, have volunteered to bear it, at least for now. Boromir's eyes lit up. This ring, it contains much of Sauron's own power. Would it be possible, to use it to overthrow the Lord of Mordor, and free my country of Gondor from his threat forever? Gandalf shook his head, as the boy with the scar piped up. If you could sense what I sense about this ring, Boromir. You wouldn't ever say anything like that. I'm a wizard myself, if not as powerful as Gandalf. My friends and I can sense this thing's evil will. If we, or anybody, tried to claim it and use it as our own, we'd end up twisted and evil. Exactly, remarked Gandalf. It's not widely known, but Gollum, of whom you've heard, was a hobbit once. He got the ring by murder, and claimed it as his own for centuries. Even Bilbo here was beginning to feel the effects of the ring by the time he gave it up. He didn't give it up easily, but he'd begun to feel very uneasy about it. He also wore and used it very little for most of his life, but even so, he began to feel like butter spread over too much bread, supplied Bilbo. The thing began to weigh on my mind. It seemed to be like an eye staring at me. He shook his head. Gandalf tells me that one reason the ring didn't affect me as badly as Gollum was because, in acquiring it, I pitied Gollum and spared his life. The other times the ring had changed hands. It had done so with violence. Isildur cut it from Sauron's hand, it slipped from Isildur's finger and betrayed him to his killers, and Gollum killed his friend who had found it in the mud of the river. If you, or any of the great and the wise, tried using this ring, in the end you'd be another Dark Lord. The only thing to do is to destroy it. We can't ship it over sea. Those who live there would not receive it. And as long as it exists, Sorin's power cannot be completely broken. It must be destroyed, and the only way to do that is to cast it into the fire where it was made, at Mount Doom. Orduin, in Sorin's own country of Mordor. That would be a perilous journey. Boromir glanced doubtful. And who will go there? Go into the heart of the Dark Lord's own country, to destroy this ring. I'd be willing to take the chance, for the sake of Gondor. Boromir glanced around the table. But who can bear the ring? These four, he snorted. Why, they're but children, and one of them, a mere girl. Quote, the boy with the scar gave Boromir a furious glare. More impulsive than the boy with the scar, the redhead snapped. Children, are we? Can children of Gondor, whatever that may be, do this? Pointing his wand at the Gondorian, he snapped, Expelliarmus. Boromir stared in shock as his sword flew from the sheath and into the air, to be caught by the redhead. He glanced at the weapon. Not a bad toad jabber, this. Want it back? He handed it back to its owner, smiling nastily. Swords are all right, for people who can't really protect themselves. But give me a wand and I'll make sure that anybody bothering me or my friends wishes he had never been born. In a shocked silence, the redhead sat back down, his friends smiling at him. The blonde. Slytherin Malfoy leaned across to slap the redhead's back gently. Way to go, Weasley. Don't let the muggles push us around. The redhead grinned at the blonde Slytherin, as the boy with the scar reflected on the vagaries of human nature. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin had, as the blonde Slytherin had remarked, been at each other's throats since their first meeting. However, being lumped in as children, unworthy of consideration, had given those old enemies a common enemy. The redhead was less proud of his pure wizard ancestry than the blonde Slytherin had been, but being sneered at by muggles irritated him, too. The clever girl gave Boromir a poisonously sweet smile. Had she smiled that way at the boy with the scar would have been backing away and making nice. The last time he had seen her looking at anybody that way, she had ended up turning a Slytherin girl's hair green for calling her a mudblood. Before you start in on the fact that I'm a girl, let's get something straight, Lord Boromir. I'm a girl. I've been one all my life. I wouldn't change that for anything. Where I come from, we have a saying, girls rule, boys drool. Magic doesn't care whether I have to squat when I pee. And courage doesn't only come to men. If anything, I'm probably better at spellcasting than the redhead is. Would you like a demonstration? She raised her wand, smiling ominously. And Gandalf intervened hastily. That won't be necessary, Miss Granger. I'm sure that Lord Boromir didn't mean any harm or any disrespect to you. You and your 3 friends have volunteered already to carry the ring to Mount Doom. Nobody here can doubt your courage. Gandalf glanced around, to meet averted gazes everywhere. I'll be going along, as well. Who else wishes to accompany us? After a little more discussion, the composition of the group was settled. Besides the boy with the scar, the redhead, the clever girl, the blonde Slytherin and Gandalf, it included representatives from the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, and the elves of Mirkwood. Gimli son of Gloin and Legolas Greenleaf would be accompanying the company, as would Aragorn son of Arathorn and, to the boy with the scar's surprise, Boromir. I'm the son of the ruling steward of Gondor, Mr. Potter, explained Boromir. We've been the main shield of the West against Mordor for centuries, and I'm willing to do anything to see that threat taken away from my city forever. A feeling of foreboding came over the boy with the scar, and he sighed. Well, he remarked into a sudden silence, we've decided who's going along. The sooner we get this started, the sooner we'll be done. I'm for bed, myself. I want to make an early start. The days aren't getting longer, and I want to be on the road by daybreak. The boy with the scar Potter is wise, remarked Elrond, as the company arose. Albus Dumbledore chose well, when he chose his ring-bearer. 'Tis evil in the wild to fare. The boy with the scar Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. Chapter 4. 'Tis evil in the wild to fare. As a grey dawn was breaking, early the next morning, the company set out from Rivendell. Each of them was carrying a pack. Elrond and Bilbo were at the door to see them off. Goodbye, remarked Bilbo. I doubt that you'll be able to keep diaries, out there in the wild, but do try to remember everything so that when you Get back, I can put it all down in my book. The boy with the scar, the redhead, the blonde Slytherin and the clever girl all shook his hand. The boy with the scar had developed a great liking for the old hobbit in the days of their acquaintance. In an odd way, Bilbo reminded the boy with the scar of Professor Dumbledore. You always knew where you were with him, and that counted for a great deal. Bilbo gave them a worried look. I wish the season were different, as the old rhyme goes. When winter first begins to bite, and stones crack in the frosty night, when pools are black and trees are bare, 'tis evil in the wild to fare. Farewell, my friends, remarked Elrond. I have one last thing to say. This is the ringbearer's quest. The others of you can turn back at any time. To the ringbearer, I must say this. Don't throw the ring away, or give it to the servants of the enemy, or even let anybody else see or handle it, unless it's one of the company, and even then, only do it if absolutely necessary. After a few more farewells, the party set forth, heading up the ridges east of Rivendell. At the top of the ridge, the boy with the scar, the redhead and the clever girl turned for a last look at the last homely house. Below them, they could see its lights twinkling through the trees in the dim uncertain light of an early winter dawn. The clever girl shivered. Well, that's probably the last of civilization we're going to see for quite a while. If we ever get back to Britain, I'm going to strangle that idiot Frodo for waiting so long to set out, instead of leaving as soon as Gandalf was overdue. The boy with the scar shook his head in foreboding, as they turned to follow the rest of the company. They had all glanced at maps while they were at Rivendell, and what lay ahead did not look like it would be easy to cross, even without servants of the enemy scouring the countryside for any trace of them. Speed and secrecy and sheer audacity were their best defenses. They followed the road to the fords of Bruinen, wading across in the shallows. The boy with the scar was glad of his earthly boots, with their gripping soles, as he picked his way through the swift-moving water. One or two of the locals weren't as lucky, and fell or sat down with a splash. After crossing the river, they turned south to follow the little-known paths through the moors. This country was little traveled by anybody, and few servants of Sauron had ever been seen there. For days they tramped along through the moors and gorse in single file. Gandalf and Aragorn went first, picking the trail they were to follow, with Gimli behind them, and then the four from Hogwarts. Behind them came Boromir, with Legolas taking the rear to search the landscape with his keen eyes. The weather was bleak and cloudy, with a sad wind sighing among the heather. It sometimes made the boy with the scar quite homesick for Britain in a way that sunny, cheerful weather wouldn't have. At first, the Hogwarts contingent slowed the party slightly, as they got used to tramping all day and broke in their new boots. Every evening, Gandalf would rub liniment on aching muscles and check their feet for signs of blisters or other injuries. After a few days, though, the boy with the scar found that he was getting used to marching all day, and he noticed that the others seemed to be complaining less and needing fewer breathers. The boy with the scar was surprised at how well the blonde Slytherin Malfoy took to the whole situation. Limber and lean, he easily kept up with the company, and only direct commands from Gandalf or Aragorn would get him to admit that he was tired or that he hurt. Rubbing his aching calves one evening, the boy with the scar gave his old rival a very appraising look. He had never seen the blonde Slytherin so cheery in all his life, even though his feet were soaking in a pannikin of water while they waited for Gimli to finish cooking the evening's meal over one of the clever girl's magical fires. The blonde Slytherin, began the boy with the scar. The blonde Slytherin glanced over at him, cocking an eyebrow in surprise. The Hogwarts students hadn't spoken much to anybody the first few days of the trip. The bare countryside rather spooked the clever girl. She was a daughter of the same sort of London outer suburbs as the boy with the scar was, and the wilderness made her vaguely uneasy. The redhead was just homesick. Malfoy, you seem to be really taking to this whole place. Why? The blonde Slytherin smiled, a more relaxed, easier smile than the boy with the scar had ever seen on his face. It was like the sun shining through a dark cloud, and all of a sudden, the boy with the scar understood why so many girls at Hogwarts seemed to like him. Oh, I like it here. Malfoy manors in the Northumbrian moors, miles from any town, and when I was little, my mother and I would go up onto the moors and hike for miles. We'd have a picnic, fly a wizard kite or two, she'd sing to me and play her lute. And we'd go back to the manor in the evening. This place is like a bit of home. The boy with the scar considered this bit of news. He had never really pondered to wonder what life had been like for the blonde Slytherin Malfoy prior to Hogwarts, but the blonde Slytherin had been as much a product of his family and environment as the boy with the scar, or the redhead, or the clever girl. Did your father ever go along? I'll tell you the truth. That sounds like heaven, compared with what I had to put up with. The blonde Slytherin's expression darkened. No, to him, it was time-wasting muggle imitating rubbish, just like a lot of other things were. Anything that wasn't about magic, or gaining power, was time-wasting muggle rubbish as far as Dad was concerned. Besides, out on the moors, Mum and I could get away from him for a while. It was like heaven, out there with the wind and each other, and no Malfoy family expectations to live up to. The blonde SL. Wytherin gave the boy with the scar a considering look in his turn. Still in all, even with my father leaning over you and breathing down your neck, I'd bet you'd have swapped with me any day and twice on Sunday. The boy with the scar nodded. No matter how badly your father pondered of muggles, I can tell you, the Dursleys were even worse. The blonde Slytherin's eyes widened as the boy with the scar went on. They made me sleep in a closet under the stairs. They treated me like dirt while they spoiled my horrible cousin Dudley Rodden. He'd throw literal tantrums if he didn't get more presents at his birthday than he had the previous birthday, and he kept count, believe you me. The blonde Slytherin went white in sheer shock. His mum fed him up like a Christmas goose, but no matter how fat he got, his mother insisted that he was just a growing boy who needed his nourishment, even when he was almost as heavy as Hagrid. Suddenly, the blonde Slytherin giggled. He shook his head at the boy with the scar's glare. No, Potter, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just remembering something I heard down in Hogsmeade at the Three Broomsticks. I was down there with Crabbe and Goyle, Lou, King for something for my mum for Christmas, and I heard Hagrid telling Madame Rosmerta about all the trouble he had getting your Hogwarts letter to you. I didn't understand about. Gave that great win. Lump a curly tail. Tried to make him into a pig, but he was so much like one already that the tail was the best I could do. The blonde Slytherin glanced at the boy with the scar, eyes dancing. Did he really do that? The boy with the scar nodded, smiling broadly at the memory. Sure did. The thing you've got to remember about the Dursleys, the blonde Slytherin, is that they're absolutely on wizards and magic and anything to do with it, sort of like Voldemort, or your father, in reverse. That was why they treated me the way they did. When my Hogwarts letters started coming, Uncle Vernon, Dudley's father, took us from place to try to get away from them, and finally out to a hut on a rock in the sea. Hagrid had to come out there and personally hand me my letter, and when Uncle Vernon remarked something about not paying to let some old fool teach me magic tricks, Hagrid blew up, grabbed his umbrella, he keeps the pieces of his old wand in there, you know, and tried to turn Dudley into a pig. The blonde Slytherin collapsed, giggling helplessly at the pondered. Oh, if my father had only been there. Sitting up, he wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Why father was kind of like your Uncle Vernon, but in reverse. To him, Muggle and white trash were one and the same thing. If he'd been there, even though he doesn't think much of Hagrid, frankly, he's got a point, you must admit. Hagrid's a little short in the common sense department. Your uncle and cousin would have been turned into newts. The blonde Slytherin winked at the boy with the scar. And, no, they would not have got better, either. I saw that movie, too, you know. By this time, the redhead and the clever girl had come up. They had been standing there silently, slightly CKED by the side of the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin talking easily, like old friends. The redhead turned to the clever girl. After this, nothing could shock me. He shook his head. I'd have been no less surprised if you'd tried to seduce Professor Snape. The clever girl shook her head. It'd never happen. No girl wants to have to dress up as a potion recipe, after all. The redhead snickered. And the clever girl went on. I'd have once remarked, and not all that long ago, either, that seeing those two getting along so well was about as likely as you telling Professor Snape that you liked him so much. You wanted him to give you more homework, permanent detention in the potions lab, and take 100 points off Gryffindor. By this time, the blonde Slytherin and the boy with the scar knew they were there. The boy with the scar glanced up and smiled. "Sit down and make yourselves at home, you two. We were just discussing home, and Malfoy and I have something in common that you don't share." His smile twisted. "At least, I know. You don't share it, the redhead, and I sincerely hope you don't, the clever girl." "What's that?" questioned the redhead, settling down Indian fashion. "Other than Quidditch, I can't think of two wizard-born students who have less in common." "A thoroughly horrid home life, the redhead," remarked the boy with the scar quietly. The redhead opened his mouth, visibly reconsidered what he was about to say, and shut it tightly. 2 weeks from Rivendell, the weather took a turn for the better, and the sun came out, pale and weak as the British sun in winter. But welcome nonetheless. Peering off into the distance, the boy with the scar could see mountains raising themselves above the horizon. "What mountains are those?" he questioned, ready with facts as always. The clever girl answered, peering at a map and at the mountains alternately. "Those have to be the Misty Mountains. I'm not sure how far south we've come, though, so I can't really say more." With the familiar lust for knowledge lighting her large brown eyes, she turned to Gandalf. "Can you show me where we are on this map, Professor? I mean, Gandalf." Gandalf leaned down and peered at the map, then stabbed a long, bony finger at one point. "We're on the edge of a region, or Hollin as men call it. Right here. We've come 45 leagues as the crow flies, but the actual distance we've walked has been much greater." "I need no map to know those mountains," remarked Gimli. He stared off at the 3 tallest peaks, miles away, with an unfathomable expression on his face. "I've only seen them once before in the flesh, but every dwarf knows them. They're called Barras, Zurak, and Shathur in our language, and below them is Khazad-dûm, which was once the great city of the dwarves. The elves call it Moria, which means Black Pit," with a sour look at Legolas, "and the Misty Mountains divide near there." Legolas returned his glare, but under Gandalf's eye, did nothing more. "We can get through past Caradhras, near the 3 peaks, to the valley of Azanulbizar, the one no dwarf can forget, the one the men call Dimril Dale. The Silverlode River rises there, in Miramir Lake, and we can follow it down out of the mountains, and through the secret woods, to the end of the journey," Gandalf supplied. Satisfied for the moment, the clever girl put away her map. Gandalf went on. "We can rest here for a day or so. This land still bears the traces of the elves that lived here, and that's a good thing." "I can feel it, too," remarked Legolas, "but these elves are AF. Old that we wood elves know little about. I can hear the stones lamenting them. Deep they delved us, well they wrought us, high they built us, but they are gone. These elves left Middle-earth long ago." That morning, they built a larger fire than usual, not needing the clever girl's services, and had a better time than they had had for some time. The boy with the scar noticed that although everybody else was more relaxed than they had been, Aragorn glanced as though something was bothering him. Leaving the others, he went to stand beside the ranger, as he stood silently looking out over the moors. "Something the matter?" questioned the boy with the scar. Aragorn gave him a shrewd look. "You don't miss much, do you, Mr. Potter?" "Yes. It's not that I miss the east wind, but when I've been through here before, I could hear the birds and beasts, especially the birds, they're thick here. Today, though, I don't hear anything at all but our own group. I don't know what it means, but I don't like it at all." "Maybe we should be quieter," muttered the boy with the scar. "I mean, we've been pushing hard ever since Rivendell. I hate to be a wet blanket, but I'd rather be a wet blanket than a dead ringbearer." That morning, the redhead took the first watch, but Aragorn chose to join him. After the others fell asleep, the silence grew and grew around them. The deep, regular breathing of the others, the slight noises as the redhead changed position, and even the rustle of his clothes as he moved seemed uncannily loud in the stillness. In the southern sky, the redhead spotted what glanced like a black cloud, growing larger and larger. Soon he could see that it was no cloud, but a huge flock of birds. "What is it, Aragorn?" he whispered, pointing. Aragorn's eyes grew wide. He shoved the redhead down into the shadow of a nearby holly bush. "Lie still and be quiet," commanded the ranger, as a detachment of birds broke off from the main body and sped over the very ridge they were sitting on. They glanced very like crows to the redhead, and he sensed something wrong about them. They flew overhead, thick enough to darken the very sunlight, and the redhead heard a harsh croak as they went past. Aragorn held the redhead down until the last of the birds were well out of sight over the ridge, and then he let the redhead up and roused Gandalf. "We've been overflown by huge flocks of crows, including one group that went right over us here," reported Aragorn, "and they aren't local birds. Those were Creebane from Fangorn and Dunland, and although they may have been trying to get away from something, I think they were spying. I've also seen too many hawks flying high overhead. This area's dangerous. It's being watched. As soon as it's dark, we'd better be moving on." "Well, if this area's being watched, then so is the Redhorn Gate, which I had hoped to use," remarked Gandalf. "Getting past there without being spotted will be difficult, but we'll face that when the time comes." "You're right. We'll have to move on as soon as it gets dark. If the fire had been smokier, it might have drawn the birds' attention. From now on, we'll have to have a cold camp," remarked Aragorn. "We'll have to put this one out and not light another." "Well, that's rich," snarled the clever girl. Like the others, she had heard the news when they awoke in the late afternoon. "And all because of a bunch of bloody birds. Ahriman take them. Can't we use magical fires, the kind we've been using?" The boy with the scar knew that she was quite proud of her ability at lighting and sustaining magical fire. And it had come in handy repeatedly on their journey. Gandalf shook his head. "No, Miss Granger. This is not an insult to your skills or your efforts. Your fires have been a great comfort to us. And I don't want to cold camp any more than the rest of you do. At least we're heading south, and the weather will be warmer." "Too warm for comfort, or I miss my guess," drawled the blonde Slytherin. "Oh, did you mean weather?" He gave the others an overly innocent look. The boy with the scar glowered at him. For the rest of that day, they lay low, keeping a sharp eye out as the flights of birds passed by overhead. When it got dark, they struck out again, heading for Caradhras while they could still see it by the light of the setting sun reflected from its sides. The stars came out as they trudged along, until Aragorn found them what seemed to be an old road. Under the light of the full moon, the stones they passed among seemed to be like old ruins, long abandoned by their builders. Late at night, not long before daylight, the boy with the scar glanced up at the night sky. He saw something moving overhead, occulting the stars as it passed by. What was that just flew past? He questioned Gandalf in a low tone. "It may be only a bit of cloud," answered Gandalf in the same low tones. The boy with the scar pondered. He sounded doubtful. Aragorn snorted softly. For a cloud, it was moving very fast, and it was not going in the same direction as the wind is. The boy with the scar shivered, pulling his cloak closer about him. 3 days later, with the weather turning for the worse again, they were headed up the slopes of Caradhras. The boy with the scar was very glad of his thick woolen cloak, since it was now very cold and bitter, with a lowering sky and an icy wind blowing. The blonde Slytherin glanced very worried about the weather. He glanced up at the sky, frowning and pondered, as they trudged along. "There's a blizzard coming, or I miss my guess," he explained when the boy with the scar questioned him what was wrong. "I'm from Northumbria, remember? In the North Country, we do get more snow than you do down in the home counties, or the West Country," as he gave the redhead a glance. "Believe me, though, when I tell you I hope I'm wrong this time. Blizzards are nothing to take chances with. I wish we were under shelter." In the lead, Gandalf and Aragorn were having a low-voiced argument about which path they should take. "The Redhorn Gate is almost certainly being watched," remarked Gandalf. "We'll have to take the high pass, unless we go by the dark road." The boy with the scar's ears pricked up. He had heard enough of their argument to know that Aragorn did not like the idea of this dark road one bit. For that matter, he, the boy with the scar Potter, didn't much care for it. It didn't sound at all like fun. He'd developed a solid respect for the Saturnine Ranger, and valued his opinions. Boromir spoke up. "I've got experience with snow, and high places. And before we leave the wooded areas, I'm going to suggest that we take along a supply of firewood. Each of us can carry a few sticks. I know that fire may be dangerous, but if it's a choice between fire and freezing to death, I'll take the fire and whatever danger comes with it." The boy with the scar and the clever girl went off together to pull down some dead branches. The boy with the scar noticed that the clever girl was beginning to show the strain of their journey. She had lost some weight. Why had he never noticed how beautiful the bone structure of her face was, anyway? And her skin was chapped and raw from being in the open all the time. She noticed him looking at her, and grinned, the old flashing grin that flickered across her face so quickly that if you weren't looking at the exact time, you'd miss it. "This is tougher than a NEWT exam on potions, with Professor Snape himself grading it," grunted the clever girl, as they joined forces to pull a large dead branch from a tree. "To think that we could have done this in the summer. When I get back to Britain, Frodo Baggins is going to get the kicking of his life from me for delaying his start for so long." The boy with the scar shook his head. "Professor Dumbledore may have told me more than he told you about his condition. If he's in any shape to know you're kicking him, or why, it'll be a major medical miracle. And you wouldn't do it, anyway." The clever girl shook her head as she picked up her half of the branch. I know. Still, it makes this easier, thinking about it." She scowled at the sky. "I wonder if this blizzard's natural, or is the Dark Lord causing it somehow? Gandalf told me that Soren's incredibly powerful, even without." She stopped speaking suddenly. They took their wood back to the rest of the party. As they climbed up into the mountains, snow started falling, and the boy with the scar noticed that the blonde Slytherin glanced worried. He wasn't the only one, either. The clever girl and the redhead were not happy about the situation, and Aragorn was definitely uneasy. "I knew snow was a possibility," remarked Aragorn, when the boy with the scar questioned him about it. "But it isn't as dangerous as other things. Also, we're far enough south that it shouldn't have come on this hard, not this far down in the mountains." He brushed snow off his broad-brimmed hat. "They say that the Dark Lord can control weather in the mountains that border his country, but I've never heard that his arm was long enough to do it here." "There are other things in the world than Sauron, Aragorn," remarked Gandalf. "Many of them don't love humans, or anything on two legs. And still are not in league with Sauron." The boy with the scar listened to the wind. Was it his imagination, or did it sound like malicious voices, crying out or laughing diabolically? The party slogged on upwards for a while, but the weather only grew worse and worse, until it was a full-scale blizzard. Huddling deep in his thick woolen cloak, the boy with the scar wished bitterly it had a fur lining. Beside him, he could hear the redhead's teeth chattering as he stumbled through the snow. The clever girl gave a squeak as she fell down, only to be helped back to her feet by the blonde Slytherin. "There you go, the clever girl. Can't lose our firestarter, can we?" E-boy with the scar peered through the gloom and swirling snow toward the blonde Slytherin. Standing there with his hood thrown back, the blonde Slytherin glanced completely at home in the snowstorm. His fair hair whipped around his fine-featured face as the wind tore at him. "You weren't lying when you told me that you were used to this, were you, the blonde Slytherin?" questioned the boy with the scar. The blonde Slytherin shook his head as the clever girl let go of his arm with a nod of thanks. "We'd better stop soon and find someplace sheltered to lie up," the boy with the scar. "I've seen worse blizzards, but not many. And I wasn't far from Malfoy Manor." When the boy with the scar passed this idea along to the rest of the company, he received unanimous agreement. Even the tough Gimli had had enough of trying to travel through the storm. When they found a spot where the cliff face gave them shelter from the prevailing wind, they huddled there and piled their wood up. The clever girl performed her charm, and soon they had a crackling fire. Gandalf nodded approvingly. "We need this to stay alive," he told them, clapping a blushing the clever girl on the shoulder, "but if I had used my magic to light it, it would have betrayed our position to anybody with the right sort of eyes to see for hundreds of miles around." They huddled around the fire, and each of them got a mouthful. Of the elves, moreover, the boy with the scar pondered of it as a much improved pepper-up potion. One mouthful, and he felt a whole lot better. He could see that it was a lifesaver for the others as well. The redhead had been shivering uncontrollably for some time, and the blonde Slytherin had been coughing a nasty racking cough. The clever girl huddled close to him, and they threw their cloaks over each other, sharing their body heat to survive. They stared into the fire as the snow continued to fall. Finally, toward morning, The snow stopped falling, but the weather still glanced distinctly threatening. Looking down, the boy with the scar could see that the path they had taken up the mountain was shrouded in thick snow. The tops of the mountains were still hidden in ugly clouds. The Ty decided quickly that going down was the best alternative, but this would not be easy. The snow on the downward path had drifted higher than a tall man, and breaking through would be a real problem. Legolas, who had not been much affected by the storm, volunteered to go over the snow, not sinking in, and scout around to see how far the high drifts went. When Legolas had left, the others glanced at each other. Boromir and Aragorn volunteered to break a path through the snow with their bodies, since they were the biggest and strongest people there. The redhead shook his head. Not a bad idea, but we don't want to waste our strength, anybody's strength, unnecessarily, he explained, pulling out his wand. Malfoy, you're from an area where it snows regularly. Shouldn't there be a charm, or something, that'll move this stuff out of our way? The blonde Slytherin gave the redhead a strange look. Surprising, the things you think of, Weasley. I was just remembering how we used to clear out snow at Malfoy Manor. At the redhead's questioning look, the blonde Slytherin grinned. Sent the house elves to do it, of course, you prat. He glanced at the snow carefully. Although, it occurs to me that a good banishing charm might be just the ticket here. You all know it, I know. That we do, remarked the clever girl. She pointed her wand at the drifts, and snapped, Expelliarmus. The snow leapt up in front of her, then settled back, leaving about 4 feet of the pathway free. She walked forward, pointed her wand, and repeated her charm. Again, the snow cleared out of her path, and she turned to the others. Smiling, she remarked, well, come along, boys. My classmates and I can take turns, getting this stuff out of the way. Those storm clouds won't wait all day for us, you know. Progress was slow as they made their way down the mountain. When the clever girl tired, the redhead took over, blasting the snow off the path with the snow banishing charm. As they plodded forward, Legolas came back, his eyes widening as he saw how they were getting out of the snow. I'd never have believed it, he remarked to himself. Standing lightly on the snow, he glanced offensively unaffected by the plight of the rest of the party, and the boy with the scar, who had just started taking his turn at banishing the snow, felt an urge to kick him. At least, I have good news to report. Not too far ahead, on the other side of a big drift, the snow tapers off quickly, until it's just barely covering the ground. So, it was Caradhras, muttered Gimli. He had been keeping a safe distance from the Hogwarts students' display of magic, and now, at the rear of the party, he turned and peered upward at the ominous-looking mountains. That was no natural storm, it was the mountain. It hates elves and dwarves. When they had finally won through out of the snow, the boy with the scar glanced downward, wiping frost from his glasses. In the tumbled hills below them, he could see birds flying around. Below where they were standing, he pointed, and Gandalf came to see what he had spotted. I see them, Mr. Potter, but we can't do anything about them. We can't go up through the mountains, so we'll have to go down. Defeated and deflated, the party stumbled along toward the safer lowlands. Into the doors of Durin. The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. Chapter 5, Into the Doors of Durin. As soon as they were out of the worst of the mountains, the Fellowship considered what to do next. The question of returning to Rivendell was brought up by Gandalf before anybody else could. Only to be decisively shot down. If we return to Rivendell, having set out, we could not leave again, and soon Rivendell would be under siege. He stared into everybody's eyes in turn. The Ringwraiths are terrible foes now, but they're shadows of what they'd be if their master got the ring back. Very well, drawled the blonde Slytherin, but we can't go over the mountains. At least not this late in the year. Granger, you're right, when we get back to Britain, remind me to accompany you when you throttle Frodo for setting out so late. He smiled rather nastily. You're a Gryffindor, after all. We Slytherins know how to throttle. The clever girl glanced at him carefully, then nodded solemnly. The boy with the scar had the impression that the clever girl had re-evaluated the blonde Slytherin and come to a different conclusion about him than she had before. If we can't go over the mountains, can we go around them? Questioned the redhead. According to this map I was looking at, we can get into the lands of the lords of Rohan that way, and I was told they're friendly. Boromir perked up at this idea. The men of Rohan are friendly, and we would be passing close by Gondor that way. I like this idea. Gandalf shook his head. It takes us too close to Saruman, and since he's turned evil, I don't want the ring getting near him. Also, we're pressed for time pretty badly. There is a short way through these mountains, the old dwarven road through Moria. Moria, gasped Boromir. Moria's not much better than the Dark Lord's own dungeons. There are orcs there, thousands of them. Or so I've been told. You don't know what you're talking about, Boromir, remarked Gandalf. I'm the only one here who's been in the Dark Lord's dungeons, and that as only in Dol Guldur in southern Mirkwood, even I wouldn't try going into Barad-dûr itself. Also, after the great battles of Azanulbizar and the Lonely Mountain, there shouldn't be nearly as many orcs there as formerly. We might even meet Balin, Bilbo Baggins, old comrade. There, he was going to try to set up the old dwarven kingdom in Moria, and he may still be there, in his ancestors' halls. Well, I'd like to go there, remarked Gimli, looking more enthusiastic than the boy with the scar had ever seen him. I'd like to see the halls of Durin, if you can find the doors. Excellent, remarked Gandalf. A dwarf will be less confused in dwarven ruins than men or elves would be, and I have been in Moria before, looking for Thrain, years ago. Aragorn glanced very bleak. I've been there, too. But I don't like thinking about it, and I'd rather not go back. Legolas voted against going to Moria, and finally it came down to the Hogwarts students. The ringbearer and his companions should decide. What do you think, Mr. Potter? Questioned Gandalf. The others awaited their decision respectfully, which was a little strange to the boy with the scar. Even Dumbledore usually did not treat him as an adult, much less an equal. The boy with the scar stood a little straighter, and gathered his friends with a gesture. First, I want to hear from the clever girl. She's the one who's got the best head for facts. The clever girl, what do you think? Do you think Moria's a good way to get through the mountains? The clever girl glanced very ponderedful as she got out one of her books and began leafing through the notes she had scribbled in hours of research at Rivendell. It looks to me like unless we run into serious trouble in Moria, we should be able to get through in a few days. There was a dwarven road through the lands under the mountains in the old days, and in those days it was a major trade artery. Gimli smiled at her praise of his people's work. If we can get into the place, we can at least see if we can get through. If nothing else, we'll be out of the weather there, and light will be no problem with 4 of us carrying wands. We've also got magical torches that we brought from home. The blonde Slytherin and the redhead had nothing to say, deferring to the clever girl, and the boy with the scar turned to Gandalf, saying, Moria it is, then. How far is the nearest gate? 15 or 20 miles, depending on whether you mean in a straight line or going over land, remarked Gandalf. In the distance, they heard the howls of wolves. At this, the whole party came to full alert. The hunt is up, snapped Gandalf. The wargs, the evil wolves of Sauron, are west of the mountains, and on our trail. The nearest door into Moria is 15 miles away as the crow flies, 20 or so by land. We'll have to start as soon as it's light, remarked Boromir. We don't know if there are orcs out, but we now know that the wolves are. Where there's wargs, there are orcs, remarked Aragorn. At Gandalf's command, the company set up a defensive position on a small hilltop. Since the wolves could track them easily by smell, the clever girl was permitted to build a fire. And the ones not on guard dozed off around it. The boy with the scar was on guard when eyes started shining out of the night, reflecting the fire. Wolves, he cried, and the others turned to as the wolves' leader, a huge he-wolf, howled long and dismally. Gandalf stepped forward. Gandalf is here. Fly, hound of Sauron, or I will fry you, he exclaimed. The wolf snarled, and leapt, and fell, with Legolas' arrow through his chest. The rest of the pack fled, but the fellowship kept careful watch nonetheless. The night wore on, with the waning moon setting, shining through the scudding clouds. The boy with the scar drew his cloak closer and shivered. He was sleepy and homesick. He pondered he'd cheerfully asked Professor Snape for a permanent detention in the potions lab, if he could just let this burden go and be back at Hogwarts. Beside him, the blonde Slytherin, the redhead and the clever girl watched the night, their faces set and grim, wands ready in their hands. Toward morning, the wargs gathered and attacked. Suddenly the boy with the scar was startled to full wakefulness by a chorus of dreadful howls, as the company was attacked by long grey shapes leaping out of the night. Legolas. Bow twanged again and again, and Gimli's axe struck home on warg after warg, while the two men struck at their tormentors with their long swords. The four from Hogwarts had their hands full, even with the help of the others. The clever girl struck one wolf with a conjunctivus curse, causing it to break off its attack and paw at its eyes in pain as it howled, until one of its packmates attacked it. The redhead used binding charms to tie several wolves up as they leapt for him, while the blonde Slytherin stood firm as a rock, watching a huge she-wolf coming for him. When he judged the moment was right, he raised his wand, screamed, Avada Kedavra, and the wolf died in a green flash of light. The boy with the scar levitated a wolf far into the air before ending the spell, sending the beast crashing to the ground and breaking its legs. Gandalf strode forth to meet the wolves, a burning brand from the fire in his hand. Throwing it into the air, he spoke words of power, and the tree above him burst into flame, the fire lighting the night as the fire spread to the other trees around them. Legolas' last arrow burst into flame as it sped to its target in the throat of a wolf. The other wolves, having had their fill of combat, fled. In the morning, they couldn't find any sign of the bodies of the ones they'd killed, and all of Legolas' arrows were scattered around in pristine shape, save only one that had lost its head. Gandalf shook his head at the boy with the scar's questioning glance. These weren't just hungry beasts that pondered we were easy prey, he remarked. Let's go on. The boy with the scar shuddered. As they traveled, the weather cleared. The boy with the scar glanced up at the light blue sky, wondering if the weather was clearing so that someone, or something, could track them more easily. How far is it to Moria? Questioned the redhead. Not far, but the road may be winding. Aragorn's never been here, and it's been many years since I've walked these lands, remarked Gandalf. He pointed into the distance, to a line of cliffs. In the middle of them, the boy with the scar could see a great grey wall. I'm not sure if I hope that the doors to Moria are lost for good, or that we can get into them, muttered Boromir. The Gondorian had been unhappy about the road the company was taking, and the boy with the scar could tell that he wasn't happy about going into the dwarven ruins. Legolas and Aragorn also glanced uneasy. Gimli, on the other hand, was so eager to get there that he was out in front of the rest of the company, right alongside Gandalf. By the side of a dried-up stream, they found a ruined road. Gandalf was pleased. We're on the right trail. This is, or used to be, the Saranen River. I don't know what's happened to it. Finally, several hours later, they found themselves standing by the shores of a dark, still lake. Well, now we know what happened to the Saranen, remarked the redhead. I wonder how the stream was blocked, in the first place. The boy with the scar glanced out at the lake. For some reason, he just didn't like the look of it. We'll have to go around, unless we want to swim, remarked the blonde Slytherin. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering slightly. I don't know about you, but I don't fancy that idea above half. Out in the middle of the lake, a bubbling noise and ripples disturbed the still waters. Some time later, after going around the north end of the lake, they were standing in front of the cliffs, among several dead holly trees. The path they had to take was tricky, narrow and often choked with rock. Gandalf, at least, was pleased. We've found what we were looking for. This is the end of the Elvish Road. Holly trees were one of their symbols. So where's the door? The redhead glanced at the cliffside curiously. The boy with the scar examined it closely, and couldn't see any sign of a door, or anything like one. To his eye, it was utterly untouched by the hand of man, or elf, or dwarf. Curiously, he took out his wand and muttered, Apparicium. The party gasped as silvery lines appeared on the side of the cliff, outlining a door. Above the door, words were written in an alphabet the boy with the scar couldn't read. The doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter. Read the blonde Slytherin, the boy with the scar, the redhead, and the clever girl were no less startled than the others. Gandalf glanced closely at the lines of writing. You're precisely right, Mr. Malfoy. Apparently they weren't lying when I was told that you knew the Elvish tongues. Gandalf turned back to the doors. Now, the question is, how do we open them? There's probably a password, if we just knew it. Let me try, remarked the redhead. Pulling out his wand, he exclaimed, Alohomora! Exclamation mark. To no avail. The boy with the scar, the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin stepped up, and they all tried at once. Nothing happened. Let's think about this, remarked the clever girl. While Gandalf tried several spells of his own, she gathered the other Hogwarts students together off a little to one side. Now, this password would have to be something that could be figured out. They wouldn't want to leave their people trapped outside, if the gates were shut and they needed to get in right now. So I'd bet almost anything that the password is out there. If we can just figure out what it is. She glanced closely at the blonde Slytherin, who returned her gaze with a slight smile. Can you tell me exactly what it says on those doors? I already remarked. The doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter. The blonde Slytherin jumped up onto a rock by the side of the lake, balancing easily on the top despite the fact that it was slippery and very narrow. The boy with the scar wondered if the blonde Slytherin did have a streak of elvish ancestry in him somewhere. Of course, the elves of Arda and the house elves he had known in his own world were as different as night and day. Is that all it says? Questioned the clever girl. The boy with the scar could hear Gandalf, still trying various opening spells and words, while the doors stayed stubbornly shut. Most of the others were still beside him, watching expectantly, except for Boromir, who got up and came over to see what the boy with the scar and the others were doing. The blonde Slytherin glanced ponderously. Well, below the part about the doors of Durin, there's a line about the person who made the doors and the one who drew the signs. Narvi made the doors themselves, according to what's up there. And somebody or other named Celebrimbor, Silver Tree, in Elvish, drew the signs. I don't know what Narvi means, so I expect he was a dwarf. At Rivendell, I.F. found out that the dwarves' language is not taught to non-dwarves. How do you know Elvish, anyway? Questioned the redhead. I've been meaning to ask. As have I, remarked Boromir, coming up and TTING down as though he was assured of a welcome. The boy with the scar gave him a measuring look. He did not quite like or trust the big Gondorian, for reasons he couldn't quite figure out. After Styoning his companions right to their roles, Boromir had generally been very quiet, but the boy with the scar had felt the Gondorian's gaze on him, more than once. There was also something or other between him and Aragorn, and that made the boy with the scar slightly uneasy as well. The blonde Slytherin hopped easily down from the rock, keeping his balance effortlessly. I couldn't answer that if my life depended on it. Weasel, he answered to the redhead. He smiled broadly. For all I know, it's the same way Potter speaks Parseltongue. At Boromir's questioning look, the blonde Heron explained. Parseltongue's the language of snakes. Somehow or other. It's a long story and I don't know all the details. Potter, here, can speak it if he's looking at a snake. The blonde Slytherin smirked. However, I prefer to think that it's just another manifestation of my natural genius. Really, how interesting, remarked Boromir, looking closely at the boy with the scar. The boy the scar was uncomfortable with the way the Gondorian was looking at him, and turned away to look out over the lake. Boromir glanced out, too, and his lips twisted. How I detest this foul pool. Stooping down, he picked up a stone and threw it out into the water. The stone splashed into the murky depths, and the boy with the scar heard a bubbling noise. Far out, beyond where the stone had hit, a disturbance began roiling the water. Ripples formed on the oily-looking surface, moving slowly toward the shore. What did you do that for? Snapped the boy with the scar. Leave the water alone. I don't like the look of it. Suddenly, Gandalf stood up and laughed. Of course, I have it. It was on the door all the time. Pointing to the doors, he exclaimed, Melon. The doors began to creak slowly open. Turning to the others, he remarked. They were more trusting then. All you had to do was to say the Elvish word for friend, and the doors would open. Of course, you could expect that no goblin or orc would know that word. Or would say anything in an elven tongue, so they weren't completely trusting. The blonde Slytherin turned to the clever girl. You were right all the time, Granger. My hat's off to you. As he mimed doffing a hat. That word was written up above the door, in Elvish. If I'd read the actual Elvish inscription, it might have been all that was needed to open the doors. The clever girl smiled in triumph as the 4 Hogwarts students lined up to enter the doors of Durin. Behind them, the ripples reached the shore, and suddenly a fingered tentacle, glowing faintly green, had the boy with the scar by the ankle and was dragging him back toward the water. The water seemed to be boiling as more and more tentacles came out of it, wriggling toward the company. The redhead pointed his wand toward the boy with the scar, howling, Expelliarmus. As the boy with the scar yanked out the Japanese short sword he had brought from Earth and hewed at the tentacle. Wet, her it was the spell or the bite of the steel, the tentacle released the boy with the scar, but others were reaching for him and his companions. The clever girl and the blonde Slytherin flung impediment curses at the nearest tentacles, while the boy with the scar scrambled to his feet and away from the edge of the water. A horrible stench filled the air. All together now, Wingardium Leviosa! Screamed the blonde Slytherin. He waved his wand at the point where the tentacles seemed to be coming together, and a spherical body began to heave itself above the surface of the water. As the clever girl, the redhead and the boy with the scar joined their spells to his, the owner of the tentacles was forced into the air. The boy with the scar cried out in horror and loathing at the sight. It was a perfectly spherical body, with no eyes that he could see, but hundreds of long, thin tentacles sprouting from the top, and covered in a translucent skin, through which one could see alien-looking organs pulsing with horrible life. "The Watcher in the water!" exclaimed Gimli. He had been hacking at the nearest tentacles with his razor-sharp axe, but the sight of the Watcher rising from the waters had distracted him. "The creature that built that dam and damned the Saranen. Truly did Gandalf say that there are other evil powers in this world than Sauron," remarked Legolas, sending arrow AF. Tear arrow into the pulsating side of the Watcher. Revulsion was written all over his delicate-featured face as he pulled his bowstring back to the ear, sending yet another arrow on its way to bury its elf into the Watcher's hideous soft flesh. "Gandalf, we can hold it up, but we can't do anything else to it," shrieked the clever girl. Horror and wonder were in her eyes as she poured every bit of her power into the levitation spell. The boy with the scar pondered that the contact with the air was itself damaging the Watcher. It had ceased to try to grab members of the company, and it was twitchy convulsively throughout its body and tentacles alike. He closed his eyes to concentrate on his spell. Stepping forward, Gandalf raised his gnarled staff. He exclaimed words in a language the boy with the scar didn't know. And a bolt of incredibly intense light leapt from his staff to impact the Watcher with a roar like a thunderbolt. The Watcher convulsed, and its body burst open, spilling its entrails into the dark lake. As the Watcher's body fell apart, the boy with the scar could feel the weight he was holding up lessening. The levitation spell had fastened onto the Watcher's outer skin, which had to have been tougher than it glanced to hold up under the strain. He let the spell die, and as the others followed suit, the remains of the Watcher in the water fell into the water with a splash and sank. There were still a few tentacles reaching onto the land, but the greenish glow they had was dying, and they did not even twitch. "Well, get in while the getting's good. That spell told everybody with the right sort of eyes to see for 500 miles around where we are." Gandalf's sharp voice startled the boy with the scar out of his paralysis, and he bounded up the stairs into Moria, the others right behind him. When all 9 companions were inside at last, Gandalf pushed at the doors, and they shut as smoothly as though they had last been used yesterday. In the sudden darkness, the boy with the scar remembered his Everlight trademark torch, and he pulled it out and lit it. The company was standing in a large, long disused room, with a large flight of stairs at the opposite end from the doors, going up into a dark hall. "I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Let's get outside some food," commented the redhead. The boy with the scar suddenly realized just how hungry he was. He pondered longingly of Hogwarts, with its huge banquets of carefully prepared food appealing to all tastes. Sitting cross-legged on a dirty stone floor sipping stale water and gnawing on jerked beef and dried fruit wasn't the same, but he was so hungry that he didn't much care. It filled his stomach and soothed him after the horror outside. After their meal, Gandalf gave everybody another sip of Maruver, which the boy with the scar found wonderfully reviving. "I wonder if Professor Snape could make this stuff," mused the blonde Slytherin, after his sip of Maruver. When we get back to Rivendell, I should ask Elrond how this is made. I'd bet that Professor Snape would be very interested. At the boy with the scar's incredulous look, the blonde Slytherin went on. Look, Potter, I know you don't like Professor Snape. I've seen how he rides you in potions class. He hated your father. My father told me how those two got along like cats and dogs. On top of that, he really does think you have a swelled head from being the boy who lived, and he thinks that he's the only one who tries to keep you humble. He shrugged his shoulders. It so happens, Professor Snape and I get along fairly well. None of those factors apply with me, and I'm also in his house, and he's quite partisan, you may have noticed. So that's it, remarked the boy with the scar. Believe me, after 10 years with the Dursleys, I have no problem with being humble. I didn't even know I was the boy who lived until Hagrid found me and got me my letter. I didn't know anything at all about the Wizarding World. I'd never heard of Quidditch or Hogwarts or Voldemort or any of that. He smiled slightly. Do you remember the first time we ever met? I didn't understand half of what you were on about, the various houses, Quidditch, and all the rest of it. The blonde Slytherin nodded. I didn't quite know what to make of you, Potter. On the one hand, you remarked you were pure blood, not that matters to me anymore, and on the other hand, you didn't act at all like you were familiar with the magical world. He smiled ruefully. Sighing, he went on. I really regret a lot of what I did back then. Back then, I believed everything my father told me. I wonder what he would have remarked if he'd known that Lord Voldemort would kill him and my mum on nothing but suspicion that they were planning to take his place. The boy with the scar's eyes widened. You were there for that, weren't you? He questioned, his voice low. The blonde Slytherin nodded. We were at dinner in Malfoy Manor. The manor's unplottable, of course, can't have just anybody able to drop in, but Voldemort knew how to get there. We were just beginning to eat, when Voldemort appeared with a gang of Death Eaters. He was raving, livid. I've never seen the like in all my days. He screamed that his greatest chance of power had been lost, and that he had proof that Dad had been responsible. Oh, gods, muttered the clever girl, her eyes wide. He killed them. Yes, and I think he'd have killed me, but one of his spells set off a booby trap that Dad had set up, long ago, to ensure that in the event of a successful attack on Malfoy Manor, the manor would be destroyed. I remember, the floor heaving under my feet. The blonde Slytherin paused, sweat starting on his brow, his eyes staring at nothing. I can sort of remember getting through the French window, as my mother was screaming under the Cruciatus curse, and then the next thing I remember was waking up in St. Mungo's, with Professor Dumbledore by my bed. He broke the news that my family was dead. The Aurors had been close on Voldemort's trail, but hadn't been able to get to Malfoy Manor in time to stop him. When they arrived, the last of the surviving Death Eaters were dissipating, and the dark mark was in the sky over the ruins. The boy with the scar had listened to the blonde Slytherin's tale with horror. It sounded as bad as what had happened to his parents, with the additional fillip that the blonde Slytherin, unlike himself, had been easily old enough to remember every bit of what had happened. They were opposites in temperament and in approach to life, but they truly had a great deal in common, as well. The boy with the scar remembered all too well what experiencing his parents' death had been like, under the influence of the Dementors. And he wouldn't have wished it on anybody. He peered at his two best friends in the gloom. The clever girl's face was pale and set, and the redhead glanced horrified. The blonde Slytherin sighed. In any case, that's what happened. The irony is, Dad was a devoted Death Eater himself. Yes, I can say that now, and would no more have betrayed the Dark Lord than he would have broken his wand and gone to live as a muggle. Thanks to the man he swore loyalty to, I now have no home but Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore's going to see about finding me somewhere in Hogsmeade to stay over the summer holidays. He shook his head. Right now, I wouldn't mind being back at Hogwarts. The clever girl sighed. Gods and goddesses, I wish I was back at Hogwarts. This trip's been fascinating, and educational. The gods know, but right now, I'd give almost anything to see my old room in Gryffindor Tower, and the library, and even Professors Snape and Binns. The redhead grinned, reaching out to feel the clever girl's forehead. You want to see Professors Snape and Binns? Are you sure you're all right? The clever girl smacked lightly at his hand, and the boy with the scar pondered she was blushing. But in the dim light it was hard to tell for sure. After they finished eating, they went on. Nobody, even Gimli, wanted to stay in Moria longer than they had to. With the Hogwarts students' Everlight torches, light was no big problem, but the mines were incredibly intricate, and the boy with the scar knew that without Gandalf and Gimli, none of them had any chance of seeing the outside world again. It put him in mind of things he had learned from ancient mythology, about the great labyrinth in Crete. As Gandalf walked at the head of the group, he held a long straight sword in his hand, and occasionally would look at the blade. Glamdring, Gandalf's sword, glows if there are orcs close by, murmured Aragorn, when the clever girl questioned him what the wizard was doing. It was forged by elves long ago, and their weapons have that power, to ensure that they won't be taken by surprise. The boy with the scar pondered that a sword that glowed when enemies were nearby was much more useful than a scar that hurt when enemies were thinking of one. They marched for a long time, deep into the bowels of the mountains. Around them, all was dark and quiet, save for water dripping here and there, except that the boy with the scar pondered he sometimes heard soft bare feet pattering along behind them. It was difficult to tell, but when the group would stop for a minute, the boy with the scar would hear the footfalls behind them going on for a few seconds before stopping. Somehow, he didn't think it was an echo. As the company went deeper into Moria, conversation slowed and ceased. The going was often quite difficult, with the path narrowing as they passed wells and chasms. Worse was when the path itself was divided by deep holes. The widest of these was nearly 7 feet wide, and as the boy with the scar leapt across, he could hear a noise far below, as of a water wheel turning. Several hours after they had entered, even Gandalf had to confess that he was stumped. I'm not at all sure which direction to go from here, he remarked, as they paused for a moment at an intersection of several tunnels, and I think we all need a rest. Outside, night is wearing on. When we get to the city proper, we'll be able to guide ourselves more easily. The dwarves of Moria built their city more regularly than they did these mines. Also, there'll be inscriptions saying where we are, and between me and Gimli, we should be able to find our way out. Near the intersection, there was a large room with a well, where the company took refuge for the night. Spreading out his bedroll, the boy with the scar glanced uneasily at the well. He and the redhead had shown their Everlight torches down into it, and still couldn't see the bottom. He wondered just how big Moria was, and whether it was still inhabited. He had seen droppings here and there, and there had been scratchings on the walls that did not look like accidental damage. Gimli, murmured the boy with the scar, weren't there orcs or something like that in here after your people were forced out? The boy with the scar knew that whispering, with its hissing, carried a good way farther than murmurs would. And he also knew that sound carried a long way underground. There were, Mr. Potter, murmured Gimli, in the light of the one torch they kept to see by. His face glanced grim. Durin's bane drove us out of our city, and welcomed in orcs and all manner of evil creatures, trolls, and worse. We slaughtered them in the Battle of Azanulbizar, some decades ago, but Durin's bane still may lurk here. I hope we can pass through without meeting it. Best would be if we find Balin has met with success, and has set up the old kingdom in our ancestors' halls. A little later, the boy with the scar heard noises from the well, as of a hammer knocking. It tapped out a regular rhythm several times, then stopped. Sitting up, he peered suspiciously toward the well. Gandalf and the others had heard as well, and Gandalf glanced worried. That may have nothing to do with us, but on the other hand, it may be a signal. Sound travels very well in this place, and we could have been being tracked from the minute we entered. If the people tracking us knew the place well. He turned to the others. Get some sleep, everybody. I'm going to take watch by myself, and think about where we should go next. As the boy with the scar rolled himself up in his bedroll, the last thing he saw before dropping off was Gandalf's face lit from below, as the old wizard lit his pipe. When Gandalf awakened everybody, he remarked they'd slept about 6 hours. I've decided which way we're going to go next. The left-hand way smells like there's bad air down there, and I don't like the feel of the middle way. We'll take the right way. It's time we started climbing up again. The boy with the scar was glad to hear it, he had had enough of Moria to last him a long time. His friends felt very much the same way. "No offense, Gimli," remarked the redhead, as he rolled up his bedroll, "but this place is giving me the creeps. Endless miles of dark, dark tunnels. Dwarves may like them, but I'm not a dwarf." "That you most certainly are not, Mr. Weasley," remarked Gimli, a smile barely visible behind his beard. "Also, keep in mind that we're in." What were the mines? The city itself was very well lit, and was the capital of Durin's folk for thousands of years. It's been abandoned for over 1,000 years, unless Balin's managed to refound a colony here, so you have to expect that it would be dark. He began to chant a song, in a deep, rolling voice, detailing the glories and treasures of the great city of the dwarves. "Tell me more about the history of this place," begged the clever girl, as they left their resting place. Nothing loath, Gimli began filling her in, telling her of Durin the Deathless, who had founded Khazad-dûm many centuries ago in the first age of Middle-earth. He was one of the first 7 dwarves ever created, and the eldest. He lived for centuries and centuries, which is why he is called the Deathless. Nonetheless, he did die at last. Only elves do not die, and he's buried somewhere in Khazad-dûm. Were it possible, I would pay respects at his tomb. The clever girl drank in every word, her eyes shining with her love of knowledge, and Gimli went on as they walked, telling her more about the history of the great dwarven city. "For centuries, we worked on this place, Miss Granger. Until Durin's bane came and drove us forth, our city was impregnable. We had gold, silver, iron, and mithril. And the last was by far the greatest source of wealth." "What's mithril?" questioned the redhead and the clever girl together. The boy with the scar was listening with half an ear. The other half of his attention was on the sounds that he pondered he heard behind the party. Once or twice, he had turned suddenly and shone his torch down the dark tunnels they had just traversed. But he hadn't seen anything moving or shining back at him yet. Still, every time they paused, he was certain that he heard faint footsteps behind them, footsteps that were not an echo. Up ahead, Gimli was explaining that mithril was a wondrous metal, as shiny and beautiful as silver but stronger than steel when properly worked. Unfortunately, he remarked, the dwarves had disturbed Durin's bane by mining too deeply for mithril ore. And as a result, they had lost their great city and been forced out as wanderers. Around them, the walls of the tunnels had changed, instead of the rough surface of the mines. They were now walking in areas where obvious care had been taken with even small details. Although the place showed the signs of long abandonment, under the dirt and neglect the boy with the scar could easily see how fine the work was. The dwarves' reputation as master craftsmen was apparently well deserved. They passed endless lines of dwarven living quarters, standing there sadly, with their doors long since torn off and carried away, and at one point they passed a long hall lined with the doors of dwarven crypts. The doors of most of these were also gone, and the boy with the scar shone his torch into one, illuminating several rock sarcophagi and rock-built cairns. Those had long since been broken into. Their lids were on the floor and the stones were scattered. The boy the scar carefully did not inquire into who could have done such a thing. He pondered he had a pretty good idea. Behind them, he still pondered he could hear soft padding feet, every time they stopped for a moment. Finally, they came into a large, empty open space. The everlight torches couldn't pierce the darkness as far as the outer walls, so Gandalf took a hand. He raised his staff, and for a second, in the huge flash of light that came from it, they saw that they were in an enormous hall, with walls that glanced like they were made of onyx. There were 3 huge arched entrances, one on either side and one straight ahead to the east. "We're nearly through," remarked Gandalf. There were once huge windows on the side of the mountain, with shutters over them. "It's night outside now, but when day comes, if I'm right about where we are, we'll see the sun peeping in. This is a good place to stop for." Now, though, it was the boy with the scar's turn to be on watch, so he propped himself up against one of the walls while the others stretched out in their bedrolls. Sitting awake in the enormous, uncanny darkness, the boy with the scar peered back the way they had come. It was quiet enough that he could hear his own heartbeat, and he pondered he could just about hear the others' heartbeats as well. For some reason, the place they were in gave him the creeps. He didn't like Moria much at any time, but this place, that had once been full of light and life, seemed worse somehow than the depths of the mines. Toward the end of his turn on watch, the boy with the scar was watching the western archway when he saw 2 points of light twinkling, almost like luminous eyes. Jumping to his feet, he grabbed for his wand, and the lights disappeared. Until Legolas relieved him of his duty, he remained standing, peering around, his wand at the ready. When the boy with the scar lay down to sleep, he dreamed of a whispering voice and the 2 pale points of light approaching. Awakening, he found the others talking softly, and to his surprise, he saw that the chamber was dimly lit, with light filtering in through long shafts. Gandalf led them down a hall as soon as they'd breakfasted. The boy with the scar found himself walking beside Gimli. "So, what do you think of this place?" the boy with the scar questioned curiously. The dwarf glanced at him sadly. "Khazad-dûm is great, greater by far than I had imagined, but it is dark and terrible. I don't think that Balin ever even made it here." The dwarf glanced around. "Still, it does my heart good to see how great our mighty ancestors were." After some time, the company found themselves in a chamber lit from the outside by one of the light shafts. The boy with the scar squinted against the light, which he found dazzling after so long underground. Although by normal standards it was rather dim. There was a thick coating of dust on the floor, covering things the boy with the scar couldn't identify. In the center of the room, the light from the shaft fell squarely onto an oblong block 2 feet high, covered with a squared-off white stone. "Is that a tomb?" questioned the clever girl. She crossed over to take a closer look. "Yes, it is. It says, Balin Fundinil Uzbad Khazad-dûm, and below that, Balin son of Fundin Lord of Moria." At this, Gimli pulled his hood over his face. The boy with the scar guessed it as so that none of his companions could see him cry. In the halls of the Mountain King. The boy with the scar Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 6 In the Halls of the Mountain King. By Technomad. After the clever girl had read the inscription on the tomb, the company got very quiet. The boy with the scar could see that Gimli was grieving, and longed to comfort him, but he didn't dare. He didn't know if the dwarf would welcome or want his condolences on the death of his friends. In Britain, he'd have known what to do, but here he felt at sea among strange peoples with strange, unaccountable customs. The redhead and the clever girl glanced around themselves uneasily. The blonde Slytherin went over to the dust-covered objects they had noticed when they entered the chamber, and began investigating them. "Hello, what's this?" The company turned to see what the blonde Slytherin had found. In among broken weapons, the boy with the scar noticed curved scimitars of crude make, as well as what glanced to have been finely crafted swords and daggers, and bones of a sort the boy with the scar wasn't familiar with. The blonde Slytherin was kneeling and holding up a battered book. The clever girl, predictably, hurried to his side to see what he had found. Trust the clever girl, she'd crawl naked over broken glass to get to a book, the redhead murmured into the boy with the scar's ear. The boy with the scar grinned and waved his hand to hush his friend as the clever girl brought the book back, setting it on Balin's grave slab to get some light. As she opened the book, the pages crackled. They were apparently made of some stiffer material than plain paper. The clever girl began paging through, with Gandalf looking over her shoulder. "This looks like it's supposed to have been a record of the refounding of the Dwarven Kingdom here," remarked the clever girl after a minute. "It's written in several different scripts, at least it's not in the Dwarven language." Gimli came over to take a look, and the boy with the scar noticed that his cheeks were damp with tears. "This part dates from the 5th year of the colony. It looks like it was written by Ori. He could write well, and used these characters often. Here, it says that Balin was shot by an orc while looking into Mirrormere. They killed the orc, but many others came up the Silverlode. Balin was buried in the chamber of Mizarbal, or Records, which is where we now are." Gimli glanced grim. From this, it looks as though they were trapped in Moria after a while. The Watcher in the water took Oin, since the water was clear up to the western gate. "We cannot get out. We cannot get out. The end comes. Drums, drums in the deep. They are coming." And Gimli put the book down, his face gray and set. "Take the book, Gimli. Give it to King Dane. When you get back to the Lonely Mountain, at least their kin will know what happened to them," murmured the clever girl, gently patting the dwarf's shoulder. Gandalf nodded his approval of her actions as Gimli stowed the book in his pack. "We're going back to the hall," remarked Gandalf. "I know now just where we are, thanks to that book. We go through the eastern door of the hall. Go right and south, and downwards." Just as those words were spoken, there was a huge booming noise. It seemed to shake the mountain itself, and they jumped for the door as it came again and again. Horn blasts and many feet tramping could be heard from the hall. "They're coming," cried Legolas, his face white with fear. "Here we are, trapped. We cannot get out, either," snarled Gimli. Unslinging his axe, he tested the razor-keen edge with his horny thumb, nodding to himself. "I wasn't here, then. Let me see what I can do," snapped Gandalf. The Hogwarts students drew their wands, and the boy with the scar began thinking of all the offensive curses he knew. Why hadn't this task waited until he was at least in his 7th year? Apparently the blonde Slytherin knew the unforgivable curses, but most of the ones he knew himself were not that lethal. He glanced at his classmates. The redhead's face was pale under his shock of red hair, but his expression was determined. The clever girl glanced like anything that got in her way would live to regret it. The blonde Slytherin had an anticipatory smile twisting his face as he fingered his wand. "Shut the doors, and wedge them," exclaimed Aragorn. "Keep your packs on. We may be able to cut our way out yet." "No, leave the east door ajar. We may be able to slip out that way," remarked Gandalf, raising his staff. Another horn call echoed through the hallways. "Who comes here to disturb the rest of Balin, Lord of Moria?" cried Gandalf in a huge voice. The only answer was a shout of harsh, evil laughter. A deep voice called out commands the boy with the scar couldn't understand, and the great drums in the deep, indeed, sounded yet again. The boy with the scar noticed in passing how dry his mouth was. He hadn't been this frightened since the Triwizard Tournament, facing Lord Voldemort in the cemetery at Little Hangleton. There was a narrow gap in the door, and Gandalf thrust out his staff through it. A huge flash lit up the passageway outside, and left the boy with the scar blinking against the afterimage, as though he had been staring at a flashgun just as it went off. Gandalf drew back, looking worried. Arrows whined in through the gap, bouncing off the stone walls. The clever girl cast a quick hex to make sure they missed everybody. "Those are orcs. Some of them are the Uruk-hai of Mordor, bigger and smarter than most orcs. I think there's also at least one troll. There's no way we're going to get out that way. If they come the other way, as well, we'll be surrounded," supplied Boromir. The boy with the scar rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was hardly the most profound statement he had ever heard on the subject of strategy. Aragorn shook his head. He was poised at the other door, listening intently. "So far, there's no sound from this direction," reported Aragorn. "The passage goes down a stairway, away from the hall we were in. We can't block this door anyway. If we hurt the other side really badly, it may delay them for long enough for us to get away. Get ready to fight." As heavy footsteps sounded outside the door, Boromir, the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin threw themselves at it, wedging it completely shut with pieces of broken swords and other debris they found around the chamber. The whole company retreated to the other side of the chamber, but they didn't get a chance to run. A huge blow to the door made it shake, and then it began grinding slowly open, as a gigantic green, scaly arm and foot were thrust into the room. Boromir hacked at the foot, but his sword just bounced off. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin ran forward. Pointing their wands through the gap, they screamed, "Stupefy!" in unison. The arm sagged, and the blonde Slytherin yanked his Japanese short sword out, chopping at the foot. Where Boromir's sword had failed, the Japanese steel held up, hewing into the hideous creature's flesh. As the arm and leg were withdrawn, the redhead threw himself at the door and shut it again, as Boromir and Aragorn wedged it. "Good job, the blonde Slytherin," yelled the redhead. They high-fived each other. The boy with the scar pondered for a split second that back at Hogwarts, seeing those two acting like friends and comrades would have seemed about as likely as Professor Snape falling in love with Ginny Weasley. Then the door was smashed open, and orcs, ugly, bandy-legged creatures with apish features and gray-black skin like nothing the boy with the scar had ever seen, swarmed into the chamber. The fight that followed was fierce and fast. Later, The boy with the scar couldn't figure out how long it went on. The clever girl cast impediment charms on the first few orcs, stopping them in their tracks so that Boromir and Aragorn could slaughter them. The blonde Slytherin, the redhead and the boy with the scar threw petrifying charms at the next few orcs. In these close quarters, none of them dared cast anything really lethal, for fear of hitting one of their comrades by mistake. The other members of the company were also making their presence felt. Legolas shot 2 orcs through the throat that had missed being ensorcelled, while Gimli hewed the legs out from under one that had dared to leap up onto Balin's tomb. Even when the Hogwarts students' spells hadn't hit the enemy, Boromir and Aragorn's swords wreaked a terrifying slaughter. After the company had felled about 15 orcs with spells and blades, the rest fled, howling their fear as they disappeared down the hall. The boy with the scar glanced at his classmates. When things had gone to close combat, they had to resort to their swords, and all of their blades dripped orcish blood. The boy with the scar, himself, had taken the head off a particularly ugly orc that reminded him of a slightly smarter, slightly handsomer Dudley Dursley. "Now, let's get out of here before that troll returns," exclaimed Gandalf. Before they could follow his orders, a particularly large orc in ornate armor leapt into the chamber, while his followers crowded the door behind him. He knocked Boromir back off his feet, dodged Aragorn, and leapt at the Hogwarts students, his hideous red eyes lighting up at the sight of the clever girl. Before she could lift her wand, he was on her, bowling her over onto the floor as he tore at her clothes. Her wand flew from her grasp as her head hit the wall with a horrible clunking noise. Her eyes rolled back in her head. The front of her robes and tunic came away in his claw. "No!" screamed the boy with the scar. Without conscious pondered on his part, he leveled his wand as he cried, "Stupefy!" The redhead was simultaneously casting a reductor curse, and the blonde Slytherin threw a cruciatus curse. The combination of those 3 spells threw the orc chieftain across the room with a flash of light. He lay still, smoke coming from his ears as black blood oozed from his mouth and nose, his head at an impossible angle. Again the immense drum sounded, booming loud through the corridors. Kneeling over the unconscious the clever girl, the redhead leveled his wand, saying, "Enervate." The clever girl stirred, putting her hand to her head, groaning with pain. When she noticed that her clothes were in shreds, she squeaked, trying to cover herself with the remains of her robes and tunic. The boy with the scar handed her wand. She slipped it into the sleeve sheath she used to carry it. "Can you run?" questioned Gandalf. At her shaky nod, he snapped, "Right, then run. We've got to get out of here." The company ran down the open stairs, Gimli at the rear. He had been very reluctant to leave Balin's tomb. They found a door that could be closed, and Boromir hauled the valves to, the hinges groaning. There was a latch, and they turned it, locking the door. "Go on. Wait a little for me at the next landing, but if I don't come, keep choosing paths that lead right and down. I've got to try to hold off whatever's coming," exclaimed Gandalf. Reluctantly, the boy with the scar turned and left the old wizard, helping the redhead hold up the semi-conscious the clever girl. Their everlight torches lit the way well enough, and the boy with the scar turned to see what Gandalf was doing. By the light of his staff, the old wizard was visible, standing by the closed door. Again and again the drum beat, like the huge heart of some demented earth god, but in between the beats, the boy with the scar could hear Gandalf saying something. It sounded like a spell. Then came an incredibly bright flash of light, and a rumble and thud. The drum beat wildly for a few minutes, and then stopped, as Gandalf hurried down the stairs. "Well, that's all I can do. I've met my equal up there, and I'm all out for now. Keep on going down." After an hour or so of steady travel downward, the boy with the scar began to hope that they'd be able to get away. There had been no signs of pursuit behind them. Finally, Gandalf called a halt. "I'm all in. I've got to rest, even if every orc in Moria's after us." The clever girl had managed to get some C-pins from somewhere. The boy with the scar suspected Boromir. The style was like the ones the Gondorian wore on his own clothing, and was putting her clothing to rights. She seemed to have somewhat recovered from the worst effects of her ordeal in the Chamber of Records. Since the first thing she did after her clothes covered her decently was to go over to where Gandalf was sitting on a step. "What was it you met up there?" Her big dark eyes shone with the familiar light of curiosity. And the boy with the scar hid a smile. Did you see what was beating that damned drum? Gandalf smiled wearily. I don't know. I just know that I put a shutting spell on that door, and at first, I heard orcs talking. I caught their word for fire. Then they went quiet, and something took hold of the door. It sensed my spell, and cast a counterspell that nearly broke me. The spell I cast in my turn broke the door, and for a second, I saw something dark and terrible, and then the combined spells broke the ceiling and nearly blew me down the stairs. He reached out tentatively, ruffling the clever girl's hair. Your lust for knowledge is greater than any dwarf's for wealth, Miss Granger. I predict that in your world, you will one day be one of the mightiest sorcerers ever seen. The clever girl blushed, and the boy with the scar could see a tear trickling down her cheek. They now went on again, until a red glow appeared ahead of them. What's that? Questioned the blonde Slytherin. Those orcs were talking about fire. Are the lower levels on fire, somehow? Gimli shook his head. As they went on, the light became unmistakably fiery, and the air became very hot. Finally they came to a doorway and Gandalf peered out. I know where we are. The second hall. We're almost out. Across Durin's Bridge, up a stair, take the main path, through the first gate, and we're out. But have a look at this. The boy with the scar gasped in wonder at the sight. It was a huge hall, with pillars holding up the ceiling, carved to look like trees. Across the floor, a huge crevasse had opened, and the fire was flickering out of it. If we'd come the way we had planned, that would have trapped us. With any luck, it'll stop our pursuers, murmured Gandalf. The boy with the scar wondered if the flame-freezing charm he had learned at Hogwarts would work. The heat was incredibly intense, although not yet life-threatening. Let's go, exclaimed Gandalf, as the drum sounded again. The hideous orc horde could be heard, crying out and sounding horns, but the sound came from across the fiery crevasse. Looks like they outsmarted themselves, doesn't it? Drawled the blonde Slytherin. He wiped sweat from his forehead. The heat and effort of their journey had defeated any attempts on his part to remain elegant and unruffled. Still, the light of battle shone in his eyes. The boy with the scar was suddenly very glad that the blonde Slytherin Malfoy was along. Here's hoping the sun's shining outside, called the clever girl, as they sped across he floored to the opposite side of the hall from the crevasse. Another gulf yawned ahead of them, spanned by a narrow, grassy bridge no more than 3 feet across, King Durin's Bridge. It had been intended as a defensive measure by the dwarven architects of Moria, ages ago, the boy with the scar remembered Gimli mentioning. As they crossed, the clever girl leading, arrows began landing among them. Until the redhead turned and cast an impediment curse to stop them. Across the fire, the boy with the scar could see what glanced like hundreds of orcs. They waved spears and scimitars and exclaimed war cries. The huge drum boomed again and again, until the boy with the scar wished he could smash it over its owner's head. Legolas drew his bow and nocked an arrow, but his courage failed him, and the boy with the scar turned again to see what it was that had frightened the elf so badly. 2 huge trolls could be seen, carrying huge slabs of basalt that they threw down to provide a bridge over the fiery pit. But that wasn't what had scared the elf. The orcs' ranks had parted, as though they themselves were afraid of what was coming, a huge form of shadow, surrounding something dark that gave off more fear than any Dementor. Look, screamed the boy with the scar, and the others turned to see what he was seeing. As, whatever it was, leapt across the chasm, the fire leapt up to swirl around it, igniting its streaming mane of hair. In one hand it held a flaming sword, and in the other a terrible whip. A Balrog has come, cried Legolas, terror in his voice. The boy with scar couldn't blame him. The Balrog made Voldemort, and all the Dementors that ever were, seem like Winnie the Pooh. A Balrog. Now I understand, muttered Gandalf. I am already so weary. The boy with the scar stepped up to stand with the old wizard, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the redhead, the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin were right with him. He glanced up at them from under his bushy eyebrows. Fly, you fools. This is beyond your strength. Like bloody hell we'll run, snarled the blonde Slytherin. As Gandalf turned to face the foe, the boy with the scar and his friends spread out on either side of the bridge, their wands in their hands. Although he knew they were all terrified, nobody watching would have known. Their body language radiated defiance and contempt for their enemy. The boy with the scar felt a moment's pride and joy, exultation warring with fear for possession of his soul, as Boromir's horn sounded. Behind him, he could sense the rest of the company, none of them willing to let their leader face this horror alone. The Balrog paced toward them silently. The orcs had started forward behind the Balrog, but the sound of Boromir's horn had halted them. They watched, their eyes glowing red in the firelight. Gandalf stood alone in the middle of King Durin's bridge, leaning on his staff with one hand, his sword Glamdring unsheathed in the other. The Balrog stopped, and raised its whip. Flame came from its nostrils. "You cannot pass," remarked Gandalf, into a sudden stillness. "I am a wielder of the flame of Anor, a servant of the secret fire. Go back to the shadow. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udin. You cannot pass." The Balrog did not answer. Instead, it seemed to grow, until its wings touched the far walls of the chamber. It stepped forward onto the bridge, towering over Gandalf, and suddenly swung its fiery sword. The clever girl and the redhead, in unison, cried, "Expelliarmus!" And the flaming sword leapt from the creature's hand, falling into the endless depths below. Staggering slightly, the Balrog fell back, swinging its fiery whip at the Patronus until it dissolved. When the Patronus was gone, the Balrog stepped forward again, glowing a fiery red with anger. The blonde Slytherin cried, "Avada Kedavra!" And green light leapt from his wand to splash off the Balrog, throwing it back yet again. The killing curse didn't hurt the demon enough to drive it back permanently. Although it was knocked backward and off its feet, it got back up, coming forward yet again. "Crucio!" yelled the blonde Slytherin, and the Balrog staggered as it stepped onto the bridge. Despite the blonde Slytherin's repeated killing and cruciatous curses, the Balrog shook its head and came on nonetheless, bending forward as though it were walking into the teeth of a storm of spells, as the redhead, the boy with the scar and the clever girl threw everything they had ever learned at their enemy. Magical energies flashed and played around the hideous creature, but still it came on. Gandalf raised his staff, exclaimed, and struck the stone of the bridge, breaking it before him and beneath the feet of the Balrog. With a cry that the boy with the scar knew he would hear in his nightmares for years, the Balrog fell, taking its unnatural shadow with it, but as it fell, it swung its whip. Standing in the middle of the bridge, Gandalf couldn't dodge in time, and the redhead's hastily cast impediment curse had no effect on the fiery whip. The tails wrapped around Gandalf's legs and he was dragged forward and off the bridge. "Fly, you fools!" he cried, and then he fell. The fires from the chasm died down, as the boy with the scar stared with horror into the abyss where Gandalf had disappeared. He wished frantically for his broom, to fly down and try to rescue the old wizard, and then he felt Aragorn's hand on his shoulder, dragging him away. "Come, we've got to get out of here," that was his last order. "Run!" They ran frantically up a wide stair and down a wide corridor. The boy with the scar was weeping as he ran, and he could hear his companions weeping as well. The drum beat behind them, slowly and mournfully. As they ran, the light grew stronger, until they were crossing a huge hall with great windows pierced into the side of the mountain, letting in the sunlight. Past it, the boy the scar suddenly saw the great gates of Moria standing there, open wide with the sun blazing in. Although there was an orcish force on guard at the gates, it stood no chance against the company. Aragorn slashed down the orc captain, and the others waded in with spells and blades until they fled, shrieking. Down a flight of stairs, and they were outside. The light was bright enough to hurt the boy with the scar's eyes. But he didn't care. He was crying too hard to notice the difference. They kept on running for some time, until they could run no more and cast themselves down on the earth. The drum could still be heard, beating a slow tolling rhythm. Behind them, out of bowshot, the gates of Moria yawned, dark against the mountainside. A trickle of smoke oozed out of the gate. The boy with the scar wept, unashamedly. He had not felt such grief and misery and guilt since Cedric Diggory's death. Around him, the rest of the company sobbed, all of them as heartbroken as he was, as the drum rolled on in the depths of the earth. Slowly and mournfully, The Lady in the Wood, The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 7 by Technomad. Chapter 7, The Lady in the Wood. After an unguessable time, the boy with the scar finally stopped weeping. He sat up and then stood, noting in passing that he was weak and shaky with reaction. The others glanced as bad as he felt. Aragorn and Boromir both glanced as though they had lost their fathers. Legolas was shaking and glanced nauseous, and even the tough dwarf Gimli had an expression on his face appropriate to someone seeing a train bearing down on him. All of them were chalky pale, and blinking uncomfortably in the sunlight as their eyes readjusted to normal light after so long underground. Of the Hogwarts students, the clever girl glanced the worst by far. The enervation she had received in Moria was wearing off, and she glanced very bad. Now that they had light, with the noonday sun shining through a few bright, wispy clouds, he could see that there was an ugly lump on one side of her head, and the hair on that side was clotted and thick with dark blood. Peering into her eyes, he was relieved to see her pupils were at least of the same size. He hadn't liked the pondered of having to deal with a concussion. The others didn't look any better. The redhead had a 1,000-yard stare, and the blonde Slytherin was sitting with his knees tucked up under his chin, trembling violently. "How are you feeling?" the clever girl, the boy with the scar murmured. Even though her pupils were the same size, she seemed to have trouble focusing. At his words, she seemed to snap out of it. She stared at him wildly for a second, then bent over, retching helplessly. When her stomach was finally empty, she collapsed on the ground, sobbing. The sound of her sorrow cut the boy with the scar's soul to the quick. It was a racking, horrible sound like nothing the boy with the scar had ever heard from her before. The boy with the scar tentatively reached out and stroked her. She felt cold and sweaty to the touch. "Do any of you know first aid?" he questioned. At this, the blonde Slytherin seemed to come out of his trance. Getting shakily to his feet and staggering over to see what was wrong, the clever girl submitted quietly to his gentle probing, rather to the boy with the scar's surprise. He was no less surprised by the blonde Slytherin's air of competence and cool expertise as he checked the clever girl over, taking her wrist to time her pulse, peering into her eyes and looking closely at the injury to her head. "I didn't know you knew anything about that," the blonde Slytherin remarked the boy with the scar. In a way, he felt a little jealous of the blonde Slytherin for being able to at least look as though he knew what he was doing when the clever girl, his friend, not the blonde Slytherin's, needed help. The blonde Slytherin glanced up, his eyebrow quirking up in a sardonic smile for a second. He glanced more like the blonde Slytherin Malfoy than he had in some time. "We aren't in all our classes together, Potter, and you didn't take healing magic. My father told me to take it." He probably figured that the Death Eaters could use a trained metawizard. "Before they teach us any spells at all, they check us out thoroughly on Muggle-style first aid, if only so that we know what we're dealing with. It also comes in handy in situations where spells don't work or are a bad idea." Dropping the clever girl's wrist, the blonde Slytherin gave the boy with the scar a worried look. "I don't like the look of her. She isn't concussed, as far as I can tell, but she looks awfully shocky. I'd like to get a real metawizard, or a Muggle EMT or MD, in on this." The redhead bit his lip. The boy with the scar knew that for the blonde Slytherin Malfoy to wish for Muggle help was a sign that things were very bad, indeed. By this time, the others had begun to recover. Aragorn sobbed something about how he had warned Gandalf about Moria, and Gimli cursed Caradhras storms for forcing them into the dwarven ruins in the first place. Shakily, the company got to its feet, and moved down the valley. "We've got to get away from here. The orcs won't come out by day, but they have been known to chase people for many miles by night, if they've got a fallen leader to avenge." Night falls quickly at this time of year. As the grief-stricken company moved down the valley, they passed a deep, clear lake. Gimli remarked, "That's the Mirrormere. Gandalf hoped I'd be glad to see it. I now see it, but I'm not glad." Some ways farther along, as the company followed a long neglected stone road, they came to an inscribed pillar standing beside the road. Gimli stopped and pointed. "That's Durin's stone. It marks the point where Durin saw his crown of stars, in the depths of Mirrormere. I've got to look." "All right, but hurry. We've got to take the most advantage of daylight we can. The moon's not going to be much help, and orcs operate well at night," snapped Aragorn. Gimli turned and went toward the pillar. "Come on, Mr. Potter. This is something you need to see." Curious, The boy with the scar followed the dwarf, his classmates behind him. Uncharacteristically, the clever girl was lagging behind. Normally, such a chance to see something educational would have had her leading the rest of them. Gimli pointed to the pillar. The boy with the scar glanced at the carvings on it, but couldn't make them out, even though he had found he could read the local language. The pillar was very weathered and the writings were too faint to see. When the boy with the scar and his friends stooped over the dark water, at first they couldn't see anything, but gradually, the boy with the scar's eyes adjusted and he saw the mountains reflected in the water, and deep in the reflected daylight sky, a formation of 7 stars. However, neither he nor his companions cast reflections that he could see. Gimli sighed. "Oh, Keld Zerum, fair and wonderful. There lies Durin's crown, until he wakes." He bowed to the water, and the boy with the scar imitated him, before they turned away. As they moved along the road, they passed a stream. Although Aragorn warned them that it was icy cold, the boy with the scar and the other Hogwarts students took the chance of filling their water bottles. The blonde Slytherin cast a quick spell to make sure that the water itself was pure, and reported, "It's glacial runoff, and quite pure. These bottles hold a lot more than you'd think, looking at them from the outside. But we ran through a lot of water in Moria." He tipped the bottle back, drinking deeply. "Gods, that hits the spot." The drink seemed to do him good, and the boy with the scar did the same thing. The icy water hit his system and seemed to put new life into him. Aragorn watched in puzzlement. "I had always pondered that drinking cold water was bad for the system," he remarked, as the redhead, the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin came back to the rest of the party, handing the clever girl her bottle. The boy with the scar shook his head absently, watching the clever girl carefully. She stowed the bottle back in its place, but she was moving slowly, and still seemed very vague. "Not where we come from, Aragorn. We sweated off a lot of water in Moria, and that fight also took a great deal out of our systems. If you don't get enough water into yourself, you'll damage yourself," answered the redhead. Aragorn glanced slightly miffed at being corrected by someone so much younger, with so much less experience in wilderness travel, but kept his pondereds to himself. Before them, they could see a huge forest stretching out. Legolas glanced at it longingly. "Lothlorien, fairest of all the elven realms," he murmured. "I'd give anything to be there in springtime, with the Malorn trees blooming. I'd be glad to be there, even in winter, but it's miles away." "We've got to pick up our speed," answered Aragorn. He led them on as fast as they could go, until the clever girl was stumbling and staggering with the effort of keeping up, and the others were gray with fatigue. Finally, several miles down the road, Aragorn called a halt. They had found a sheltered dell with a stream through it. "Forgive me, Miss Granger," he remarked, taking the cleave. "Our girl," and setting her down gently on a rock, "but haste seemed urgent to me. I should have remembered your injury. Can you kindle a fire?" He questioned the other Hogwarts students. Legolas and Gimli gathered fuel as the boy with the scar got ready to cast the fire spell the clever girl normally used. Aragorn examined her injury, his touch gentle and knowing. When the fire was going, Aragorn pulled out his pouch and extracted a bindle with some dried leaves in it. "This is athelis, or kingsfoil in the common tongue," he explained to the boy with the scar, the redhead and the blonde Slytherin, who were watching him like hawks. "It's dried, so it won't be as effective, but it should do your friend's injury some good." When they had hot water, he soaked the leaves in it, and gently bathed the clever girl's hurts with the resultant herbal infusion. Just smelling it made the boy with the scar feel better. The clever girl gasped and squeaked, but as Aragorn went on, she improved visibly, color coming back to her cheeks. All of them also got a chance to drink a mouthful of the athelis tea, and the boy with the scar felt a great deal better after it, good enough to realize that he was ravenously hungry. He pulled some of their dwindling supply of food out, and began to cook up a meal, noticing as he did so that everybody, except the clever girl, started to perk up and take an interest in eating. After they had eaten, they destroyed all trace that they had been there, and went along their way. The clever girl was still not up to her usual self, the boy with the scar pondered, but at least she wasn't slowing them down. Gimli and the boy with the scar were walking at the rear of the company, as night fell around them. When the boy with the scar questioned if Gimli heard anything unusual, Gimli smiled at the boy with the scar in the dusk. I don't hear a thing but the wind. He stroked his beard. I hope that means the orcs aren't coming after us, they'll sometimes chase pay. Opal for miles if they've got a leader to avenge. I'm hoping that they weren't interested in anything more than driving us from Kazaa dumb. His expression darkened. Although that was enough of an AF. Front right there. How those filth dare to desecrate my ancestors' halls, I'll never understand. Durin's bane. Remembering what had happened to Gandalf, Gimli broke off. Although the boy with the scar respected the dwarf, he wasn't quite so sure they weren't being followed. Again and again, he pondered he heard the fall of soft bare feet, pattering along behind them, stopping a few seconds after they stopped to listen. When he whirled and shone his everlight torch along the path they had come, he pondered he saw two glowing points of light for a second. What was that? Are we being followed? Questioned Gimli. He bent and put his ear to the ground. I hear nothing but the night speech of rock and stone, the boy with the scar. We'd better hurry along. The boy with the scar followed, still feeling uneasy. As though eyes he couldn't see were on him. Some time later, they found themselves facing a huge shadowy wood. As the cold wind blew up the valley, the boy with the scar pondered had it was what he had heard called a lazy wind, instead of going around him, it tried to blow right through him. He huddled deeper in his cloak, envying anybody who wasn't as skinny as he was. The wind sucked the heat out of his body quickly. Lothlorien, remarked Aragorn, as proudly as if he had invented it. Alas that it is winter. This is the safest place for us to stop. The virtue of the elves is on this place. They dwell deep in this forest, though, far from the northern border, where we are. Gimli glanced skeptical, but the one that spoke up was Boromir. I'd rather we went another way. In Gondor, they say that few enter these woods, and of those few that come out again, none are unscathed. Aragorn scowled. Try unchanged, Lord Boromir, and you'll be closer to the truth. However, if they're speaking evil of the Lady of the Woods, things have changed for the worse in Gondor. In any case, there's no other road, unless you want to try going back to Moria, or swim the great river. Lead on, then, sighed Boromir. I advised against Moria, if you'll recall. If we must enter the Golden Wood, I'll come, but it's dangerous. Only to those who are evil, or who bring evil, answered Aragorn. Some ways into the forest, the company halted. They had passed over a stream called Nimrodel, and Legolas had told the tale of an elven maid who had had the same name as the stream. The boy with the scar hadn't really understood all the story, but hearing it in Legolas' musical voice had cheered him somewhat. Legolas also explained the custom of the elves of Lorien of sleeping in the trees. That's why they are called Galadriel, which means, care to tell them, Mr. Malfoy. Tree people, remarked the blonde Slytherin. He glanced at the trees. These don't look like they're really big enough to sleep in. No, these aren't the ones that are used for sleeping in, Mr. Malfoy, remarked Legolas. Those trees are much bigger, and are deeper in Lorien than we are now. The Opal of Lorien didn't build fortifications, or need them, before the shadow came. He led the company in a different direction, deeper into the woods, away from the path they had followed. Finally, he came to a stand of huge trees. The boy with the scar pondered that the smallest of them were 10 feet in diameter through the trunk. How high they went he couldn't begin to guess. I'll climb up, remarked Legolas. As he touched the trunk, a voice rang out, commandingly. Darrow. Legolas stepped back, keeping his hands in plain sight. Easy does it. Don't move, or speak, hissed Legolas. A burst of silvery laughter came from overhead, and the boy with the scar heard words in an unknown, musical tongue. The blonde Slytherin cocked his head, listening, as Legolas answered slowly. Those are elves, Potter, explained the blonde Slytherin at the boy with the scar's questioning glance, and they say that we breathe so loudly they could shoot us in the dark. They've been tracking us ever since we entered this forest. I sort of knew they were around, but didn't want to say anything as long as they didn't show themselves. He listened again. They heard Legolas' voice, and knew he was one of their kinfolk. So they didn't stop us. They want you to climb up, Potter, Ewan. Legolas. Another burst of unintelligible, musical speech, and the blonde Slytherin nodded. Ah, they've figured out that I can understand them. They want to see me, too. He turned to the others. The rest of you best stay right here. You're covered. There's archers all around us. A ladder made of some sort of silvery rope, glowing faintly in the dark, came dangling down, and the boy with the scar went up, following Legolas and with the blonde Slytherin right behind him. As he climbed, he glanced back at his friends, giving the redhead and the clever girl what he hoped was a confident smile in return for their worried expressions. The branches of the Malorn tree stretched out nearly horizontally, and finally the boy with the scar found himself standing on a platform among them. Legolas was sitting amid 3 other elves wearing gray clothes that glanced to be tinted to blend into the color of the bark. One of them held up a light, examining the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin. "Welcome," he remarked, speaking slowly. "Please pardon us, but we seldom use any language but our own. We seldom deal with outsiders, even our brethren of the north in Mirkwood seldom come here. I am Halder, and these are my brothers, Rummel and Orphan." The boy with the scar bowed, wishing bitterly that he spoke the elven tongues instead of Parseltongue. The blonde Slytherin followed suit, and spoke for a few minutes in the same musical language the boy with the scar had heard earlier. The elves' eyes widened at this. Legolas was right. Your friend does speak our language fluently. If anything, his accent is a bit more elegant than ours. My only criticism is that his word choice is somewhat archaic. The blonde Slytherin grinned triumphantly. Halder went on. "Since Legolas is with you, we are willing to admit you into Lorien. How many of you are there?" "Well, there's me, and the blonde Slytherin Malfoy here. And our friends the redhead Weasley and the clever girl Granger, we're all mages. Then, Legolas, of course, and Aragorn, and Boromir, they're both men. Aragorn's a ranger, and Boromir's some sort of lord or other from Gondor, or so he says." Legolas lifted an eyebrow at the boy with the scar's qualifying statement, but held his peace. "That's 7 of you. We counted 8, and we're expecting 9. Halder glanced grave. "Who is the one you haven't mentioned?" "He's Gimli, a dwarf from the Lonely Mountain." At the blonde Slytherin's announcement, the elves glanced shocked and somber. They muttered to themselves in their own language, and the blonde Slytherin turned to the boy with the scar, his face grave. "This doesn't look good, Potter, from what I can hear. They do not like dwarves here, not one little bit." The blonde Slytherin moved his arm slightly, and his wand fell into his hand. "Get ready for a scrap." The boy with the scar unobtrusively reached for his wand as well. He didn't want to fight the elves, who, after all, were on the same side, but he didn't want to abandon the stout-hearted Gimli, either. After a low-voiced colloquy between the elves, Halder spoke again. "We will allow the dwarf to pass, but he's got to be blindfolded. Aragorn and Legolas will be responsible for his behavior. Right now, we've got to get your people off the ground. We've seen orcs marching north toward Moria, and danger's not far behind you." "You, the boy with the scar, Potter." The boy with the scar did not bother to correct the elf. "And your friends may use this platform for the night. The others may use a platform in the next tree over." The boy with the scar relaxed slightly. He had not been looking forward to a fight with the elves, in their own country, at night. With the clever girl injured beside him, he heard the tiniest sigh of relief from the blonde Slytherin, as he discreetly made his wand disappear. When the redhead came up, helping the clever girl, he told the boy with the scar, "We've brought our packs up. Aragorn wanted to hide them in drifts of leaves, but we felt it would be safer for them up here." After eating food offered them by the elves, the 4 Hogwarts students stretched out on fur rugs provided by Halder, and were soon deeply asleep. Later that night, the boy with the scar awoke, wondering what sort of sanitary facilities the elves used. All pondered of such matters was driven out of his mind when he heard a harsh laugh from below, and the tramp of heavy-booted feet. He rolled over, to see that the redhead and the blonde Slytherin were awake as well. An elf appeared at the entrance to the platform. "What is it?" questioned the boy with the scar sleepily. The elf pulled up the rope ladder, whispering, "Yurch." Silent as the wind, he disappeared. The boy with the scar glanced at the blonde Slytherin, and was not reassured. The blonde Slytherin glanced rather worried. "Orcs," muttered the blonde Slytherin, careful not to wake the clever girl, who was tossing and muttering in her sleep. "That's all we bloody well need, isn't it?" He pulled out his wand, and the boy with the scar and the redhead did likewise. The boy with the scar began to get worried. He knew that orcs could track by scent as well as dogs could, but unlike dogs, they could climb trees easily if they wanted to do so. Even though he couldn't hear the orcs, the boy with the scar's feeling of being in danger grew and grew. When he went to the opening, he was sure he heard something at the foot of the tree, many feet below them, and that it was no elf. Whatever it was, it scrabbled at the tree bark, and then began to climb the trunk. The boy with the scar could see two pale eyes looking up toward him, and he wished that his Everlight torch had not been packed away. Something touched the trunk, and whatever had been climbing slipped away rapidly. Halder came back up. It was orcs. A large company of them have crossed the Nimrodal. In the dim light of the moon, the boy with the scar could see that the elf was puzzled. I also saw something I have never seen before, climbing this tree. It was too small to be one of your company, and it vanished the second it knew I was there. We've lured the orcs deeper into the forest, and none of them will ever return. Orphans gone on ahead to alert our people. Sleep now, while you can. When dawn came, the boy with the scar and his schoolmates awoke, and were guided along their way by Halder. They crossed a deep, fast stream by the use of ropes, walking along on one while holding another. The clever girl was in worse and worse shape, and finally Aragorn took her on his back for the crossing. The blonde Slytherin took the boy with the scar and the redhead aside when they were on the other side. Look, you two, I really don't like the way the clever girl's looking. She's still very shocky. As soon as we get where we're going, we've got to get help of some sort for her. I'd love to have her back at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey'd have her up and dancing the Kazatsky in no time flat, but we're not there. A ghost of a grin flitted across the blonde Slytherin's face, startling the boy with the scar. That is, Madame Pomfrey'd have her up and dancing the Kazatsky, if she only knew how to dance the Kazatsky. Halder came up to them. It's now time. We're entering the most secret parts of Lorien. Very few strangers are allowed here at all. As was agreed, I'm going to blindfold the dwarf. The rest of you may walk free for a while, until we get farther in. You're going to what? Gasped the boy with the scar. Behind him, he heard the redhead mutter something that would have displeased his mother a great deal, and the blonde Slytherin drew himself up to his full height. Generations of aristocratic Malfoys looking out through his eyes. The clever girl was still not tracking very well, but the boy with the scar didn't care for the look she was giving Halder at all. Unobtrusively, all 4 Hogwarts students drew their wands, holding them close by their sides and trusting to the wands. Non-weaponish look to fool the elves. Gimli was no less displeased. I will not walk blindfold, like a prisoner or a beggar, and I'm no spy. My people have never dealt with the enemy, and I'm as loyal to the company as anybody here. Halder glanced stern. It's our law. I've already stretched a lot of points just letting you come this far. Gimli snarled. Either no blindfold, or I turn back and seek my own land, even if I die alone in the wilderness. The boy with the scar didn't like the look of the situation at all, as Gimli argued back and forth with Halder. When he was told that he couldn't go back, that the paths were guarded and he couldn't cross the streams, Gimli finally drew his axe, and the elves bent their bows. Expelliarmus! Exclaimed the boy with the scar, and the axe and bows flew from their owner's hands. They landed near the Hogwarts students, and the redhead stood over them, his wand out and his expression warning of consequences to anybody stupid enough to meddle with him. Now, Halder, will you listen to us? Snapped the blonde Slytherin. We've been a fellowship for quite some time now, and all of us have pulled together for the common goal. You apparently pondered that we were children, as Boromir, here, did back at Rivendell. That's an easy mistake to make, but you've now seen how mistaken it is. Either none of us will be blindfolded, or all will be. He crossed his arms on his chest and stuck out his chin. Pride and confidence radiating from him. Would you all go blindfold, for the sake of this dwarf? Questioned Halder in wonder. Aragorn suddenly exclaimed laughter. We would look foolish, wouldn't we? Still in all, I think Mr. Malfoy's suggestion of all of us being treated alike is a good one. Yes, even you, Legolas, it'll go easier on Gimli if we're all blindfolded. I'm an elf. Legolas broke off, paling, as the redhead and the blonde Slytherin raised their wands and pointed them at him. He had apparently not forgotten the fights in Moria. Raising his hands in an appeasing gesture, he stepped backward. You're not serious. You are. Serious. Aragorn stepped forward, only to stop as the boy with the scar raised his wand. The ranger blenched slightly. He hadn't forgotten, either. The boy with the scar smiled rather grimly. I'll agree to be blindfolded, if anybody must be. He winked at the blonde Slytherin. As at least one of us will testify, sight's not my strongest suit. The blonde Slytherin smothered a snicker. Blindfolds were produced, and soon all the company was blindfolded. Putting his hand on Haldar's shoulder, and feeling the redhead's hand on his. The boy with the scar began to go forward. Pitching his voice low, he warned. Haldar, if I trip, you'll end up on a lily pad. As it turned out, the paths were smooth and straight, and none of them had any trouble. Legolas complained bitterly about missing the sight of Lorien. Haldar explained that the times were dangerous enough that the Galadriel had no choice but to be wary. Even with that, feeling of peace that the boy with the scar had noticed, when he first crossed the river, grew deeper and deeper. He pondered it was rather like what it must be like in a Zen garden somewhere in Japan. The air he breathed seemed sweeter than any he ever remembered, or was it just the contrast with the smoky, close air of Moria? That evening, Haldar received a report from some elven warriors. The intruding orcs had been destroyed, and a strange creature had been seen, prowling around and snuffling. All of you, even the dwarf, are to walk free. The lady's aware of who and what you are, Appa. Renly knew messages came through from Rivendell. They unbound Gimli's eyes first, apologizing, which gratified the boy with the scar considerably. He knew how much it hurt to be singled out. When his own eyes were unbound, the boy with the scar fished his glasses out of his pocket and put them on. Gazing around himself, he gasped in wonder at the beauty of the scene. While the others sat down on the ground, grateful for a rest. The boy with the scar glanced around for a while, groping for words to describe what he saw. The whole place glanced as though it had newly come from the hands of a wise creator. The colors seemed brighter. The air seemed sweeter and purer, and everything was in perfect harmony. There was an air of deep peace and timelessness over everything. In a way, he pondered that even when he was gone, the boy with the scar Potter from England would still be there. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin felt it too. This is like being inside a song, or something like that, murmured the redhead. The blonde Slytherin was transfigured by their surroundings. He had lost his usual wariness, and glanced open and happy as a little child, drinking in the air and enjoying the colors. The boy with the scar glanced at him rather sadly. Could this be what the blonde Slytherin could have been, if his father had not been a Death Eater? The Lady in the Mirror. The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power Chapter 8, The Lady in the Mirror by Technomad. After a while, the company went on, deeper into the woods. Night was falling and the elves began lighting silver lamps to illuminate the scene. They finally came to a clearing, and the boy with the scar could see the evening sky again. It was darkening rapidly and the stars were coming out. On the far side of the clearing, he could see Malorn trees, growing higher than he had ever seen trees grow before. Welcome to Kara's Galadon, remarked Haldar. We'll have to go around to the other side to get in. And it's not a short walk. The city is very large. As they went around, the boy with the scar watched the clever girl. She was beginning to look very shocky again, and he wished that the blonde Slytherin's wish for a Medawizard, or a Muggle MD or EMT, had been granted. Her eyes were unfocused, and she stumbled along, hardly taking notice of their surroundings, but willing to go where she was told, leaning on the redhead. For a second, the boy with the scar caught the redhead's eye, and the redhead shook his head, looking as worried as the boy with the scar felt. Finally, they came to a great gate, which opened when Haldar knocked and spoke, but the boy with the scar couldn't see any sign of guards. Within the walls, they found more trees growing, and the boy with the scar could hear elven voices all around them. But he couldn't see anybody. After following an intricate, winding path, they came to a fountain. Behind it stood the biggest Malorn of them all, the boy with the scar pondered it was about as big as the sequoias of his own world, and wondered what the elves would think of those. They seemed to like trees. There were 3 elves in armor sitting by a ladder that led up into the tree. They came to their feet as the boy with the scar and his friends approached. Haldar remarked, "We're here. This is where Celeborn and Galadriel live. I'll go up first, with you, the boy with the scar, and you. The blonde Slytherin. The rest can come as they please. It's a long climb. After climbing for a long time, and passing many platforms, the boy with the scar finally came to a huge platform that supported a great hall. It would have been a respectable-sized building even by the standards of people that built on the ground. The blonde Slytherin let out a soundless whistle. And the boy with the scar could tell that he was quite impressed. Inside, the tree's trunk formed a huge pillar in the middle of an oval-shaped chamber. Celeborn and Galadriel sat there, side by side with the pillar at their backs. And many other elves stood around. The boy with the scar was reminded strongly of Avila, looking at the Lady Galadriel. She was tall, with a carriage as straight as a guardsman's, and very beautiful. Her hair was deep yellow, and only something in her eyes betrayed that she had already lived for many centuries, unchanging and unnagging. Her husband, Celeborn, was handsome enough to make Gilderoy Lockhart fall down in fits of foaming envy. His hair was silver but his face was as youthful as his wife's. Both of them were dressed in white from head to foot, and they stood to welcome their guests. Which made the boy with the scar feel slightly nervous and tongue-tied. An elf ran into the hall behind them, coming up to Haldir and speaking rapidly in a low voice. Haldir turned, and snapped something back. The blonde Slytherin turned to the boy with the scar. That doesn't sound good, Potter. They're saying that Grangers had trouble getting up those ladders. I'm not too surprised. The boy with the scar felt slightly sick inside. The elves began to mutter among themselves, until the Lady Galadriel stopped them with a crisp command. She fixed her eyes on Haldir, who began to explain. His explanation obviously did not please the lady, since her expression darkened, and she snapped something that sent several elves running out of the hall as though their trousers were on fire. The blonde Slytherin grinned, obviously impressed. Man, Potter, you miss a lot, not being able to speak the Elvish languages. He shook his head in respect. When the LOTR heard that Granger's been made to march that far into her realm wounded, and with her wound untended, she ripped a few strips off people, including our mate Haldir here. Those elves are going to raise her up into the tree on a stretcher. It sounds like. The blonde Slytherin's low-voiced commentary had attracted the lady's attention. She turned to the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin. Welcome, Mr. Potter. I am informed that this is the correct form of address for you. Sit by my side as I greet your friends. The others were just then getting into the hall, with the clever girl being carried on a stretcher. Hoping that the elves knew what to do about her wounds, the boy with the scar sat where he was bid, watching as his friends were greeted. She had kind words for everybody, praising the redhead and the blonde Slytherin for their bravery in choosing to accompany the boy with the scar, welcoming Legolas and Aragorn as old friends, and expressing hopes that Gimli's precinct meant better relations between dwarves and elves. At her praise of Gondor's long stand against the shadow, the boy with the scar was slightly amused to see the stern warrior Boromir blushing like a schoolboy. Then she leaned over the clever girl's stretcher. Concern edged her voice as she turned to the boy with the scar. This young woman, girl, really, shouldn't have been traveling in this condition. How long has it been since she was hurt? Gentle as the clever girl's own mother would have wished, she probed the place where the clever girl had hit her head, and the clever girl stirred and cried out, not fully conscious. The boy with the scar's eyes prickled with tears, and he saw that the redhead was terribly worried. Even the blonde Slytherin was concerned, although nobody not familiar with him would have known it. The hardships and dangers they had shared had welded the four who had set out from Hogwarts into a team. 2 days, more or less, remarked Aragorn, looking rather abashed. Pardon, my lady, but we were being pursued by orcs, and possibly something even worse. At this, Galadriel gave Aragorn a very sharp look. That brings us to the next question I have, and no, it is not. What fumble-fingered butchers were tending this wound, although that would be just. The reports from Rivendell remarked that there would be 9 of you, but I only see 8. What happened to Gandalf the Grey? He went down in Moria, my lady. In Khazad-dûm, he fought with the shadow, and didn't escape. At these quiet words from Aragorn, a cry of grief and horror came from the watching elves. Galadriel's lovely blue eyes widened in shock, and the boy with the scar pondered. He saw tears start, before she mastered herself. Celeborn spoke for the first time. This is bad news, why weren't we informed at once? He remarked something to Halder that had Halder wilting and the blonde Slytherin's eyes widening with admiration at his eloquence. The boy with the scar rather envied the blonde Slytherin his command of the elven languages, and would have traded Parseltongue for them in a second, at least until they got back to Hogwarts. We didn't tell Halder at first, remarked Legolas. At first we were too tired to talk, and later just being in Lorien was salve for our grief. Even so, our grief is very great, remarked the boy with the scar, rather surprising himself. Gandalf guided us, and saved us in Moria. At Celeborn's command, Aragorn told them the full tale of their journey, up to the fight with the Balrog. It was an evil of the ancient world, such as I had never seen before, a shadow and flame at once, strong and terrible. It was a Balrog of Morgoth, put in Legolas. Next to Sauron, it was one of the deadliest creatures in Middle-earth. To us dwarves, it was known as Durin's Bane. It drove us from Moria single-handed, murmured Gimli. We have long feared that something evil slept in Moria, remarked Celeborn. Had I known you had awakened it, I would have forbidden you entry to Lorien. Gandalf must have been mad, to go into Moria. He threw away his life. No, he did not, remarked Galadriel. He never did anything rash or needless. In any case, it's not the dwarf's fault, and if we had long been exiled from Lorien, can you say you would not have wanted to see it again, even if dragons were living here? The boy with the scar's heart warmed at her compassion for Gimli, who had glanced for a second as though Celeborn had slapped him. Gloriously handsome as Celeborn was, with his silvery mane framing his ageless face, for a second he reminded the boy with the scar unpleasantly of Professor Snape at his least tolerable. The boy with the scar wondered if Professor Snape would have dared be so rude. It was, to say the least, an interesting question. We didn't have much choice, Lady Galadriel, remarked the redhead. The storms forbade us to cross the mountains, and the passes were watched. We needed speed, and we pondered we LD get through without stirring up trouble. As it turned out, we were wrong. He gave Celeborn a very hard look. In any case, we were there and fought the Balrog, me, the boy with the scar, our friend the clever girl, and the blonde Slytherin. Even though the clever girl had already been hurt, we stood there with Gandalf, and threw every spell we knew at the creature. At Celeborn's wide-eyed expression, he went on, smiling grimly. Yes, the boy with the scar, the blonde Slytherin, the clever girl and I stood up to a Balrog. As it turned out, we weren't able to stop it or kill it, but it knew we were there. Could you have done as well? Was the unspoken question the boy with the scar heard. Forgive my hasty words, Mr. Weasley and Gimli, remarked Celeborn. I hadn't realized how bad things were for you. In any case, thank you for reminding us of your friend's hurts. With your permission, we'll see about mending her injuries. He snapped commands, and several elves carried the clever girl out. We will do all we can for you, particularly for he who bears a terrible burden. He gave the boy with the scar a meaningful look. Galadriel explained that she had called the White Council together, and had planned to have it led by Gandalf. She told them that things were balanced very finely, but that they still had hope while the company held true. She bent a piercing gaze on each of them in turn, and only Aragorn and Legolas were able to stand it for long. The blonde Slytherin paled, the redhead blushed and shuffled his feet, and the boy with the scar felt as though she were looking into his mind. Tonight, you will stay here, and for as long as you need to rest from your travels. At that, elves led the boy with the scar and his friends from the presence of the lady. When they were alone, the boy with the scar turned to the redhead and the blonde Slytherin. Did you feel what I felt, when she glanced at us, that last time? He glanced around uneasily. I pondered that she was looking into my mind. She's nicer than her husband, but I didn't like it. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin glanced at the boy with the scar, their expressions of unease eerily similar. You felt that way, too? Questioned the redhead. I pondered that she was asking me how I'd like to be back at Hogwarts, and on the Quidditch team, and a prefect. The blonde Slytherin nodded, but did not confide what the lady had tempted him with. The boy with the scar compared notes with the rest of the company. The report was the same from everybody. Every member had felt as though he was being offered a chance to turn aside from their quest, and in so doing, get something wonderful that they wanted. To boot, They told the boy with the scar that they had felt that their choices would remain secret and known only to themselves. All reported that they had refused. The boy with the scar didn't quite know what to make of it. He didn't think that the lady had anything like the power to come through with what he pondered she had offered. The vision of himself, safe back in Britain, living with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin on his holidays from Hogwarts, had been inordinately tempting. But he wasn't willing to pay the price of risking Voldemort obtaining the ring to get it. That's if she could even do it, he told himself, firmly banishing temptation. They stayed for some days in Lorien, resting from the rigors of the road. It was an incredibly peaceful, pleasant place. The weather itself seemed to be cooperating, with only a little rain to keep things dampened down. Legolas spent a lot of time with the other elves, not sleeping with the rest of the company. He took Gimli with him on his mysterious errands, and the boy with the scar wondered why. As they rested up, the grief they felt for Gandalf became more pronounced. When they spoke, it was often to reminisce about the old wizard. They heard elves singing lamentations for his fall, and more than once, the boy with the scar caught the blonde Slytherin listening, tears running down his face as he lost himself in the beauty of the music. The blonde Slytherin wouldn't translate the songs, and neither would Legolas. They both remarked that for them the loss was too recent. After a couple of days, the clever girl reappeared, looking as good as new, or even better. The boy with the scar stared and stared at her. The clothes she had worn were gone, and she was clothed very like one of the elvish warriors they had seen, in close-fitting trousers and boots, a mid-thigh-length tunic, and a gray cloak. Her eyes sparkled with amusement at the reaction she had caused. The boy with the scar spared a glance for his schoolmates. He was gratified to see that the redhead was gaping at the clever girl like a guppy fish at feeding time. And even the blonde Slytherin had been startled out of his usual pose of aloof indifference. "How do you like the new me?" she questioned, turning around so they could see her from all angles. She smiled broadly, well pleased with her new look. The boy with the scar could see that it was quite a practical outfit for long trips through wilderness. "I'm feeling wonderful, too. His elves could teach Madame Pomfrey a few things, and I'm just sorry that she and they'll never get to meet and compare notes." "Great to have you back, Granger," croaked the blonde Slytherin. She grinned at him, rather knowingly. "Good to be back, I must say. By the way, Malfoy, did you know that you've caused a bit of a stir here?" The blonde Slytherin's eyes widened as she went on. "The elves are quite impressed with your command of their language. They all think you're some kind of distant kin of theirs. And who am I to say you aren't?" Behind the clever girl, several elven women appeared. The boy with the scar pondered they were young, but you couldn't tell with elves. They giggled, though, which he associated with girls of about his own age. They spoke in the elven language, and the blonde Slytherin's eyes widened. He answered in the same language. "See you later, Potter. I've been invited to come and meet some of these ladies. Alone." The blonde Slytherin sauntered over to meet the elven women, who surrounded him and led him away. The clever girl glanced after him, worry in her eyes. "I do hope he'll be all right. They did say they wanted to meet him. I'm sure they won't hurt him." A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes, and she began to giggle, before she cut it off, knowing that the boy with the scar and the redhead disliked giggling. He may be in for a few new experiences, though. Having long lifetimes means that elves sometimes get spectacularly bored, or so Aragorn says. When the clever girl had gone off to show off her new look to the rest of the company, the boy with the scar sat down. And the redhead sat down beside him. The redhead finally broke the silence. "That lucky bastard. That lucky, jammy, Slytherin bastard. I could kick him." "No, the redhead. You couldn't," remarked the boy with the scar quietly. At the redhead's puzzled look, the boy with the scar condescended to explain. "Because you'd have to get in line behind me. And by the time I was done with him, kicking him would be redundant, believe me." The boy with the scar shook his head. "What is it about Malfoy, anyway? The leather pants. Search me, Potter. At least he isn't Gilderoy Lockhart." The redhead pondered for a minute. "I kind of think it's the attitude. I don't care what you think, air." He sighed. "Still and all, I'd give anything to be where he is now." The boy with the scar jumped as a slender hand landed on his shoulder, and he turned to find himself looking up into the face of yet another elven woman. She glanced down at him, amusement in her large, slightly tilted eyes, and signed that she wanted him to stand up. When he did, she turned and led him off by one hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that another elven woman had laid claim to the redhead. Fight to the last, the redhead. Never surrender your virtue, murmured the boy with the scar. Startled, the redhead jerked out a laugh as their fair captors led them away. When the boy with the scar awoke the next morning, he found himself back where the rest of the company slept. Everybody else was there. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin were so eply asleep that he pondered he could have fired a pistol without wakening either of them. He was amused to see that both of them were obviously naked under their coverings. Beside them, Aragorn snored away softly, and Boromir turned in his sleep, moaning. Gimli slept deeply as well. The boy with the scar, on the other hand, felt rested and full of bounce. Getting up, he scrambled into his clothes, blushing slightly at the signs of last night's activity. A giggle from behind startled him, and he whirled, to find himself looking at the clever girl. You needn't be so modest with me, the boy with the scar Potter. I know how men are made. She grinned the old flashing grin that flickered across her face so quickly that if you blinked, you'd miss it. After all, there are books on the subject, she remarked, in an uncanny imitation of the redhead's intonation and voice. The clever girl. I pondered they'd try something like that. Some of them do know how to speak languages other than the elven speech. And they were full of questions about you, and the redhead, and, of course, the blonde Slytherin. She grinned at the boy with the scar's shocked expression. You really don't understand about women, do you? The boy with the scar. When we're alone together, we talk about everything, and I do mean everything. When I told them that we'd never, well, you know, they were quite shocked. Both at you, and the redhead, and the blonde Slytherin, for not taking more of an initiative, and at me, for not forcing the issue. She cocked her head to one side. Don't be such a Victorian, the boy with the scar. They don't have the idea that sleeping with someone has to be because you're passionately in love. They put me in mind of Polynesians before the missionaries came. The others were waking up, and the clever girl put her finger to her lips to silence the boy with the scar. Good morning, sleepyheads, she caroled. The sight of their consternation obviously amused her, and she nickered madly at the redheads and the blonde Slytherin's discomfiture. If I only had a camera. She laughed. Ginny'd get such a kick out of this. You even think of telling Ginny about any of this, blustered the redhead, as he scrambled into his clothes under his blankets, and I'll hex you so badly that Madame Pomfrey'll be working on you for 6 months. Come now, I'm sure Miss Granger means no harm. Aragorn managed to make peace break out, and they all went off for breakfast. The boy with the scar felt, though, that it was getting close to the time when they'd have to leave Lorien. He smiled to himself. At least he'd received the traditional hero's farewell. He pondered about what the Dursleys would think of what he had been doing, and smiled even more broadly. Uncle Vernon would turn green with rage and envy. Aunt Petunia would act as though he, and he alone, had ever done such dreadful, wicked, naughty things. And Dudley would gnash his teeth that the boy with the scar had yet again done something that he, Dudley, would never get to do, if the boy with the scar knew anything about girls. He remembered the responses he had gotten from his female Hogwarts classmates when he had shown them Dudley's picture. Repulsive had been the most positive comment he had heard, and that had been from Gregory Goyle's little sister, an expert comment if ever there was one. That evening, the whole company seemed to feel that it was time to leave. They were packing their gear, double-checking everything to make sure it was in apple pie order. The boy with the scar rather hoped that they would see the Lady Galadriel one last time, at least, if only so that he could thank her on behalf of his friends and himself. As though the wish were father to the fact, the lady he RSELF came around to see how they were doing. She beckoned, and the boy with the scar and his classmates followed. The boy with the scar was curious about just what she wanted. The clever girl's face was alight with eagerness to see something new, and maybe learn something new as well. Galadriel led them into an enclosed garden, where there were no trees growing and the sky could be seen. Looking up, The boy with the scar saw that the evening star, Rivendell, was above the horizon in the darkening sky. The lady led them down a long flight of stairs into a hollow near a stream, where a basin of silver stood on a low stand. And a silver ewer was nearby. She filled the basin to the brim, breathed on it, and spoke for the first time. "This is the mirror of Galadriel, and I have brought you here so that you may look into it." "So what does it do?" questioned the blonde Slytherin. His normal drawl was not to be heard. He was as awed by the lady as any of the others. "It shows you things. It may show you the future. It may show you what may come to pass or may not. It may show you the past. I can command it to show what is desired, but the visions that come of themselves are more valuable, if you can interpret them." "Professor Trelawney should be here," murmured the clever girl in the boy with the scar's ear. "The old fraud would absolutely die of envy." The boy with the scar shushed her absently. At Galadriel's gesture, the four companions came up and peered into the water. At first, the boy with the scar couldn't see anything but the stars, and he pondered that this would be Lick. Staring into that stupid crystal ball in divination class. Then, all of a sudden, he saw something else, Hogwarts Castle. The point of view was from across the lake, and he pondered he could see Gryffindor team out practicing Quidditch. Then, the scene changed, and he saw Bilbo, sitting in a room at Rivendell. He was writing something in his book, and the rain lashed down onto his window. "Hogwarts," remarked the clever girl, in a voice aching with longing and homesickness. The boy with the scar privately agreed with her. He'd have given anything, at that moment, even to see Goyle, Crabbe or Professor Snape again. Hogwarts was far more his home than the Dursleys ever could be. It was the only home he had. He then remembered all the fun times he'd had at the Burrow, and wondered what was going on there. At that pondered, the scene shifted again. They were now looking at the Burrow, and the redhead let out a cry. "That's my family, and my dad. But why is Dad at home?" Then the scene shifted again, and the redhead yelled angrily. "That's Cornelius Fudge, sacking my dad." He turned wildly to Galadriel. "I've got to get home. My family need me. I've got to get home." "That, you cannot do, Mr. Weasley," remarked Galadriel, smiling sadly. "Firstly, the mirror shows things that may happen, as well as things that have happened or are happening. Besides, at home you could do little or nothing to help. And you couldn't get there without your friends. Would you abandon Mr. Potter?" The redhead's face crumpled, and he sank to his knees, burying his face in his hands. No, I won't abandon him. Still and all, if what I saw is true, somebody's going to catch it when I get home." He began to sob, rackingly, and the clever girl knelt to try to comfort him. The blonde Slytherin glanced on, helplessly. Now, only the boy with the scar and Galadriel were looking into the mirror. The scene shifted again, and the boy with the scar let out a cry of fear. Against a black background, he was looking at a red, lidless eye, with a slit pupil like a cat, or Voldemort. The eye turned, and the boy with the scar knew, without knowing how he knew, that he himself was one of the things it sought. The ring suddenly grew heavy, dragging him down. "Do not touch the water," warned Galadriel. The water itself had begun to steam, and the boy with the scar jerked back with a considerable effort. As he sprawled on the grass, panting and shaking, he saw Galadriel stepping back from the mirror. "I know what you saw last, Mr. Potter, and it's something I see often myself. However, know that I know all that is in his mind, at least all that concerns the elves. And he strives to penetrate my ponders, but the door is closed." She spread out her beautiful hands, in a gesture of rejection and denial. The boy with the scar saw a beautiful ring on her finger, with a gem that shone like starlight. "Yes," remarked Galadriel, "you see clearly, Mr. Potter. Elrond couldn't tell you, and it is not allowed to speak of it, but I bear one of the 3 elven rings. You can see it because you bear the one. This is why I wasn't happy to see you, because your coming, no matter how things turn out, means the end of Lothlorien. If you fail, we're defenseless against the enemy, but if you succeed, either I and my folk must leave for the west, or fade into something not dissimilar to your worlds, house elves. Yes, Mr. Potter, they were once mighty and beautiful, and they still bear traces of that. Maybe you should take the ring," offered the boy with the scar. "You're great, and wise. And all sorts of things that I'm not. Galadriel laughed softly. And now I receive payment for my reading of your heart, at our first meeting, Mr. Potter. I've pondered for years of what I would do if I had the One Ring. I've wished it had never been made, or that it had stayed lost. And now you offer it to me. In place of the Dark Lord, you would have a queen. And I would not be dark, at least not at first. I would be beautiful, and terrible, and all would love me, and despair. She lifted her hand, and the light from her ring's jewel suddenly illuminated the whole clearing, and to the boy with the scar. She seemed taller, and more beautiful than any Vila, and like a goddess. Then she lowered her hand, and smiled sadly. I passed the test, Mr. Potter. Such things hold no charms for me, for I can see the end of that road. Rather than become a new Sauron, I shall go into the west, and stay Galadriel. The boy with the scar bowed. To be Galadriel should be enough for anybody, I should think. Galadriel smiled and bowed back, obviously delighted at his courtesy. As the boy with the scar and his companions followed Galadriel back out of the clearing, the boy with the scar questioned. Why is it that I can't sense the other rings? And know what their owners are thinking? Galadriel glanced at him in concern. You have never put on the ring, Mr. Potter. If you did so, it would have affected you far more severely than it has so far. Even so, you have been changed. You would never have perceived my ring if you hadn't been. She turned to the redhead. Did you see my ring? No, lady, answered the redhead, wiping his eyes. I saw a star near your finger. I wish you did have the One Ring, though. You'd set things to rights, dead quick. So I would begin, remarked Galadriel, sadly. But that's not where it would end, unfortunately. Let's go, and not speak of this anymore. On the Anduin River, The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power Chapter 9, On the Anduin River. By Technomad. The next morning, after emotional farewells, the company set off again, in boats provided by the elves. Their clothes had been repaired or replaced as needed, they had been given a great deal of the elves' standby for long journeys, lembas wafers, which were as good as a whole meal in themselves, and each of them had been given a gift by the Lady Galadriel. As they set out, the boy with the scar remembered the gift-giving. Legolas had been given an elven bow of the Lorien make, which was longer than the ones his own people used, and a quiver of arrows for it. Gimli, after making a very graceful speech disclaiming any need for a gift beyond the privilege of having seen the lady, had been given a tress of Galadriel's own hair. Aragorn had gotten an elvish jewel, and Boromir, a golden belt. The blonde Slytherin and the redhead had also received belts, although the blonde Slytherin had protested that the hospitality they had received in Lorien was already beyond his wildest expectations. At this, the redhead had blushed nearly scarlet, sending the clever girl into a fit of giggling that nearly had her choking. You never remarked a truer word, the blonde Slytherin. She finally managed to sputter out, which made both the redhead and the blonde Slytherin, and the boy with the scar, blush even more. The belts they had were silver, and had buckles on them that glanced like leaves. For you, Miss Granger, remarked the lady, distracting the clever girl from the pleasure of embarrassing her friends, I have this. She held out a big, thick book, A.N.D. The clever girl squealed with pleasure. She reverently accepted it, and began paging through. She glanced up at the lady, her eyes glowing with happiness. A comprehensive history of Middle-earth. Oh, lady, thank you. She stuffed the book into her bag. And it doesn't weigh anything or slow me down. This is wonderful. Her face shone with such happiness that the boy with the scar wished he had a camera to record it. She radiated such pleasure that the whole company felt it, like the heat coming off a radiator. Even Aragorn, whom the boy with the scar had seldom seen smile, had to crack a grin. To give a gift that is so welcomed gives the giver pleasure, Miss Granger. After your dangerous journey is over, perhaps you will want to share the book with your fellow students at Hogwarts. The boy with the scar noticed that she was careful to pronounce the name of the school correctly. Most elves he had met tended to pronounce it rather like Fleur Delacour's, Hogwarts. The lady then turned to the boy with the scar, who felt slightly uncomfortable with those glorious eyes focused entirely on him. And what would the ring-bearer ask of the elves? Nothing, lady, remarked the boy with the scar. He had been thinking about it, and he honestly couldn't think of anything he needed much. Particularly with a long, Dangerous journey on his hands, he didn't want to be burdened down. He swept a hand to encompass the fellowship of the ring. With friends like these, can I ask for more without being greedy? The redhead and the clever girl both gaped at him, and the blonde Slytherin glanced slightly abashed. Oh, listen to him, you elves! Cried Galadriel. The most deserving of all asks for nothing. But I can't let you leave without a gift, Mr. Potter. She handed him a crystal phial. The boy with the scar could feel that it was full of magic. It contains a bit of the light of Rivendell's star, as you saw it in the waters of my fountain. It may be a light for you when all other lights fail. As the boy with the scar held the phial, he saw Galadriel with other eyes, as he had by the mirror, a great, queenly figure, far more impressive than any Vila, but not to be feared. On top of everything else, they had all been given cloaks woven by the lady and her waiting women. The cloaks were gray, and they were told that those wearing them would be very hard to see, unless the eyes seeking them were friendly. The boats had been stocked with everything they needed, including coils of elven rope, thin and strong. They arranged themselves in the boats, with the boy with the scar and the redhead sharing one with Aragorn, the blonde Slytherin and the clever girl with Boromir, and Legolas with Gimli. The dwarf glanced uncomfortable at being in a boat, and the boy with he Scar himself wondered how he'd handle it. He'd never been in a boat before he had come to Hogwarts, although Dudley, of course, had been in many, and been horribly seasick, at least if his uncle and aunt's accounts had been correct. As they pulled away from Lorien, the boy with the scar felt a wrench of sorrow, knowing that whatever happened, he would almost certainly never see that beautiful place again. None of them were glad to leave, but Gimli, in particular, was down in the dumps, moaning to Legolas about how wonderful the lady was. The boy with the scar tuned out his complaints, thinking instead about what they were to do next. There were basically two choices: to head directly for Mordor itself, or to go to Minas Tirith, as Boromir urged repeatedly. Many of the company wanted to go to Minas Tirith. They were weary of traveling by night, and of the wilderness. The boy with the scar, on the other hand, wasn't so sure. They had agreed that when they came to the Rorros Falls and the Tindrock, they would decide what to do next. The boy with the scar wished Gandalf had been able to be there. The responsibility that had been laid on him felt like too much for him to deal with. The first few days of their trip were uneventful. The lands they passed through were deserted, and the only living things they saw were birds. Once they saw a huge flock of black swans, flying across the sky. Everybody was uneasy, and their minds were obviously elsewhere. Boromir, in particular, seemed to be twitchy, and several times he paddled his boat up close to the one the boy with the scar rode in. Staring at the boy with the scar with an odd look in his eye, the boy with the scar fingered his wand, wishing he knew a spell to tell if somebody was planning to do him harm. Unfortunately, that would have been covered in the studies for the NEWT in defense against the dark arts, and before he had been called on this journey, he had just been getting ready to study for his OWLs. On the evening of the fourth night out from Lorien, they camped on a small islet in the middle of the river, for greater security. As the clever girl made a fire and Aragorn prepared some fish he had caught, while Legolas dressed a woodcock he had shot, the redhead took the boy with the scar aside. The boy with the scar: I had an odd dream last night, when we were going along by night. I dreamed I saw a log, with eyes. He glanced pale, and not at all amused by his dream. The boy with the scar sat down on a tree stump and motioned the redhead to continue. I was dozing, and I must have dreamed this, but I pondered I saw a log following us. That's nothing unusual, except that this log had legs, paddling it along, and eyes. The boy with the scar felt a ripple of fear along his spine. Go on, the redhead, he remarked, quietly. Well, it was like it had two pale, glowing eyes, and it was catching up to our boats. It got up to Gimli's boat, and peered in. I sat up to see it better, and it vanished. But I pondered I saw something slipping onto the shore. I didn't say anything before because I pondered you might think I was cracking up. No, the redhead, you aren't cracking up, remarked the boy with the scar. Remember that thing the elves were chasing in Lorien. Not to mention, I've seen and heard things too. In Moria, I sometimes heard footsteps following us, and once I saw eyes in the dark. I think I can put a name to your dream, a nasty name. Gollum. The boy with the scar fingered his scar absently, although it didn't hurt. I think he must have been hiding out in Moria, and picked up our trail there. I'd have pondered that going into Lorien would throw him off the scent, but he was probably watching us set out from some vantage point. The redhead shuddered. That's all we need, isn't it? He questioned bitterly. On top of wondering if servants of the enemy are on our trail, we've got to be wary of his nasty fingers around our necks one night. The boy with the scar got up and led him back to where the others were getting ready to eat dinner. That night, the redhead and the boy with the scar quietly agreed among themselves to share the watch. The redhead took the first watch, and the boy with the scar awoke to the redhead shaking him gently. Sorry to wake you up, the boy with the scar, but it's your turn. Now, I heard some snuffling and splashing, that could have been all sorts of things. The redhead lay down and went to sleep, and the boy with the scar sat up, wrapped in his blankets against the cold, and fought sleep. Some time later, he saw something float up, something dark, and grab onto one of the moored boats. A pasty pale hand grabbed the boat's gunwale, and the boy with the scar could see two cold, lambent eyes as they gazed into the boat. Not more than a yard or so away. Pulling out his wand, he whispered, "Lumos." And in the sudden light, he saw something small and man-shaped and horribly pale staring at him for a second. Before diving into the water with hardly a splash, the boy with the scar whispered, "Noctis." And the light went out. The light had awakened Aragorn. "What are you doing, up?" "Not only that, why were you showing a light?" The ranger was rather irritated, if the tone of his voice meant anything. The boy with the scar pointed toward the river. "I saw something fooling with the boats, Aragorn. It glanced a lot like the way I've heard Gollum described." Aragorn stared at the boy with the scar shrewdly. "Oh, so you've figured out that he's on our track?" The ranger rubbed his chin and pondered. "He started following us in Moria, and he's been after us ever since. I had hoped that taking to the river would throw him off our scent, but he's much too experienced around water to be stopped. I'd like to catch him. He could be useful. He's very dangerous, though. Even aside from the chance of him murdering some or all of us, he could put our enemies on alert that we're here. Any servants of Sauron that see him will know what he wants." For the next few days, as they paddled along the river, they all kept a sharp watch, but they didn't see any sign at all of Gollum. If he was there, he was being very careful indeed. Even Legolas' keen elven vision could detect nothing, and there were no sounds at night that could have been made by him. They traveled harder than they had before, and mostly at night. By day they lay up in what shelter they could. 7 days out, they saw an eagle. Legolas wondered what it was doing so far from the mountains. The country they were traveling through was bleak and bare, and there would be little of the game eagles subsisted on to feed the great bird. The clever girl couldn't believe how big the eagles got. "You mean to tell me that they're big enough to carry people off easily? And to fight dragons?" Her eyes went wide. But how do they feed themselves?" Legolas smiled. "There's a great deal of game about, Miss Granger, if you know how to look. Deer are very thick on the ground in some areas. If it weren't for the eagles and other hunters, they'd be starving to death in multitudes every winter." He shrugged slightly. "An eagle can see a rabbit from a mile up, fairly easily." The boy with the scar tried to imagine a bird big enough to carry him. A bird big enough to fight one of the dragons he had faced during the Triwizard Tournament with a fair chance of winning. "Are they evil?" he questioned. Legolas shook his head, and Aragorn snorted. "Evil? No. They're proud, and they don't often meddle in the affairs of the lesser races, but when they do give help, the help they give is decisive. If Gandalf were here, he could tell you about how when he was on his trip with Bilbo Baggins, the eagles rescued him and his companions when they were cornered by orcs near the Misty Mountains." Legolas smiled rather grimly. "It's a good thing for those of us of the speaking races that the eagles do not care to eat us. They could easily swoop down on people and take them, if they were so inclined. However, they do go after farm animals sometimes, which makes them unpopular with rural men." "I can imagine," remarked the boy with the scar. He was quite glad that Hagrid wasn't along. Hagrid would have been scheming to get a giant eagle egg or chick to take back to Hogwarts, and somehow, the boy with the scar doubted that the eagles would have had any sense of humor about that project at all. He grinned at the pondered of Hagrid trying to raise such a bird at Hogwarts, and at what the Ministry of Magic would have had to say about it. "Can you imagine what Hagrid would want to do?" murmured the redhead. Apparently he had been thinking along the same lines as the boy with the scar hat. The clever girl, the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin all nodded. "I think stealing a giant eagle egg or chick would be beyond even Hagrid," remarked the blonde Slytherin. "He'd want to, there's no doubt about that, but when the nest owners came back, he would have a sudden attack of sanity and common sense." He chuckled. Hagrid displaying common sense about interesting creatures, isn't that one of the signs that the world's about to come to an end? The clever girl let out an unwilling giggle. Aragorn came up. "We're going to travel by night tonight, so turn on in and get some sleep while you can." The boy with the scar wrath. Doubted the wisdom of traveling by night, since it threw a lot of advantage to the other side, but he decided that Aragorn probably knew best. He'd been surviving in the wild places of Middle-earth for a very long time. That night, they went on. Aragorn planned one last journey by night, and then they would have to go by day. "We should be quite a few miles from the rapids of Sarngebir, but we'd still best go carefully. There are rocks and islets in the stream that could rip the bottoms out of our boats, so keep a sharp eye out." The boy with the scar was resting at the bow of the boat, peering ahead, when he began to hear a different noise from what he had been accustomed to. It was a dull mutter, that slowly grew into a roar. Behind him, he heard the clever girl shriek, "Those are rapids. That's Sarngebir. We went farther than I pondered we had," exclaimed Aragorn. "Paddle for shore, as fast as you can. We can't shoot those rapids by night." The boy with the scar grabbed a paddle and paddled as hard as he could, regretting bitterly that while Dudley had had plenty of chances to learn how to paddle a boat, he, the boy with the scar, had never been allowed to learn. "What a laugh if Uncle Vernon's wish came true, and I was drowned here," he pondered, as the keel of the boat finally scraped stone. Just then, bowstrings twanged and arrows began flying at the company. One struck near the boy with the scar in the bow of the boat, quivering. Another flew close enough to him that he felt it part his hair. Just a couple of inches lower, there, and Voldemort would have his dearest wish. Ran through the boy with the scar's mind crazily. Up on the bank, he pondered he saw dark shapes, crouching and aiming bows. "Yurch!" exclaimed Legolas. After Lorien, the boy with the scar needed no help to know that that meant orcs, as his companions exclaimed with surprise and, in one or two cases, in pain. The boy with the scar hoped fervently that none of his friends had been hurt. Raising himself slightly, he exclaimed, "Petrificus totalis," waving his wand at the shadowy figures on the bank. To his delight, he saw many of them topple over, stiff and still. Shouts of rage greeted this development, and the standing orcs redoubled their shooting. From the other boat, the boy with the scar could hear the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin casting banishing charms, ending the arrows back at their tormentors. The redhead cried, "Expelliarmus!" and the orcs exclaimed in surprise as their bows and arrows flew out of their hands. "There are times I forget what wizards you and your friends are, Mr. Potter," remarked Aragorn quietly. "Then you do something like this, and I'm reminded yet again." He guided the boat skillfully through the foaming water, pushing them to the opposite bank from where the orcs were waiting. When they finally got there, the boy with the scar, the redhead and Aragorn leapt out, pulling the boat up so that it wouldn't float away. A little ways away, the others were doing the same thing. Legolas went up on the banks, the Lorien-made longbow in his hands. From the south, the boy with the scar could see clouds boiling up, covering the night sky. "Damn that bloody Gollum, for leading our enemies to us," he muttered. A darker shadow, one that was not a cloud, appeared in the night sky. The boy with the scar felt his scar twinge, and then begin to hurt, as it got closer. Soon he could see that it was no cloud, but a great winged creature of some sort. Closer and closer it came, and the boy with the scar could hear gasps of fear from all his comrades. There was only one thing for it. Drawing his wand, the boy with the scar pointed it into the air, summoned up the memory of winning the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor, and screamed, "Expecto Patronum." At the same instant, as a silvery stag erupted from the boy with the scar's wand and soared into the air, Legolas' bow twanged, and the boy with the scar heard a croaking scream as the winged thing was struck. A second before the stag arrived, lowering his antlers and charging through the sky. The winged creature fell on the other side of the river, and a chorus of wails and howls arose. The stag flickered out, and the boy with the scar wiped his brow. The pain was gone. Praised be the bow of Lorien, and the wand of Mr. Potter, muttered Gimli. Whatever that was, I didn't like it one bit. He shook his head. It reminded me of Durin's bane. That wasn't a Balrog, remarked the boy with the scar. He didn't know just how he knew, but he knew. It was something else, something colder. He shivered. Thank Professor Lupin, back at Hogwarts, for teaching me the Patronus charm. Whatever it wasn't friendly. I'm glad it was shot down, remarked the redhead, looking across the river. The clever girl shuddered, huddling in her cloak. They stayed there for the rest of the night, and nothing could be heard of their enemies. When dawn came, it came in foggy, gray and sad. And the boy with the scar felt a twinge of homesickness. The weather was so like Britain that he almost expected to see familiar sights. Instead, he was in a strange place, in a whole strange world. Among people who were alien, except for his 3 friends from Hogwarts. He glanced at them as though he had never seen them before, noting everything. They had all been changed by their days and days of travel. Mostly for the better, the boy with the scar pondered. They were all tanned by the sun and wind, except for poor the redhead, whose skin was much too fair to tan, and who could not seem to escape burning. At the moment he wasn't suffering, but the boy with the scar knew that he had been quite uncomfortable. None of them had been fat before they set out, but the endless marching through rough country had hardened all of them. Their boots were well broken in by this time, and they could all hike for hours without trouble. The boy with the scar felt a rush of affection for them, which he carefully kept to himself. He knew that without the need to support him in this lunatic quest, they'd be back at Hogwarts at that moment, probably replete from a huge house elf cooked breakfast, with nothing worse than a potions or history of magic class facing them. Instead, they were huddling in what little shelter the river bank offered, gnawing on dry sausage and hardtack and washing it down with river water. Dirty and bedraggled. And to think that I used to think I'd never have friends, he pondered. Aragorn and Legolas scouted ahead as the rest of the company ate the bow. Why with the scar worried as they disappeared into the mists, but they came back after a few hours, none the worse. Aragorn reported that there was a usable portage trail around the dangerous part of the river. And the rapids themselves were not long, but much too dangerous to traverse in their boats. Maybe the boats of Lorien would survive, but we wouldn't. Nobody's ever shot the rapids of Sarngeburen. Survived. Accordingly, they emptied the boats and repacked their packs, and then set off down the trail, carrying the boats over their heads, Indian style. It turned out to be an endless, tortuous task, slipping and sliding along the path, burdened with heavy backpacks and holding the boats overhead. If the boats had been heavier, they wouldn't have been able to do it, but they were very light. Even Legolas didn't know what they were made of, but the boy with the scar was glad of it, whatever it was, and wished he could bring samples back to Hogwarts for his teachers to study. At the end of the trail, it was getting dark, and they settled down to camp again. All of them were worn out. Even Gimli, who was probably the toughest of them all, was about done in. The night passed uneventfully enough, which the boy with the scar pondered was a wonderful thing, after their ambush. He wondered where Gollum had got to, and what evil he was up to. At first light, they started again, through the thinning fog. Soon they were paddling along through a rock-sided ravine, as the river picked up speed. The boy with the scar began enjoying the ride, although it would never, in his opinion, compare with flying. In any case, it beat tramping for miles through the wilderness, footsore and thirsty. As he leaned over to dip a cup of water from the river, he saw 2 towering things ahead, one on either side of the river. What are those? He questioned Aragorn. Aragorn cracked a rare smile as he steered the boat for the middle of the river. Those, Mr. Potter, are the pillars of the kings, the Argonath. Steer for the center of the river, and keep the boats apart. He roared to the others, as they drew nearer and nearer to the pillars. As they got closer, the boy with the scar was more able to see them than before. They turned out to be huge sculptures of kings, weathered but still recognizable. They were terrifying to contemplate from up close, and the boy with the scar fought an irrational desire to cower and cover his head as they passed between them, where they half-blocked the river and forced it to go faster. The sight of them put new life into Aragorn, though. The boy the Scar couldn't believe the change in his attitude as they passed the statues. It was as though years had dropped from him, and he suddenly seemed regal and proud, sitting in the stern of their boat. In the shadow of Isildur and Anarion, their heir Elisar has nothing to fear. He called to the boy with the scar, catching the boy with the scar's eye and smiling broadly. Then a sad look came over his face. I wish Gandalf were here. I'd love to go to Minas Tirith, my own ancestral city. Right now, I'm not sure where we should go. A little later, they came out from the chasm and back into the light. Some little while later, they came out into a good-sized oval lake. The boy with the scar could hear a waterfall in the distance. Aragorn waved his arm around. This is Nin Hethol, and, pointing to 3 peaks in the distance. And those are Tall Brandir, with Amen Hen and Amen Law, the hills of hearing and sight. In the old days, they had watchers on them, but nobody's ever climbed Tall Brandir itself, or so they say. Tonight we'll have to make camp. I can hear the Rorros waterfalls from here. The boy with the scar nodded, looking unseeingly at the scenery. This was where he knew he would have to make a choice. Whether to go to Gondor or to Mordor. This was the place where decision would have to happen, since the paths to Gondor and Mordor diverged here. Farewell to the Fellowship. The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power Chapter 10, Farewell to the Fellowship by Technomad. That evening, they drew up their boats and rested on what Aragorn identified as the lawn of Parth Galen. The boy with the scar and the others were glad to get out of the boats, although they had gotten used to them. The ground felt good under their feet as they took their supplies out of the boats and pitched a camp. The clever girl made a fire, and they tucked into dinner with a good appetite. The blonde Slytherin took charge of the camp cooking, and they had managed to catch some fish and find some wild vegetables to supplement their trail rations. Washed down with watered wine, the meal went down a treat. Rubbing his stomach with pleasure, the redhead told the blonde Slytherin, Malfoy, I take back every bad thing I've ever remarked or pondered about you. You have, to my surprise, one lonely virtue that overshadows all your vices: you can cook. The clever girl wiped her mouth with a bit of cloth from her pack. He's right, you know. You'll make some lucky girl very happy someday. She grinned her old grin, the one that flashed across her face so fast that if you blinked, you missed it. My mother would be absolutely mortified, you know. She's convinced that all women, merely by being women, are naturally gifted cooks, and that any mere male in a kitchen can be trusted to burn water. And where did she pick up that idea, Granger? Questioned the blonde Slytherin. He was obviously pleased at being praised for his skill, but only someone who had known him for as long as the boy with the scar, the redhead and the clever girl would have known it. To anybody else, he would have seemed his same old drawling, insouciant self. Cooking and potion brewing aren't too wildly different. So father and mother had me in the kitchen from the time I could walk. A lot of the skills carry over. Did you know Professor Snape's a cordon bleu chef in his own right? Gods, I'd never have pondered it. Gasped the boy with the scar. He grinned suddenly. The clever girl, you're the only one who'd understand this, since wizard-born children don't watch the mug. Glade Telly, but can you imagine Professor Snape going head-to-head with Gareth Blackstock of the Chef Show? He glanced odd. That would be a battle worth going a long way to see. Blackstock and Snape, sarcasm at within the kitchen range. No quarter. The clever girl turned pink, and began to giggle madly at the pondered of such a confrontation. For us poor, underprivileged wizard-born types haven't been exposed to the glories of Muggle culture, could you explain? Questioned the redhead, irritation in his voice. The blonde Slytherin nodded in agreement, and then glanced surprised to find ND himself agreeing with the redhead Weasley on anything. Gareth Blackstock's a chef at a fancy restaurant called La Maison Anglaise, and he's about as arrogant, overbearing and perfectionistic as P.R. Professor Snape, but with a better gift for invective, explained the clever girl. Like, for instance, when one of his assistants counsels backing down from a challenge, he asks, did Sir Edmund Hillary get within sight of the top of Everest, say that he'd now found what he was there for, and then go back down again? The show revolves around his adventures and misadventures, like the time he gets invited to Paris to do a contest. The contest requires him to use only English ingredients, including English wine, which causes a lot of trouble when his competitors nobble the only bottles of English wine in all of Paris. English wine. The blonde Slytherin was agog. English wine. Isn't that a contradiction in terms, like, military intelligence, or, Lockhart's modesty? If my father had ever heard of anybody wanting English wine, he'd have been convinced that muggles were barking mad. The clever girl shrugged. I didn't write the show. The blonde Slytherin laughed so hard he lost his balance. And the other members of the fellowship glanced at the boy with the scar and his classmates curiously. Apologetically, the clever girl told them, "It's kind of a private joke, it would take forever to explain." The others were still curious, but turned back to their own pursuits. That night, the boy with the scar noticed that Aragorn was very restless. Even though he wasn't on watch, he kept on waking up. And when he was asleep, he tossed and turned uneasily. Finally, the boy with the scar went over when Aragorn was up and about. "Is there something wrong?" he questioned quietly. Aragorn glanced at him. "I don't mean to pry, but something's bothering you. Can I help?" "I don't know, Mr. Potter." Aragorn glanced around uneasily. "I keep feeling like something's out there, something evil. And I don't necessarily mean Gollum. Can you cast a spell to see if there are orcs about? If Frodo were here, we could look at his sword, Sting. It was elven made and would glow if orcs were near, the closer the orcs, the brighter the glow." "Let me try a faux location charm," remarked the boy with the scar, delving into his bag for spell components. A few minutes later, he was casting the spell as Aragorn watched, fascinated. When the spell was finished, the boy with the scar glanced up at Aragorn. "It shows that they're near, but not terribly near. They may be on Aemon Law, and may only be spies of the enemy," remarked Aragorn. "I've never heard of orcs daring to climb Aemon Hen. Still and all, we'll have to go carefully tomorrow." The next day, the dawn was red and gloomy, as the sun illuminated clouds in the east from beneath. After a while, as the sun climbed, the weather grew more pleasant, with a few clouds in a bright sky. As soon as the whole company was awake and fed, Aragorn called them together. "Well, here's where we've got to make a choice, people. Either we go to Minas Tirith, or on into Mordor directly. There are arguments for both paths, and both have drawbacks as well. We also don't have to stay together, we can split up and go our separate ways. We'll have to choose quickly, though, we know there are orcs across the river, and they may be on this side as well. Mr. Potter," Aragorn continued, "this choice falls to you. You're the ring-bearer. What do you want to do?" The boy with the scar knew what he wanted to do, even though it frightened him a great deal. He was wrestling with temptation like nothing he had felt since Cedric Diggory had offered him a free run at the Triwizard Cup, even though Diggory had been closer. He glanced at all the faces, looking at him, and couldn't force himself to decide between the two ways. "Give me an hour, and I'll get back to you. I've got to think about this, and think very hard. Just don't bother me for an hour, all right?" the boy with the scar questioned. Aragorn nodded, sympathy in his eyes. "Very well, Mr. Potter. We will give you an hour, and nobody will bother you." Aragorn led the others off, and the boy with the scar sat down on a rock and put his head into his hands. After a little while, the boy with the scar got up and followed a path he saw, up through a wood, until he found himself at the top of a cliff, on a grassy lawn overlooking the river. He could hear the Rorros waterfall in the distance, and all seemed to be peaceful and serene. He sat down on another rock, and pondered for a while. Until he suddenly sensed that he wasn't alone. Jumping to his feet and reaching reflexively for his wand, he found himself staring at Boromir. The Gondorian glanced at him with a kindly expression. "Hello, Mr. Potter. I was wandering around, and happened across this spot. May I join you?" At the boy with the scar's nod, Boromir sat down near him. After a few minutes of companionable silence, Boromir spoke again. "Have you got any idea about what you're going to do next?" "I don't quite know what to do next, Boromir. On the one hand, I know I'm going to have to go to Mordor. That scares the daylights out of me. On the other hand, I don't dare go anywhere else. Not even to, say, Minas Tirith. A terrible, Yearning hope shone out of Boromir's eyes. In Minas Tirith, you could rest from the rigors of the wild, and gather your strength. Lord Boromir, you've been harping on that idea for days now, sighed the boy with the scar. Again and again, you've brought up going to Minas Tirith. I don't think you're doing it just because you're homesick. Is there some other reason you think I should go there? Boromir glanced at the boy with the scar closely, and the boy with the scar squirmed under his gaze. Well, Mr. Potter, since you ask, I do have reasons. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the ring has come back to be used, not destroyed. With it, we could overthrow the Dark Lord, and restore Gondor to her proper place among nations. The boy with the scar regarded the Gondorian closely, and quietly slipped his wand into his hand from where he usually kept it. In a sheath up one of his sleeves. The boy with the scar decided to try reason first. Look, Lord Boromir, you don't know what you're talking about. I've been in close proximity to the ring for longer than you have, and I can sense that it's evil. Also, just who would be using this ring, anyway? A sudden suspicion grew to near certainty in the boy with the scar's mind, watching the play of expressions over Boromir's face. You want the ring. By the gods, Boromir, have you gone mad? Yes, I want the ring. If you won't use it yourself, then let someone who has the will to use it have it. Boromir sprung to his feet. With the ring, I could throw Sauron down, and restore Gondor's glory. I'd raise armies, and I'd march into Mordor and avenge my nation's suffering on the Dark Lord. We'd defeat his armies, and I'd take Barad-dûr and cast it down for all time. I could cleanse Mordor, and make it a paradise, and tame the wild, making it a safe place to be. The boy with the scar cut him off in mid-rant. You'd turn into a new Sauron, sooner or later, Boromir. Startled at being interrupted, Boromir stared at the boy with the scar as though he had sprouted wings. No matter what sort of good intentions you started out with, you'd eventually become like Sauron. But can you be sure? Boromir came closer, and the boy with the scar unobtrusively gripped his wand. Getting ready to fight. In any case, how can a child, a mere youth, stand against me? If I choose to take the ring, I can do it, whether you will or not. With that last statement, he came at the boy with the scar, his hands out to grab. The boy with the scar had been expecting a move like this, and raised his wand. Stupefy. Boromir ducked the spell, and came at him, his face a snarling mask. Before the boy with the scar could dodge out of the way, Boromir grabbed him, holding onto him with hysterical strength. Expelliarmus! Came a cry, and the boy with the scar found himself flung from Boromir's hands, landing on his rear and knocking the wind out of him for a second. As he struggled to breathe, he saw Boromir turn to see who had enspelled him. The Gondorian's hearing was very good, and he apparently figured out where the shout had come from. He started for one corner of the clearing, drawing his sword. I'll have the ring, whether you or anybody else try to stop me. With it, I can save Minas Tirith. He hewed the air with his sword, but didn't connect with anybody. The boy with the scar struggled to breathe, and wondered what he'd do if Boromir decided that getting the ring was more important than finding whoever had cast that spell. No sooner had he pondered that, than Boromir seemed to have the same idea, sheathing his sword and turning toward where the boy with the scar was sitting. In his desperation, the boy with the scar remembered what Bilbo and Gandalf had told him about the ring and what it could do. Before he could lose his courage, he plunged his hand into his shirt, gripped the ring, and slipped it onto his finger. The world seemed to change around him as soon as his finger was within the metal circle. The boy with the scar's vision seemed to dim. But his hearing became extremely keen, and he could sense and smell things he hadn't been able to before. Boromir cast about wildly, trying to see where the boy with the scar had gone and calling his name. The boy with the scar had gotten his breath back, and he was getting very angry. He had trusted Boromir, and to have him turn bad was a crushing blow. He understood just how serious Black had felt when Peter Pettigrew had turned out to be a traitor, and why he and Remus Lupin had wanted to kill Pettigrew when he had been exposed as the Redhead's former pet rat, Scabbers. The boy with the scar gripped his wand, struggling with the urge to blast Boromir down where he stood. Finally, he got control of himself, and pointed the wand, taking careful aim this time. Stupefy. The Gondorian fell like a poleaxed steer. The boy with the scar was amazed. He had never known his spells to be that powerful before. The boy with the scar. Is that you? How did you? I mean, where are you? The redhead Weasley was standing near where Boromir had been, pulling off the invisibility cloak and looking around. How did you make yourself invisible? Or did you apparate? No, I just heard you. Where are you? Over here, the redhead. I'm wearing the ring. The boy with the scar reached out and gripped the redhead's hand as it involuntarily twitched up. The boy with the scar didn't want to be ensorcelled by mistake. Look, the redhead, I think it's time that we split up. I'm going to Mordor, even if I have to go alone. You three can come along, or stay, it's up to you. I've got to go. This thing's too bloody dangerous for me to keep. You won't be alone, the boy with the scar, remarked the redhead. I'll be with you every step of the way. Let's get back down the boats and get on out of here before the others come. The redhead turned and started back off down the path, pulling the invisibility cloak on again as he ran. The boy with the scar pelted after him, feeling like there was a dreadful doom behind him, and it knew where he was, and it was coming ever closer. Down by the boats, they found the clever girl sitting and thinking. The redhead pulled off the invisibility cloak as soon as he got there, startling her. The redhead. I pondered, where's the boy with the scar? I think I can hear him, but where is he? She peered around, her wand in her hand. I'm right here. The clever girl. I'm wearing the ring. Apparently it does make whoever wears it invisible. It also seems to soup up any spells you cast. We've got to get out of here, fast. Boromir's gone bad. He wants the ring. Get our stuff into one of these boats, and let's get going. The clever girl didn't argue. White and pale, her face set with anger, she began throwing the Hogwarts students' packs into one of the boats, as well as some of the supplies they had been given in Lorien. Boromir. I wondered about him, you know. He's been chattering about Minas Tirith until I got sick of the subject. Does he think he can use the ring and not be mastered by it? He must be mad. The boy with the scar didn't notice much of what she remarked. Instead, he was exploring the new senses that the ring gave him. It was as though he could sense how things were for miles and miles around them, as far as the misty mountains to the west or Mordor in the east. Everything seemed astir. There was a cloud of smoke over Moria, and fighting between elves and orcs in Lorien. The birds and beasts, and even the very trees, seemed to be getting ready to take sides. When he turned his senses east, though, the boy with the scar's courage failed him. He could sense the power and malevolence of Mordor, radiating from the terrible fortress of Barad-dûr, and he could sense that Sauron sensed him, as well. He could feel Sauron's will and attention, suddenly focused on him and searching for him. Helplessly, he watched as that power reached forth, across miles of wilderness, to seek him out. The boy with the scar. The boy with the scar. What's the matter? The redhead had taken the invisibility cloak off, and was staring around wildly. Are you there? Can you hear me? I remarked. We've got to get moving. He's coming for me, gasped the boy with the scar. He knows where I am. The redhead grabbed his shoulders and shook him. He had managed to figure out where the boy with the scar was standing. The blonde Slytherin Malfoy appeared, his eyes wild. What was that? I just felt worse than I have since Moria. He took in the scene. Oh, planning to go off without your old maid Malfoy. He pulled out his wand. Well, you can just give that plan up, like right now. Do you think you can stop us? Questioned the boy with the scar. None of the three made a move for their wands. But the boy with the scar could sense them tensing beside him, getting ready to fight. No, Potter, I'm not going to stop you. You're going to Mordor, if I have to drag you every step of the way there. These other two can skive off to someplace cushy like Minas Tirith if they want, but you and I, Potter, have a little errand to make. An errand in Mordor. Desperate sincerity radiated from every inch of Malfoy's wiry frame, as he pointed his wand. And, I should add that the first of you two draw a wand'll get a curse, right between his or her beady eyes. You mean, you want to go to Mordor? Surprise edged the redhead's voice. We pondered you'd be the first to want to go to Minas Tirith. We're just heading out to Mordor right now. The blonde Slytherin smiled, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. which were watchful, and you decided to take my pack along, so as to lighten my load. The boy with the scar risked a glance sideways, and saw the clever girl blush. Well, that's kind of you. But you'll not be rid of me that easily. You are not going to Mordor. We are going to Mordor. With 4 of us, we've got a better chance of at least one of us getting through, don't we? The redhead glanced very ponderateful. Professor Trelawney did say that you were essential to success, Malfoy. The blonde Slytherin nodded. Right, then, the redhead pointed to the boat. Get on in, and let's get going. With 4 passengers and their gear, the elven boat was more sluggish than it had been with just 2, but they managed to get across the river. As they paddled, the boy with the scar told the others everything that had happened from the time he had gone off to think. I knew I had to go to Mordor, but I didn't know if any of you would come along. I kind of pondered that Boromir had other ideas, but I hadn't expected him to try to take the ring. The blonde Slytherin's eyes widened. So he did decide that he could handle the ring. I had wondered about him, you know. He was always on about Minas Tirith. As though the rest of Middle-earth didn't really matter. I'm sorry to hear that he's gone bad, though. You didn't hurt him, did you? No, I cast a stupefaction spell on him. It hit harder than I pondered it would, but I was wearing the ring when I did it, and I think that added extra power to my spell. The boy with the scar took off his glasses and polished the lenses absently. Damn it, all I wanted was 1 bloody hour to myself. I was mostly thinking about how I was going to tell you goodbye. Living with this thing's convinced me that it has to be destroyed. But I hate to see you putting your necks on the chopping block, too. Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Henry James Potter, began the clever girl, her voice dripping freezing indignation. But whether or not I choose to risk my life is not your decision to make. You are not my father, nor my husband. It's my life, and I assumed the risk when I agreed to come to Middle-earth in the first place. I meant every word I remarked at Rivendell, remember? Her voice shook with the intensity of her emotion. I may well be killed on this little trip. I came closer than I like to think to just that when I got hurt in Moria. I'd rather deal with that than have to live with myself if I just let you go off alone, so put that in your pipe and smoke it. She burst into tears. The boy with the scar was utterly nonplussed. And a glance at the redhead and the blonde Slytherin told him that they didn't quite know what to make of this either. Awkwardly, the boy with the scar patted the clever girl, which made her cry even harder. Okay, the clever girl, okay, I didn't mean to insult you. I'm glad you are along. For that matter, the boy with the scar glanced around at the redhead. And the blonde Slytherin, I'm awfully glad you are both along too. This will be a lot easier to handle with some familiar faces along. Even mine, questioned the blonde Slytherin. The boy with the scar regarded him narrowly. Behind his usual lazy drawl and insouciant pose, the boy with the scar could see a real fear of rejection. The boy with the scar's heart went out to the blonde Slytherin. Remembering the things the blonde Slytherin had let slip to him about what life had been like for him before they had met. Even you, Malfoy, you've got skills and strengths the rest of us don't have. If nothing else, if we run into more elves, you'll come in mighty handy. The boy with the scar suddenly quirked a grin, sparking reminiscent smiles from both the redhead and the blonde Slytherin. Of course, there are some ways of communicating with elves that even a couple of fumblewits like the redhead and I can manage. The clever girl glanced around, amusement warring with exasperation on her face. Men. At this, the boy with the scar, the redhead and the blonde Slytherin burst out laughing, and the clever girl finally, reluctantly, joined in. They beached the boat on the other side of the river, pulled out their packs and distributed the load of other things they had brought, and set out across the Emyn Muil, looking for a way into the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. What is courage now? By Technomad. What is courage now? Is it just to go until we're done? Men may call us heroes when they can say we've won. But if we should fail, what then? What is courage now? Leslie Fish, Fellowship Going South. Leslie Fish, 1975. Welly well, we are in the soup and no mistake. Up to our ears we're in the soup, drawled the blonde Slytherin Malfoy. Sitting on the edge of a cliff, he wrapped his arms around his knees and stared off to the south and east. Must you mention food? Snapped the redhead. He hadn't eaten all day. None of them had. Peering off in the direction Malfoy was looking. He could see a dark line on the horizon, with an occasional flash of red light from beneath it. How are we found for food, anyway? The clever girl glanced up from the map she had pulled out. We took a lion's share of the food the Fellowship had, including most of the lembas. I feel bad about that, but Aragorn's an expert on wilderness survival, and the others aren't far behind. None of us are, so we need every edge we can get. She glanced abstracted for a minute or two, as she considered the question. We've got enough food to see us right for about a month or so. And that should be enough to finish this trip, barring the unforeseen. But the unforeseen's a given here, put in the boy with the scar. Just for starters, I didn't plan on leaving when and how we did. Although I pondered the time would come when we'd split up. Also, those maps don't show how difficult these bloody hills are to get through. Absently, he took off his glasses and polished them with a scrap of cloth, replacing them firmly on his nose. It was the third day since the Hogwarts students had fled the Fellowship. After abandoning the boat, they had headed into the hills of the Emyn, hoping to find a way across into Mordor. They had beat their way eastwards, as best they could, although they had had to retrace their steps again and again because ways they could find were not always easy to follow. They had found themselves faced with unclimbable cliffs more than once. Now they were at the eastern edge of the Emyn, and could find no way down. Below them, they could see, and smell, marshes. The redhead glanced carefully at his old friend. The boy with the scar seemed little the worse, but he had changed, somehow. He had developed a habit of clutching at the front of his shirt, at about the point where the ring hung on its chain. Other than that, there were no changes that the redhead could quite put his finger on, but he sensed that the boy with the scar's donning of the ring had been a turning point for him, in ways that he didn't quite understand. Mordor, murmured the blonde Slytherin, his eyes fixed on the southeast. If we've got to go there, I'd just as soon get it over with quickly. Damn this place for not letting us ride brooms. What I'd give for my broom, right now. He got up, giving the cliffs they were sitting on an appraising look. Even I'm not keen on trying to climb this lot. Night's falling, too, and that'll make things more dangerous still. We should camp for the evening, remarked the clever girl. Tomorrow we might be able to find a way down into Mordor. She brushed a lock of hair back from her face. The redhead pondered that she glanced tired and drawn, as they all did. I wish we had taken the other way, leaving the others behind long before we did. According to this map, we could have avoided getting tangled up in these hills, and gone over what is marked as the battle plain, and into the passes to Mordor. It's too late to retrace our steps, though. The orcs are out and about, looking for us. She drew her Japanese short sword, contemplating the blade absently. Even with wands and weapons, we're no match for a whole company of orcs, I fear. They spent the night in a stony hollow, sleeping as best they could. The weather was cold and raw, and they took turns keeping a watch. None of them really slept well, and the redhead, for one, was almost glad to see morning come, if only so that he could move about and get the stiffness out of his arms and legs. If they could see us in Lorien, now, how they'd laugh, murmured the clever girl, as they sat around eating some of their dried meat and fruit. At her companions' questioning looks, she explained, the elven women there would never let me forget this. Here I am, after all, the only female among 3 males, and none of you have made so much as a move toward me. She grinned her old grin. It flashed across her face in a second, lighting her whole face up like the sun coming from behind a dark cloud. I guess real travel, particularly under these conditions, kind of puts a kibosh on romance. I doubt I could get much interested in that right now. Quote, even if Gilderoy Lockhart showed up and wanted a quick snog? Questioned the blonde Slytherin, his eyes dancing with mischief. The clever girl threw a fruit rind at him and made a face. Don't remind me about that. I was only 12 years old, for the gods' sake. If you're still annoyed about me teasing you about that silly magazine, I'm sorry. It's just that we women find those magazines incredibly amusing. You know, in a way, I guess Lockhart was lucky he lost his memories, mused the boy with the scar. The redhead gave his friend a curious look, and the boy with the scar explained. Think about it, the redhead. What do you think would have happened to him, if he'd been just fine, when your mum found out that he had been willing to let your baby sis die in the Chamber of Secrets. And had tried to destroy your memories. The boy with the scar gave the redhead an evil grin. I think that before your mum was done with him, Lockhart would have. He pondered that Azkaban sounded like a nice, safe place to be. She couldn't get at him there, after all. The redhead pondered about what his mother would have done to Lockhart, and gave a theatrical shudder. She'd skin him alive and roll him in itching powder, and then my dad and all my brothers would take turns. Memories of Hogwarts were comforting, in a way, although it also hurt to think about the place. If they had been at Hogwarts, they'd have just been waking up in their dormitories, with nothing more challenging than a difficult test ahead. Changing the subject, the redhead questioned, Ed the boy with the scar, do you think Gollum's still on our trail? The boy with the scar considered carefully. I haven't seen or heard anything for some time. I'd bet that even he would have a hard time tracking us. I hope to the gods we've seen the last of him. He glanced off to the south and east. Come on, we're burning daylight. I feel exposed here. There's got to be a way down, if we can just find it. For the rest of that day, they explored along the cliff's edge, but they couldn't find a way down, no matter where they glanced. They sometimes heard what sounded like bare feet padding along after them, or a stone falling. But when they stopped to listen, all they could hear was the wind. The redhead didn't like that sound, either. It was too much like the sound of breath hissing between sharp teeth. He remembered the glimpses he had had of Gollum vividly, and hoped fervently that he had seen the last of the creature. Finally, as the day was coming to an end, they found a ravine cutting the cliff in two. The blonde Slytherin glanced at it, appraising Ly. This looks like the best way down, at least that we've found so far. The cliffs were lower, and the gully led downward toward the marshlands below. At worst and least, if we do have to climb at the end of this, it won't be nearly as bad as trying to clamber down those cliffs all the way. The others deferred to his opinion, since leaving the fellowship. The blonde Slytherin had become their oracle on matters of outdoorsmanship. The boy with the scar and the clever girl had been children of the suburbs, and the redhead had never had much chance to gain outdoor skills. When questioned how he had learned so much about outdoor skills, the blonde Slytherin had drawled, given the choice between Malfoy Manor or the moors and fells. The moors and fells don't look so bad. The scramble down the gully was tougher than it had seemed at first. Midway down, they found some trees, mostly dead ones. Finally, they came to the edge of the gully, and the blonde Slytherin peered over. We're down a good way from where we were, he reported. From here down, I think we can climb. The cliff face isn't nearly as steep as it was back where we were. The redhead glanced up uneasily. The sky was clouding up rapidly. Right, now, I vote we get down there fast. That's a thunderstorm coming, or I've never seen one. Dista. NT mutter of thunder confirmed his prediction. Where is that rope? The blonde Slytherin and the clever girl opened their packs. Looks like we need about 100 feet, or a little more, remarked the blonde Slytherin. Pulling out a coil of the light, strong rope the elves had given them. He took one end of the coil and began measuring it, paying it out between his arms. Let me see, I'm just short of 6 feet tall. So we can call each of these 5 and a bit. 5, 10, 15. The clever girl glanced up doubtfully at the sky. Hurry up, Malfoy. That storm's coming fast. The wind had picked up, moaning among the rocks. Here's a stump we can tie the ropes to, but we'd better get moving. The redhead came over and glanced at the stump, with the boy with the scar behind him. It glanced strong enough to take their weight. The blonde Slytherin called. There, 120 feet. At that moment, the storm broke. The wind howled down on the 4 wanderers, driving a pelting, cold rain with it. As the lightning flashed and thunder rolled, the redhead howled with dismay, pulling his cloak tighter around him, as a close lightning strike dazzled him. Get back! Get away from the edge! Screamed the clever girl. Suiting action to words, she scrambled away, pulling the boy with the scar. The lightning had apparently blinded him for a moment. When the 4 were back together, the clever girl pulled out her wand and cast a water-repelling charm. This kept the boy with the scar's glasses from crippling him. In that Quidditch game in the rain, back at Hogwarts, she explained. I don't want to get soaked through. Getting dry will be the devil, and we could get hypothermia really, really easily. Hypothermia can kill you as dead as any orc's arrow or killing curse. I didn't know you knew that, Granger, remarked the blonde Slytherin. He glanced at the clever girl with what glanced to the redhead like unwilling, but genuine, respect. How did you find out about that? The clever girl gave the blonde Slytherin a smug smile. I read it in a book, the blonde Slytherin. The redhead exclaimed with laughter. If it's in a book, anywhere, you can bet the clever girl's read it, the blonde Slytherin. The rain continued to sluice down, but protected by the water-repelling charm, the redhead was able to take a purely academic interest. Some time later, the storm blew itself out. Heading west over the hills, the clever girl watched as the clouds rolled away and the stars peeked through. Looks like Gondor's going to catch that one, boys, she commented. Hard luck for them, but they've got houses to shelter in. Right now, we've got one cliff to get down. Under the blonde Slytherin's supervision, the rope was tied around the tree stump that the clever girl had found. Then, the question arose about what to do with their packs. I'm not keen on taking chances with mine, remarked the blonde Slytherin. Among other things, I've got some potions in the LOTR there that I don't want to see damaged. There's nobody around for a long way, as far as we can tell, remarked the boy with the scar. How about if one of us goes down, then we tie the packs to the rope and lower them one at a time, while the one at the foot of the cliff stands guard? Sounds like a plan, the boy with the scar, remarked the blonde Slytherin. Before anybody could do anything, he grabbed the rope, stepped to the side of the cliff, and lowered himself over the side. His voice floated up. With this rope, the climbing's fairly easy. Just remember to wrap it once around your waist, and take your time. Once the blonde Slytherin was on the ground, the boy with the scar, the redhead and the clever girl tied the packs to the end of the rope, which they hauled back up to the top of the cliff, 2 at a time, and lowered them slowly until the blonde Slytherin told them that they were safely on the ground. Then, it was time to climb down. The redhead noticed that the clever girl was looking pale. Something wrong, the clever girl? He questioned. The clever girl nodded her head rapidly. What's the matter? I hate heights. She wouldn't look at the redhead, but cast her eyes down at the ground. The redhead slipped his arm around her shoulders, and she suddenly leaned into him, letting him put both arms around her. The boy with the scar glanced at them curiously, then came over. Does this bother you, the clever girl? He questioned. His voice was very gentle. The clever girl suddenly started sobbing, clutching the redhead desperately. The redhead gave the boy with the scar a slightly panicked look, but didn't let go of her. I hate heights. I don't even like flying. Why do you think I don't care for Quidditch? I want to go home. I want to go back to Hogwarts. The boy with the scar patted her awkwardly. It's okay, the clever girl. Nobody's going to think any the worse of you. We've all got something we're scared of. For me it's Dementors, for the redhead, it's spiders. If heights bother you, we'll just have to work out something to do about it. What's going on up there? The blonde Slytherin's voice drifted up from below. What are you lot waiting for? The clever girl's scared of heights, the boy with the scar called down. We're trying to deal with it. The clever girl sobbed into the redhead's chest even harder. The clever girl. The blonde Slytherin's voice went a bit louder, and the clever girl stopped crying to listen. The clever girl, there's a way to deal with it. All you have to do is not look down, and concentrate on your footing. One step at a time. You can do it. I know you can do it. If you're afraid of falling, the clever girl, I'll go first. With me and Malfoy on the ground, we can hold you up with levitating charms if you lose your grip. With that for a farewell, the boy with the scar turned, gripped the rope, looped it around his waist as the blonde Slytherin had, and began to make his way down the cliff. After a few minutes, he called up, I'm down safe and sound. The clever girl went over and took the rope in her turn, her expression fit for someone going to the gallows. The redhead watched, admiration filling him, as she looped the rope around her middle and backed carefully up until she stood on the edge of the cliff. When the rope went taut in her hands, she stepped backwards, and began to climb down. From below, the blonde Slytherin and the boy with the scar called encouragement to her. After what seemed to the redhead like hours, but had to be just a few minutes, shouts of Gladen from the foot of the cliff told him that she had made it safely. Feeling as though a 1,000-pound weight had been taken off his heart, he looped the rope around himself and began to go down in his turn. The climb was actually fairly easy, with plenty of footholds, and he was standing at the foot of the cliff in jig time. The clever girl, the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin were waiting for him. The clever girl had an expression on her face that reminded the redhead of nothing so much as the first time he'd seen her cast a successful spell. "I did it! I did it! I did it!" she gasped, tears of happiness running down her face. She grabbed the redhead and kissed him, and before he could get over his surprise, she did the same to the boy with the scar, and then to the blonde Slytherin. "I was scared, but I did it." "You did it, the clever girl." The blonde Slytherin's face and voice showed nothing but profound respect. "I've been climbing all my life, but for you to do it took more courage than I've ever seen. I'd take off my hat to you, but I'm not wearing one. Let me say, instead, that it's an honor to know you. For once, the blonde Slytherin, you've remarked just what I wanted to say," remarked the redhead. Patting the clever girl on the back, he went over and picked up his pack. "Come on. Let's get going. I'd love to see old Gollum get down that cliff." Then, as realization struck him, he slapped his forehead. "Oh, gods above and below, the rope. Gollum'll be able to climb right down it." "Oh, will he?" questioned the clever girl. Taking out her wand, she pointed it at the rope. Accio Funis. The rope came tumbling down to lie in a heap at their feet. She smiled triumphantly. "There. Let's see him get down the cliff without a rope." The Y moved a little distance away from the cliff, toward the edge of the marshes. Full night had fallen, and they were tired. Nibbling on their trail rations, they finally found a bit of shelter in the lee of a rock. The night was cold, but despite that, the redhead found himself drifting off to sleep. Beside him, the clever girl slept the sleep of exhaustion, and the boy with the scar murmured in his dreams. The redhead spared a second's concern for his friend. His dreams never, ever seemed to be pleasant. At least he wasn't crying out in fear in his sleep this time. Suddenly, he felt the blonde Slytherin shaking his shoulder. In his ear, the blonde Slytherin murmured, "Look back at the cliff we climbed." The redhead peered through the gloom, and caught his breath. Something was climbing down, like a spider. For a second, he fought unreasoning panic, before he saw that it had only 4 legs. A frisson of horror went down his spine as he focused more carefully. Whatever it was climbing down head first. Like some giant insect. "Gollum," he whispered. The blonde Slytherin nodded, his expression grim in the pale moonlight. "I pondered he'd be balked by that cliff. We all did. We were all wrong. I'll alert the others." Gently, the blonde Slytherin shook the boy with the scar awake, and then the clever girl, putting his hand over their mouths to stop them crying out in alarm. "We've got company, it looks like." Rubbing his glasses with a scrap of cloth, the boy with the scar put them on and peered out at the cliff. "How is he tracking us?" "By smell. Your guess is as good as mine, Potter," muttered the blonde Slytherin. "I don't know about you, but I'm getting sick of him shadowing us all the time. I want to catch him." Wrapping himself in his elven cloak, blonde Slytherin moved off toward the foot of the cliff. "Wait a second, the blonde Slytherin." The boy with the scar rummaged in his pack and pulled out the silvery invisibility cloak. "He probably can't see you, but he might be able to hear you. He's very, very dangerous." Pulling on the invisibility cloak, the boy with the scar disappeared. His voice drifted back to the redhead's ears. "Come on, the redhead, the clever girl." As they drew closer to the cliff's foot, they began to be able to hear the creature. Its breath hissed, and sometimes it spoke to itself. SSS, my precious. More haste, less speed. We mustn't lose the scent." "No, precious, we mustn't, Gollum." For a second, as it raised its face, the redhead could see the light of the moon reflected in its eyes. SSS, the white face. "We hates it. Yes we does, my precious. Slowly, we climbs down this nasty cliff." The blonde Slytherin's voice rang out suddenly. "Wingardium Leviosa." Gollum squealed, in fear as he found himself torn from the side of the cliff, floating in midair, unsupported. He began to struggle madly, squealing and hissing. Petrificus totalis. The clever girl cast a spell in her turn, And Gollum's struggles stopped as he froze in a grotesque position in midair. Only his eyes still moved, and they flickered around madly as the blonde Slytherin brought him gently to earth. When he was safely on the ground, the clever girl called, "Finite incantatem," and, suddenly freed, Gollum sprinted for cover, right straight at the redhead. Before the redhead could raise his wand or draw his sword, Gollum was on him, his strong fingers reaching for his throat. None of that, now, came a sharp command, just as Gollum gripped the redhead's throat. Gollum gasped in surprise and fear as something tore him from the redhead and held him in midair. Coughing and feeling his throat, the redhead recognized the voice as the boy with the scar Potter. A resounding slap sent Gollum's head snapping back. "Hold still and don't try anything stupid, or I'll kill you. Do we understand each other?" Another hard slap. I remarked, "Do we understand each other?" The redhead had never heard such anger in the boy with the scar's voice in all their acquaintance. "Don't hurt us. Don't hurt us. We wasn't doing anything. No we wasn't, Gollum." Going limp in the boy with the scar's grip, Gollum began to whimper pitifully. "We were lost, yes, lost and looking for our precious. Who are you, and what are you going to do with us?" He began to sob and weep. "Are you going to kill us?" "Let loose, the boy with the scar," remarked the clever girl. As the boy with the scar released Gollum, the clever girl conjured up ropes, binding the gangrel creature before it could flee. Rubbing his throat, the redhead stared at Gollum. This was the first time he had ever had a good clear look at their tracker. He was anything but prepossessing, being incredibly thin, and smaller than the redhead had pondered at first. Gollum was about the size of a 7-year-old child. His skin was fish belly white, and his face was dominated by 2 huge eyes. His expression was a mask of malice as he hissed at them, his mouth showing only a few snaggle teeth. "Welly welly welly well, if it isn't our little chum Gollum," drawled the blonde Slytherin. "And what do you think you were doing, my dear little fellow, following us, your betters, around through this nasty dangerous wilderness?" He nudged Gollum in the ribs with the toe of his boot, not very gently. "Planning a bit of robbery and murder, were you?" The redhead glanced at the blonde Slytherin. The blonde Slytherin had an expression on his face that reminded the redhead of Professor Snape confronted with one of his brother's pranks. And a willing stab of pity for Gollum went through his mind. "We were lost, precious, lost and looking for our precious," whined Gollum. "We were trying to find our way, when we got jumped on, yes. Jumped on like cats with poor little mices. Such nice peoples you are, jumping on poor precious. Let's have a quick talk, people," remarked the boy with the scar, coming out from under the cloak. "He's not going anywhere." To make sure, the boy with the scar cast a stunning charm on Gollum, and the creature relaxed as far as he could in his bindings, snoring a whistling snore as his huge lamp-like eyes shut. "What do we do with him?" The boy with the scar gave Gollum a speculative look as he sat down on a nearby rock. "I don't fancy just turning him loose. He'd be right after us again. And we might not be able to catch him again." He took off his glasses and rubbed them with his handkerchief. "Somehow, though, I can't really bring myself to the point of killing him." "Neither can I," remarked the clever girl, looking troubled. "If we had only not crossed his path in Moria, or lost him in Lorien. I had pictured something a lot bigger and scarier, not this poor little wretch. I'd feel a proper brute if we killed him, and you'd have to go through me to do it." She stuck her chin out, looking very determined. "Easy enough for you to say, the clever girl," growled the redhead. "Go." Lum's fingers on his throat were a recent memory, and he knew that without his friends there to help him, he'd have been in a very bad way. If there's anything he wouldn't do, it'd be a shock to me. The blonde Slytherin shrugged his shoulders. "Me, I'm neutral. Part of me, the old, bad part, the part that's my father's son, says to kill him. The rest of me says that he may prove to be useful." Didn't Aragorn say something about how he pondered Gollum had been in Mordor before? He might know a way in that isn't guarded. Then it's decided. As long as we can keep him under some sort of control, we don't kill him. The redhead stared at the boy with the scar in awe, and a little fear. The boy with the scar was taking command of the company, and doing so as though he had been doing it all his life. The boy with the scar glanced different, somehow, older and grimmer, and very sure of himself. Comparing this the boy with the scar Potter with the bewildered child he had met on the Hogwarts Express. The redhead could hardly believe the change. Going back over to where Gollum lay, the boy with the scar took out his wand and snapped, "Enervate." As the stunning spell came off him, Gollum awoke, looking around wildly. For a second, he struggled with his bonds, then appeared to accept them. "Smeagol, we won't hurt you, but you have to come with us. We're going to Mordor, and you've been there before. So you're going to show us the way." Mordor. A look of fear twisted Gollum's unlovely face. SSS, he doesn't want to go there, does he, Precious? Ash, dust, thirst. Pitses everywhere, and orcs. Thousands of orcses and more orcses. Nice people doesn't go to such places. But you do, don't you, Smeagol? The boy with the scar's voice was soft and insistent. Behind him, the blonde Slytherin and the clever girl stood, wands at the ready in case Gollum got free. The boy with the scar squatted down, looking directly into Gollum's face. "You've been there before, and we want you to. Show us a safe way in." "No, yes, once only, and that was years ago." Gollum began to writhe in his bonds, weeping and whimpering. "I don't know. Oh my poor hands. Leave me alone. We can't find it. They're always awake. Gollum, dwarves, men, and elveses, terrible elveses with bright eyes. Go away. Don't look at us anymore. Go to sleep." He turned his head toward the southeast. "We won't. Not for you." The redhead and the blonde Slytherin glanced at each other, and the redhead was startled at the look of pity on the blonde Slytherin's face. There'd be a time when he would as soon have expected to see the clever girl kiss Professor Snape. "I hate to say it, but I think something happened to him in Mordor." "Something really, really bad," murmured the blonde Slytherin. The redhead nodded, and turned his attention back to the boy with the scar and his colloquy with Gollum. "Show us the way in, Smeagol, and we'll let you go where you will. That's all we're asking." The boy with the scar stood over Gollum, wrapped in dignity and power. The redhead was filled with admiration for how much his friend had grown. No, we won't, never show you the way," snarled Gollum. The clever girl got up and squatted down beside the imprisoned wretch, an ominous smile on her face. "Oh, yes you will, Gollum. You'll tell us anything we want to know. You want to know how I know this?" Staring at her, his huge eyes wide, Gollum nodded fearfully. "Because, if you don't, I'll tickle you till you tell." Tickle 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 tickle. As she began tickling Gollum, the creature screamed and laughed involuntarily, writhing frantically in a futile effort to escape. Finally, he gasped out his acquiescence. Yes, we will. We will show you the road to the Black Land, Precious, Gollum. As long as we don't go in there, Precious will show you the way." Gollum began to rock back and forth in his bonds. "Now loose us, Precious wants to be loosed. Can't show you roads if we're tied up." At the boy with the scar's nod, the clever girl made the ropes vanish. Gollum sprang up, capering with delight to be free. "We mustn't go, not yet, Gollum. The white face is out. It hurts our eyes, and shows enemies is where we are, doesn't it, my Precious?" He squatted down, limber as an Indian fakir, and glanced up at the four, his eyes seeming to glow. "Rest, yes, rest a while before we goes." The boy with the scar nodded, and the companions sat down nearby. The redhead began to feign sleepiness, and he noticed that the others were doing the same thing. Slowly, he let his eyelids slide almost shut, until he was watching Gollum through the narrowest of slits. The boy with the scar slumped to one side, and began to snore, and the redhead stifled a chuckle. It didn't sound a bit like the boy with the scar's real snore, but it was an uncannily faithful imitation of Neville Longbottom. Of course, he never has heard himself while he's asleep, but he's heard Neville. The redhead joined in, doing the best, the boy with the scar Potter asleep, impression he could, short of actually crying out in his sleep and cursing the Dursleys. Just as the redhead had anticipated, Gollum waited a few minutes, peering around with his huge lambent eyes. As soon as he was convinced that all four of them were truly asleep, he leapt to his feet and made a run for it. All four of them were on their feet in an instant, and Gollum went down in a welter of binding charms and stunning spells. And where do you think you were going? Snarled the redhead. Off to find some orcs. Or something worse, I bet. I ought to cut your worthless throat. He yanked out his sword and tested the edge with his thumb, smiling mirthlessly. No, the redhead. Don't. The clever girl aimed her wand at the redhead. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice became very low and even. Put that sword back, right now. There was a snap of command in her voice, and the redhead stared at the clever girl in utter surprise before he sheathed the sword. The clever girl, are you barking mad? We can't trust him. What promise can he make that he'd keep? The clever girl did not answer, but pointed her wand at Gollum and snapped, enervate. Gollum revived, whimpering and weeping to find himself bound yet again. That's a good question, the redhead. I'm not pleased with him myself, but I think he can be made useful. He's been in this country before, after all. She turned to Gollum. Well, what promise can you make that you can be trusted to keep for 5 minutes at a time? Gollum glanced up at the boy with the scar, a terrible hunger in his eyes. Smeagol will swear on the precious. The redhead shuddered at the naked longing in his eyes. He had never seen such raw need. The boy with the scar was shaking his head, rubbing his chin. On the precious. The boy with the scar smiled rather sardonically. I don't think you know what you're saying, Smeagol. Once you make that sort of promise, it'll bind you, whatever you may think. He drew himself up to his full height. If you break a promise to that, it'll destroy you. In that moment, the redhead could the man the boy with the scar was becoming. A mighty wizard, wise and terrible, easily the equal of Dumbledore, and before him, a little dog, cowering, that happened to be somehow akin to the wizard. He blinked, and it was just the boy with the scar Potter, tired, bedraggled, and, could it be, beginning to need a shave. He rubbed his own chin, and was startled to find that he was getting bristly too. On the precious we swears. On the precious, whined Gollum. He wriggled in his bonds, trying to work his way closer to where the boy with the scar stood, his arms crossed on his chest. We swears on the precious. Oh, and what do you swear, Smeagol? The boy with the scar glanced down at Gollum, his face impassive. Gollum whined louder. We swears, to never, never let him have it. Smeagol will keep him from ever getting it. But we must swear on the precious. The boy with the scar shook his head, looking tired, and sad, all of a sudden. No, Smeagol, it would drive you mad to see it. But you know where it is. Tell the precious what you will do, and it will hear you. We swears never to let the enemy have the precious. We swears to serve the one who bears the precious, whatever he may want us to do. Gollum struggled. Unloose us. Let us go. At the boy with the scar's nod, the clever girl raised her wand and made the bindings disappear again, and Gollum got up. Very well, Smeagol, you say you know a way into Mordor. Show us the way. Gollum capered about, delighted to be free, and pointed off across the marshes. There's a way. Yes there is, oh yes. Orcs don't know it, but I do. Let me show you. Come with Smeagol. I found it, years ago, hiding from orcs. With Smeagol showing them the way, the 4 companions passed on into the dead marshes. Candlelight in Marshlands. By Technomad. After a while, Gollum, who had moved ahead, crouching low and using his hands almost as much as his feet, pointed forward. Here it is, yes, the way to the marshes. He had not tried to escape. But the redhead remained very suspicious of him, and he could tell that the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin felt very much the same way. They exchanged frequent glances eloquent of mistrust, and kept their wands at the ready. The way turned out to be the bed of a river, leading down from the rocks to the marshes. Gollum splashed along in the shallow water, which seemed to please him greatly. Occasionally he would even sing what seemed to be a song, or recite a poem about fish. The redhead knew that he had lived on little but fish and goblins' flesh for Sentu. Rise in his cave home far below the misty mountains, and wondered how he had managed to keep himself fed since leaving there. That's a good question, the redhead, murmured the blonde Slytherin. The redhead jumped slightly. Then pondered that he must have been subvocalizing his pondereds, and the blonde Slytherin had heard. Elves, as he had learned in Lorien, had keen senses, and apparently this was another thing that was inherited. Along with their language, I doubt there's anything he's too good to eat, if it comes down to it, Promises are no promises. The boy with the scar seems to trust him for now, but me, I don't. Not half I don't. He reeks of treachery and double dealing, and after growing up around Death Eaters, I should recognize that if anybody does. When they paused, weary hours of tramping through the twisting gully, the redhead brought the subject up. What's to eat? The clever girl glanced into her pack. We've got what's left of that jerk meat and dried fruit, as well as the lembas. I'd rather we left the lembas for later, for emergency rations. It'll keep you going for a long time, and a little goes a very long way. Who wants some dried meat and fruit? Gollum came padding up, his eyes alight with hunger. Yes, nice meatses. Pretty girl gives us nice food. When the clever girl handed Gollum a chunk of the meat, he fawned on her, all but wagging his tail. The redhead glanced away, feeling slightly sick at the way the creature was willing to abase himself. He reminds me of my father, sucking up to Voldemort. The blonde Slytherin shook his head, disgusted. As he gnawed on a dried pear, Gollum had passed on the fruit, expressing disgust at it, and had regarded the suggestion of eating lembas with horror. The redhead ndered if he had a natural horror of elven things, or if the stuff just didn't suit his tastes. When he spoke of that to the blonde Slytherin expressed similar bafflement. After the meal, they rested for a while. The boy with the scar and the clever girl stretched out and went to sleep, and Gollum did likewise. By unspoken agreement, the blonde Slytherin and the redhead stayed awake. Neither of them trusted Gollum an inch. The redhead pondered it was strange to see the blonde Slytherin Malfoy as a trusted friend and comrade, but decided that it was all a matter of degree. Compared to Gollum, who the redhead pondered would eat any of them if he got the chance, the blonde Slytherin Malfoy was a harmless and friendly sort. After a few hours, the clever girl awoke, and redhead and the blonde Slytherin lay down and took their turn sleeping. At first, the redhead pondered that he would never be able to sleep so close to Gollum, at least as long as the creature was not tied securely. But when he opened his eyes, the change in the light and his own rested feeling told him that he had been asleep for hours. Gollum was nowhere to be seen. Where's that little wretch? Did he run off? Snapped the blonde Slytherin. The blonde Slytherin was always a little crabby about being awakened, even when he'd had enough rest. The redhead had questioned him why that was so, and been disconcerted by the answer. Well, Weasley, it's like this. I lie there, caught up in a horrible nightmare. Then I awaken, and remember who I am, and where I am, and what I am, and I wish I had the nightmare back. I gave him leave to go. He remarked he was hungry. The clever girl glanced rather grim. When we were figuring out how much food we had, we didn't figure on taking on a new member of our happy little group. So every bit of food Smeagol finds for himself is one less bit we'll have to give him. She smiled rather sardonically. For that matter, he's probably a lot better adapted to survival here than any of us. He'll eat anything. Worms, insects, what have you. She shuddered slightly. I'd bet on him surviving a nuclear holocaust. Sure enough, in a little while Gollum came back in, gnawing on something that the redhead decided very quickly not to investigate too closely. Thinking about what it might be made him feel slightly queasy, and not at all hungry. The boy with the scar finally woke up. Stretching and yawning, looking as rested and refreshed as though he were back at Hogwarts, with nothing worse than double potions to worry him. He smiled, and it was the old smile. The one that the redhead had seen so seldom since this task had come to him. Well, another fun day in Middle-earth, everyone. Don't you just feel glad to be alive? His voice sounded cheerful, but with an undertone of sarcasm. The blonde Slytherin glanced at him in reluctant admiration. Bloody hell, the boy with the scar, you've been hanging around with me for too long. You're starting to sound like me. The clever girl dissolved in giggles, and the redhead snickered, before something struck him. The blonde Slytherin was absolutely right. What in the world was the boy the Scar Potter doing sounding like the blonde Slytherin at his most Malfoy-ish? What's the matter? The boy with the scar. Is the precious getting to you? The boy with the scar sent the blonde Slytherin a look that wiped every bit of levity off his face, to be replaced by fear. Never say that again, the blonde Slytherin. Malfoy. The redhead felt a frisson of alarm at the change in the boy with the scar. Had the blonde Slytherin hit on something? Was the ring beginning to alter the boy with the scar's mind? The redhead had a moment's vision of the boy with the scar, centuries old. Twisted and altered into a second Gollum, and felt slightly sick. The blonde Slytherin raised his hands placatingly. Okay. The boy with the scar. Okay. No offense meant. The redhead could see real fear on the blonde Slytherin's face, something he normally didn't see there. Had the blonde Slytherin figured out what the redhead had? The redhead made a mental note to ask him when they had a chance to talk. At the end of the gully, they found themselves standing on the edges of the fenlands. In the distance, the redhead could see the mountains of Mordor, hanging there like clouds. In front of them, the fens stretched out, gloomy in the gray light of day, with mist rising off them. The air was thick with the smell of decaying plant life. Well, do we have to cross this lot, or is there a way around? Questioned the clever girl. She glanced out at the marshes with distaste all over her face. I'll tell you all the truth. I'd as soon not try going into that bloody bayou if there's any feasible way around. Here, the clever girl, remarked the blonde Slytherin. He peered out into the mists. I can't see anything that looks like a path, and it's awfully easy to get bogged in those places. This place puts me in mind of nothing so much as Dartmoor. I doesn't know about Dartmoor. No I doesn't, cackled Gollum, watching the four friends carefully. All I knows is that you doesn't have to cross nasty marshes. No, you doesn't. You can go north, yes, north and find hard roadses that go right straight to the enemy's country. His people are there all the time. They caught Smeagol long ago there. He shuddered. Since then I've used eyes, yes, eyes and ears and nose, and I found ways in and out, ways the enemy doesn't know about. So I suppose we've got our usual choice, Hobson's, sighed the boy with the scar. He tucked his thumbs into his belt and stared out across the marshes, his stance reminding the redhead of his father, bracing himself before tucking into a big job of work back at the burrow. A second's longing for home, for familiar faces and the knowledge of his parents' unconditional love surrounding him, ripped through him with an intensity that was physically painful. Stop it, you damned prat, he told himself sternly. Think of the boy with the scar, or the blonde Slytherin. They've got it far worse and you don't see them whinging. Lo, sniffing and using his hands for balance as his head swiveled around, peering for the next bit of firm ground for them to use. Sometimes he would even listen, his ear pressed to the earth. Although what he pondered he would hear was a mystery to the redhead. It was dreadfully wearisome. The landscape would have depressed nearly anybody. Save the wetlands, the clever girl. The redhead murmured into the clever girl's ear. She snorted. Above them, the sun was rising, and they could just see its outline through the layer of clouds. Gollum glanced up, hissed and snarled. The redhead, on the other hand, was glad to see the sun. They stopped at the borders of a great reed thicket. All around them, the swamp stretched out, dead and gray, the only green the mold to be found. On the surfaces of some of the slimy tarns. All of them were weary, and the redhead, for one, was thoroughly fed up with the marshes. Between the dreary scenery and the apparent lack of life other than themselves, it was never going to be high on his list of holiday choices. As the day wore on into evening, their progress slowed. The firm bits became harder and harder to find, and even Gollum, the expert, was sometimes at a loss for a while. The waning of daylight didn't help much. The redhead liked the swamps even less as darkness fell than he had when he could see them clearly. He pulled his cloak close around him as he shivered, and not from the cold. They moved forward slowly, the mud clinging to their boots. If they had been full-grown adults, they wouldn't have been able to make it, and even so, they had more than one nasty turn. Again and again, they linked hands to pull one of them out of the mire as the darkness thickened. After one bout of pulling, with the blonde Slytherin's feet back on relatively firm ground, the redhead stopped to wipe sweat from his face, and let out a shout of terror. Out around them, he saw what glanced like distant candle lights. Gods were caught. Instinctively, the Hogwarts students went back to back, their wands out and at the ready. Gollum squeaked, startled, then cackled at the sight. Yes, they're out there. Candles of corpses, they are. Don't bother about them. Don't follow them. He went back to snuffling around for a trail to follow. After a few minutes, when no attack came, the redhead and the others put their wands back and went back to following Gollum. A few minutes later, the clever girl tripped over something and went down into the muck, face first. It wasn't deep, but she had her face underwater for a second. She reared back, screaming, and scrambled to her feet. There are faces in the water. The boy with the scar, the redhead and the blonde Slytherin whirled, their wands out. Shaking, the clever girl pointed at the fen. I saw faces in there, dead faces. The boy with the scar bent over and peered in. Yes, I see them too. Noble-looking men, and elves, and orcs. All of them dead, though. He glanced drawn, and very tired. There is a light in their eyes, a light I don't like. Gollum cackled, highly amused. Yes, yes, those faces are why they calls this the Dead Marshes. There was a battle here, long, long ago. I heard it when I was young. Before the Precious came, I heard about it. Fierce elves with bright eyes, and men with long swords, and orcs, all fought here. For days they fought. Then the swamps came, creeping, creeping, swallowing the graves. How long ago was that? Questioned the clever girl, her lust for facts conquering her fear. She bent over, in her turn, looking carefully at the faces. That kind of armor hasn't been used for centuries. How can they be visible? Is this some trick of the enemy? At the redhead's questioning look, she snapped. Oh, don't be so surprised, the red-headed Weasley. There were books of the history of this place at Rivendell and Lorien, and lots of them had illustrations. I can recognize that armor, and it's not armor that's been used for many centuries. How? Smeagol doesn't know, pretty girl, admitted Gollum. He glanced down at the faces. We tried to reach them once. I tried, but it can't be done. No, it can't. The redhead shuddered. He figured he knew perfectly well what Gollum had tried to reach them for. Gollum turned and beckoned. Come on. We doesn't want to go down there and light candles. Follow Smeagol. Don't look at nasty lightses. When they finally reached firm ground, the redhead noticed that Gollum himself was happier. He led them off down what seemed to be a path among high reeds, whispering, must take TTY girl and nice mages away from nasty lights, yes I must, as they followed him. All of them were slimed with mud. They had all fallen in the mire more than once, and they stank to high heaven. After a bit, Gollum stopped, sniffing and peering around. The air is moving, it's changing. Smeagol doesn't like it. No he doesn't. The blonde Slytherin murmured, I'd be glad of a change myself, if only to get away from this smell. We all ponged something horrid. As they progressed on, Gollum got twitchier and twitchier, reminding the redhead of the way Ginny had acted before disappearing into the Chamber of Secrets. 3 years previously, he wondered for a second how his baby sis was doing, and if she'd gotten over that crush on the boy with the scar Potter. He'd talked with the boy with the scar about it, and the boy with the scar had explained why he had been at pains to discourage her. It's simple, the redhead. I'm sitting on the bull's eye of a target, no matter what. The least I can do is to try to keep Ginny out of the line of fire. A shadow had passed over the boy with the scar's face. I can face this by myself, but I'd never forgive myself if I got anybody else killed. The redhead shook his head, remembering. He had wanted both to hug the boy with the scar and to shake him till his teeth rattled for being so stupid. How he could be both so noble and such a prat was beyond the redhead. He was just the boy with the scar Potter, whom the redhead loved like a brother. A breeze sprung up, blowing the clouds away and revealing the moon. As one, the boy with the scar, the redhead, the blonde Slytherin and the clever girl turned their faces to the sky, glad of the extra light, but Gollum hid his eyes and cursed. SSS, the white face, Gollum. It shows us, doesn't it? The redhead was breathing deeply of the purer air, glad of the way the breeze was blowing away the marsh fetor, when he saw it. A dark shape, darker than any cloud, was flying out of Mordor. It crossed the moon, letting out a cry that they could hear even far below, and wheeled, heading back to Mordor. Gollum grovelled on the ground, gibbering, and the redhead, himself, was terrified as he had not been since Moria. Wraiths, wailed Gollum. Wraiths on wings. They seize everything, tells their master. He shook his fist at the moon. Curse the white face. It shows them everything. Nothing can hide. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. After that, the redhead began to note a change in Gollum. He began to slip back into his old way of speaking, and eyed the boy with the scar oddly sometimes. The boy with the scar himself began to slow, and to tire. Frequently, the redhead, the blonde Slytherin or the clever girl had to tell Gollum to slow up and wait for the boy with the scar. "Are you all right, the boy with the scar?" questioned the clever girl during one pause. The boy with the scar wiped sweat from his forehead, shaking his head rather dazedly. At a snapped command from the blonde Slytherin, Gollum came back. Fawning and servile, but with a look in his eye that the redhead didn't trust for a second. It put him in mind of Quirrell, back in their first year at Hogwarts, when he pondered about it. "No, I sense the Dark Lord, off in the distance. My scar's not hurting, but that only happens when Voldemort's near or feeling murderous about me. This is different, more like an eye looking for me." He glanced off toward Mordor, and shuddered. "Right now, I'm still hidden from it, but the veils are getting thinner all the time. It's like knowing where the sun is on a sunny day with my eyes shut." The clever girl touched his face tenderly, running her finger along his scar as gently as the mother he had never known. The redhead could see tears running down her face. "Oh, the boy with the scar. I'd give anything to make it easier on you," she whispered. Gollum sidled up, smiling a rather evil smile. The blonde Slytherin stared down at him with a very Snape-ish expression on his face, fingering his wand ominously, and Gollum leapt backwards as though he had been scalded. For the rest of that night they pressed on, and dawn caught them on the far side of the marshes, in a land that sloped away up to the mountains of Mordor. The air was clear and cold in the redhead's lungs, and he didn't like the taste of it. It had a sulfur reek, somehow. During daylight, they took cover beneath a big black stone, taking turns to sleep and keep an eye on Gollum. For 2 days, they struggled onward, the air itself growing fouler and fouler with the sulfur fumes from distant Mount Doom. Finally, they came to an utter, total wasteland. It put the redhead in mind of the ash heaps he had seen on a trip into Wales, the mountains of slag and rubble from the coal mines there. There was nothing growing, nothing at all. Spring would never, ever come to this place, even when it came to the dead marshes behind them. There were pools here and there of stagnant water, but it was thick with ashes and worse. "This makes the worst pollution I ever heard of back home look like nothing," murmured the clever girl. The boy with the scar put his arm around her to comfort her. After a little while, they moved on, finally finding shelter in a round hole where, the redhead hoped, the eye that the boy with the scar had mentioned would not be able to see them easily. The daylight itself seemed tainted, and designed to show them their utter insignificance next to the power and puissance of the Dark Lord of Mordor and his creations. As had become their custom, they took turns to sleep, and the redhead drifted off gracefully, hoping to dream of home. When the redhead woke up, the others were sleeping a sleep of exhaustion, but as he slowly opened his eyes, he heard 2 voices. One sounded like Gollum as Smeagol, and the other sounded like Gollum's old self. Cautiously, he peered around, not letting on that he was awake, and he saw Gollum having an argument with himself. As his voice switched back and forth, his eyes changed color, going from a pale light to a green light in the gathering dusk. One voice argued for keeping to the spirit of Smeagol's promise to the boy with the scar and the others, while the other, the Gollum voice, urged that the ring was his, precious, and that he could keep the promise to keep it from Sauron just as easily, if not more so, with the ring in his own possession. After all, wheedled the Gollum voice, the boy with the scar and his friends were going nearer and nearer to Mordor, where the enemy himself was in residence. Finally, the Gollum voice seemed to win, and Gollum's fingers went toward the boy with the scar's neck. A dry ahem froze Gollum in his tracks, and he whirled, to see the blonde Slytherin and the redhead both pointing their wands at him. The boy with the scar stirred, yawning. "What time is it, everybody?" At this, the clever girl came awake, muttering something uncomplimentary about people who woke decent folk up. The Gollum personality disappeared, and Smeagol came back, fawning and grinning with dog-like delight. The boy with the scar apparently took it nearly at face value, but the redhead, the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin, catching each other's eyes for a second, shook their heads slightly. "Yes, Master and pretty girl has had sleep, beautiful sleep," croaked Gollum. Now it's evenings, night is creeping. And time to go. Where does we go now, master? The boy with the scar took off his glasses and wiped them, pondered fully with his handkerchief. How's this sound, Smeagol? Yo, you head off and see if you can't find something to eat. You can eat stuff we can't. We'll wait for you here. Be back in, say, an hour or so, and then take us to the gate. When we're there, you're free to go. As long as you don't go to the enemy. Yes, Smeagol is famished. With a bound, Gollum turned and left. After he was gone, the blonde Slytherin squatted down low, gesturing the boy with the scar. The redhead and the clever girl to join him. Look, the boy with the scar, began the blonde Slytherin, his narrow, clever face grim under its coating of half-dried grime. You can't trust that creature as far as you could throw him. He was having a little argument with himself just now, and the part of him that wants to take the ring away was winning. He seems to like me, remarked the clever girl, doubtfully. She shuddered slightly. I'd rather drink one of Professor Snape's potions without asking what it was than have him slobbering over me, but, let's face it, boys, we couldn't have passed through those awful marshes without him. The boy with the scar smiled rather sardonically. The redhead was struck, in that moment, how very much like the blonde Slytherin Malfoy he had become. As long as we keep a sharp eye on him, I think he'll be useful for a while, yet. If only Gandalf were here, he might be able to tell us what's in Smeagol's heart. The boy with the scar's voice trailed off. And they all sighed. What a waste that was, to have him go down in Moria. What a bloody, stupid waste. If I'd known what awaited us in that damned ruin, we'd have gone on over Caradhras. Blizzards or no blizzards. The redhead and the others nodded agreement, regret on their faces. A rustling noise near them had them all whirling, their wands in their hands. It was Smeagol, looking seriously disgruntled. We couldn't find nothing to eat. No we couldn't, he muttered. The redhead gave him a sharp look, as he generally did when Gollum relapsed into his old way of talking. We goes to the gate now, doesn't we? The boy with the scar nodded, and they scrambled out of the pit and went on their way. Before long, they felt the same fear they had before, when the dark shadow flew over them again. It reminded the redhead, and the others, of a Dementor's passing. Gollum squeaked and gibbered for a while when it was gone. They pressed on, and an hour or so before midnight, they felt the fear again. Although this time it seemed less intense, the redhead pondered that the Nazgul, or whatever it was, must be flying past far above the clouds. This third time all but unhinged Gollum, though. Wraiths on wings, he whimpered. They seize us. The precious is their master. We can't go this way. They feels us here. It's no use. The boy with the scar and the clever girl pleaded with Gollum. But to no avail. 3 times. 3 times as a threat. Was all they got. Finally, the boy with the scar had had enough. Come, Smeagol, he commanded, one hand on his wand and the other clutching his shirt, over where the ring rode on its chain. Guide us, as you promised you would. In that second, the redhead saw him with other eyes, a mighty wizard indeed, who chose to veil his power and majesty. Stared from the green eyes in the pinched, familiar face under its shock of black hair. Beside him, the clever girl stood, her wand in her hand and a look in her eye that would have intimidated Professor McGonagall. Before them, Gollum quailed, and went on before them, unwillingness radiating from every inch of his wasted frame. On they went, their weary way seeming endless, and the wind whistling in their ears. To the gates of Mordor. The Boy with the Scar Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 13 by Technomad. To the gates of Mordor. Well, here we are, murmured the clever girl, looking up with a look of mingled wonder and despair. The gates of Mordor, the black gates, as ever were. She shook her head. They couldn't be any more tightly closed if they were welded shut. Ethel Duath to the east and the Erd Lithui to the north. However, it was far from a simple pass anymore. The Gondorian-built castles on either side of the pass were now held by the Dark Lord. And there was a huge wall across the pass, with a mighty gate set in it. You know, there's something missing here. The blonde Slytherin cocked his head on one side, in a considering way. The redhead and the others stared at him. He glanced at the gate appraising Ly, as though it was something he was being offered in Diagon Alley but wasn't sure he wanted to buy. Somehow, even in battered, filthy clothes. With grime smearing him, he still managed to be elegant. Okay, Mr. Clever, just what's missing? They don't have the sort of high-technology muggles use in our homeworld, but between those fortresses, that big gate, and those orc holes I can see on either side, I don't think anybody could get through that gate with anything I've seen here. The boy with the scar glanced at the gate, and shook his head in rueful admiration. I've got to say, it's an impressive fortification. What it needs, Mr. Undereducated, is an inscription over the door. The blonde Slytherin quirked a grin. And no, I don't think the inscription should read, "No hawkers, no missionaries." The clever girl giggled, startling the redhead and herself alike. Okay, you've got our attention, the blonde Slytherin, sighed the boy with the scar, in tones of martyrdom. What inscription would you suggest? He glanced theatrically put upon, but the redhead pondered that the boy the scar was kidding on the square. He'd been worried for his friend for quite some time. The same one Dante Alighieri remarked was on the great gates of hell, in the inferno, answered the blonde Slytherin. At their questioning looks, he straightened, ran a hand through his blonde hair, and recited. Through me is the way to the city of pain, through me is the way to eternal woe, through me is the way to the forgotten world. Abandon all hope, you who enter here. Thank you, the blonde Slytherin Malfoy, for that lovely pondered, drawled the clever girl, but, cheery as it is, it doesn't help us figure out what to do here. Does it? I mean, we don't exactly have Virgil to guide us, and Smeagol, here, is not quite the same, somehow. Hearing his name, Gollum came up, fawning over tea. He clever girl like a dog desperate for a pat. She shot the redhead a martyred look, and when he grinned at her discomfiture, she stuck out her tongue. Well, if we can't get in here, we'll have to get in somewhere else, mused the boy with the scar. And, come to it, Smeagol, you've been in and out of Mordor, and I doubt you came this way. How did you get out last time? Before Gollum could answer, they heard horns blowing from the gate. Instinctively, they ducked for cover, peering out toward the black gate. The redhead had had a moment's wild hope, but this was not the army of the West, coming to challenge Sauron. Those aren't Gondorian horn calls, murmured the clever girl. Those sound more like signals of greeting. The redhead could see that the approaching army was being greeted as friends by the holders of the gate. As he watched, the gates were opened, and an endless-looking army in unfamiliar armor, flying flags that the redhead had never seen before, marched on in. The redhead shook his head at their sheer numbers. He had never in all his life seen such a force of soldiers, and he knew this was a small part of the might of the Dark Lord. And we are challenging him, he pondered in one small part of his mind. We must be absolutely mad. When the last soldiers had passed, the boy with the scar bent his gaze on Gollum, who quailed under his regard. As I remarked, I am going into Mordor, one way or another. Smeagol, if you know another way, tell me about it. Otherwise, I'll do what I have to do. No, squealed Gollum, mustn't go to the gate. He'll get it that way, he'll eat the whole world. Go away, give it to Smeagol, give it to us. The boy with the scar shook his head slowly. You will never hold it again, Smeagol. I am going into Mordor. You can show me the way, or I will find one myself. The boy with the scar grinned suddenly, without a trace of mirth. I will go into Mordor, and if you won't show me the way, I'll go up and knock on the gate right now. At this, Gollum's will broke. At least on the surface. The redhead watched him carefully. He remembered the debate between Gollum's good and evil sides, and didn't think that the long-buried Smeagol side was dominant. About the only thing that Smeagol and Gollum agreed on, though, was that the enemy should not have the ring. As long as helping the boy with the scar and his friends kept the ring out of Sauron's hands. The redhead concluded that Gollum would work with them. Yes, we knows another way that was there years ago, muttered Gollum, not daring to look up at the boy with the scar, who stood over him grimly. Let's us go and see if that way's still there. Very well, Smeagol, remarked the boy with the scar. Remember your promise, though, and remember what I've remarked. You will never get it back. If I have to, I'll put it on, and if I do that, you will do what I say, no matter what that is. Even if I tell you to throw yourself into a fire, or off a cliff. You'll no more be able to disobey than you can grow wings and fly. The blonde Slytherin and the clever girl glanced at the boy with the scar with as much amazement as the redhead himself felt. The redhead had always pondered that the boy with the scar concealed a good deal of steel beneath his unassuming exterior, and this merely was the final confirmation of that suspicion. After all, without a core of solid tool steel hardness, he'd have been so broken by the Dursleys' mistreatment that even Hogwarts wouldn't have helped him much. Gollum, pondered the redhead, had better excuses for being mistaken about the boy with the scar Potter. For that matter, if Voldemort had been there at that moment, the redhead pondered that even he might have quailed at the NDERED of crossing swords with the boy with the scar. Gollum squeaked in terror, and cringed, begging for mercy. He grovelled at the boy with the scar's feet, begging the boy with the scar to be kind to poor little Smeagol. The redhead watched closely, and pondered, with a stab of fear, that the boy with the scar glanced like he was enjoying the situation. The boy with the scar Potter would never have reveled in such abasement on the part of anybody. The new one seemed to be, on some level below consciousness, to not only be relishing every whine and whimper, but to revel in it and accept it as his natural due. It reminded the redhead, uncomfortably, of the the blonde Slytherin Malfoy at his most unpleasantly arrogant. When Gollum had finally been calmed, the redhead questioned. So where is this other way into Mordor? Do we have to go all the way to the horrid countries, and go around the mountains, and come in from the east? He shuddered at the pondered. That would make sense, but we're already a bit short of food, and I don't know how easy it would be to stock up, answered the clever girl. When I was in Rivendell, I was looking at maps, and most of that country is desert. Or the next thing to it. Also, it's pretty firmly in the clutches of the enemy. She shook her head firmly. That's an absolute last resort. We don't want to go there, do we, Smeagol? Oh no, pretty girl, crooned Gollum, happy to be getting attention from the clever girl. The road goes west it goes from Effelduath. When you gets to a crossing, in a circle of dark trees, there is a crossroads. Go to the right, and you comes to Osgiliath. Go straight ahead, and you goes to the south to the Great Water. The Great Water is never still, and has fishes in it, nice fishes. And birds as eats them, but we never saw it, oh no, never got a chance. Very well, what of the left-hand path? Questioned the blonde Slytherin. He quirked an eyebrow up, and hooked his thumbs in the belt loops of his leather trousers. We don't want to go to the sea, or to Osgiliath, do we? The clever girl shook her head abstracted. Oh yes, the left-hand path, whispered Gollum, fear shining from his huge lambent eyes. The left-hand path goes back up into the Black Mountains, up it goes. It turns around the Black Rock, and suddenly you see it above you, and you wants to hide. What do you see? The clever girl's voice held an edge of exasperation, and the redhead had to sympathize. Getting facts out of Gollum was like herding cats sometimes. Gollum shook his head violently. The old city. Very old, very horrible. It was built long ago, long ago. Yes, we heard tales long ago. Long ago, it was the Tower of the Moon, and there was a great stone there like the moon. Gollum cowered slightly. Very beautiful, it was, with its white walls. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That would be Minas Ithil. Isildur built it, after he defeated the enemy and cut off the finger that held the ring. The clever girl pulled out her map. I see it, it's marked right here. Gollum shuddered. Yes, he has only 4 on the black hand, but 4 are enough. He hated Isildur's city. The redhead pondered of actually meeting Sauron, and felt a wave of pity for Gollum, and of awe for his toughness. The Balrog had been terrifying, and from what he had learned, Sauron was far greater than even the Balrog. He glanced into the blonde Slytherin Malfoy's eyes, and saw understanding there. I think some of my contempt's been misplaced, Weasel, murmured the blonde Slytherin. I pondered he was just a sniveling little wretch, but if Sorin's 1/20th as bad as everybody says he is, he apparently makes Lord Voldemort look like a little old lady. Meeting him would break almost anybody. The redhead nodded, keeping most of his attention on the interrogation of Gollum. He hates everything. This isn't news, sighed the clever girl. But what does the Tower of the Moon have to do with anything? Isn't it garrisoned? Gollum nodded eagerly. Oh yes, it has many people there. His people. He conquered it long, long ago, and now it is very terrible. Oh yes it is. The boy with the scar shook his head in exasperation. Okay, let's see if I've got this absolutely straight. Let's see if I understand what you're saying. We can go a long way out of our way, and at the end of the road, run up against just the same sort of trouble we've got here. He gave Gollum a terrible stare, and the creature quailed, crouching low and shielding his eyes. No, the enemy is not expecting attack from that direction. Right now he is watching to the north, expecting an attack from there. He expects a big army, not 4 wizards. You seem to know a lot about what he is thinking, drawled the blonde Slytherin reflectively, tilting his head over slightly as he watched Gollum. How do you know? Talking with him, or hanging around with orcs? Gollum gave the blonde Slytherin an angry look. Smeagol has talked with orcs, oh yes, and with many other peoples. He has walked very, very far, in many places, before he met Nice Master and Pretty Girl, hissed Gollum. What Smeagol says, he has heard in many, many places. Right now he is worried about armies. He will come out of the Black Gate, one day, soon. Off by the Tower of the Moon, he is not afraid. Because he thinks that any attack would have to have boatses, many boatses, and he would have warning. There are also the Silent Watchers. And what are the Silent Watchers? The redhead questioned, wishing bitterly for Professor Snape to show up with a big jug of Veritaserum. What am I thinking? He suddenly pondered, wanting Professor Snape to show up. Am I mad? Still, pondered of how much easier it would be to get the facts they wanted out of this creature with a dose of Veritaserum wouldn't leave him alone. It would be so easy, compared to trying to get Gollum to talk without it. No, Master and Pretty Girl and their friends mustn't go to the terrible city, continued Gollum, giving the redhead an annoyed look. There is another path, one on the way to the city. We found it, we knows it. A little path, leading up into the mountains, and then a narrow stair. Oh yes, very long and narrow. Finally, a little cleft, and a pass high above the main pass. That's how we got out of the darkness, many, many years ago. The path may not be there still. And, if it is, wouldn't it be guarded? This sounds like a trap to me, drawled the blonde Slytherin. At that, the redhead caught a green gleam in Gollum's eyes that he didn't like. I mean, I certainly would know about such a path, were I in the enemy's boots. The gods forbid, murmured the clever girl. And if I were, I'd have that path watched all the time. What about it, Smeagol? Did you escape, or were you let go? Did the enemy let you go, on an errand for him? That's what Aragorn pondered, when he found you by the dead marshes, long ago. It's a lie, snarled Gollum, a green light coming into his eyes at the mention of Aragorn. He lied on me, yes he did. I was told to search for the precious. And I did, but not for him. The precious was ours, mine. I did escape. The redhead didn't quite know what to make of this. On the one hand, when Gollum used I instead of we to refer to himself, it seemed to be a sign that some of the creature's original Smeagol nature was near the surface. On the other hand, even if Gollum himself believed that he had escaped on his own, the escape could well have been allowed to happen, and been perfectly well known to Sauron and his minions. Gollum, after all, was a long way from infallible. And now he was whining. The mention of Aragorn's name had apparently offended him. The redhead sighed. Isn't it guarded? Persisted the blonde Slytherin. Gollum whined, and acted indignant, and would not answer. The clever girl glanced up from her map. I think I've spotted what he's talking about. It's called Cirith Ungol, Spider Pass. I have no idea what that refers to. Still, it looks like that's the only way we can get into Mordor. At least according to my maps. I wish to the gods that Gandalf were here. The redhead silently echoed the clever girl's wish. If Gandalf had been there, he might have been able to spot Boromir's lust for the ring before it got control of him, and either prevented him from trying to take it, or shown him why it was a bad idea. If Gandalf had been there, the redhead pondered he would have known a better way into Mordor. Without having to trust a creature like Gollum. Looking at his friends. Yes, even the blonde Slytherin Malfoy was now a firm friend. The redhead could see that they shared his wish. Gandalf had been taken from them too soon, on a fool's errand into Khazad-dûm. The redhead glanced longest at the boy with the scar. The boy with the scar showed the strain of their long travel and peril most, which made sense to the redhead, since the boy with the scar was the one with the responsibility of being ringbearer. Behind his glasses, the boy with the scar's green eyes glittered in his smudged, dirty face as he rubbed his chin absently, thinking. His hair was longer than the redhead had ever seen it, and for a second, the pondered of his mother's reaction at the way the boy with the scar now glanced nearly forced a chuckle from him. Of course, his mother would have been aghast over all of them, as thin, drawn and dirty as they were. Imagining the blonde Sleeth, Aaron Malfoy's embarrassment at being made a fuss of by his mother was another amusing pondered, which gratified the redhead. Amusing pondereds were rare here on the borderlands of Mordor. Well, let's head on south and see what there is there. At seventh and last, we may even be able to mountaineer our way over these cliffs and get into Mordor that way, decided the boy with the scar. The blonde S. Slytherin, do you think these mountains are climbable? The others deferred to the blonde Slytherin, who, they knew, had far more experience with such things. The blonde Slytherin glanced up, consideringly. For several minutes, he studied the mountains, before shaking his head. Not here, I don't think. The climb itself would be doable, with the right sort of equipment. Unfortunately, all we've got is ropes and duct tape. I'd want more serious stuff, crampons, ice axes, and the like. However, right here would be suicide, because these mountains are so heavily watched. Down by Cirith Ungol, if we can't get through on this passageway that our dear little friend here has so kindly told us of. The blonde Slytherin paused to give Gollum a sardonic smile, which the creature misinterpreted as friendly and returned with a snaggle-toothed grin that made the redhead slightly queasy. We can at least look at the hills. So that settles that, then, remarked the boy with the scar. We'll add south and at least have a look at this Cirith Ungol. Suddenly, the redhead felt a rush of fear, and looking at his friends, he could see that they felt the same way. Crouching on the ground under his elven cloak, the redhead peered up cautiously into the sky, looking for the source of his terror. Far, far up in the sky, he could see something flying, something that glanced to be huge and very far away. As he watched, another thing like it joined the first one, and then another. The boy with the scar yanked out the invisibility cloak, and spread it out as far as it would go. Get in, get under here. It was crowded under the cloak, but the redhead found it comforting to be so near his friends. The blast of fear that the Black Riders inspired was enough to strip him of much of his adoles. Sent cool and turn him back into a little boy, huddling with his brothers against imaginary dementors in the closet, late at night. Gollum couldn't figure out where they had gone. He squeaked and hissed, scampering about, sniffing the ground to see where they had gone, until the fear smote him too. Looking up, he gave one long wailing gasp, and fell flat on the ground, lying very still. Finally, the winged shapes flew back into Mordor, and the fear subsided. When the redhead and his friends came out from under the invisibility cloak, Gollum was startled at first, and then surprisingly happy. He capered about, all but wagging his tail. SSS, nice master and pretty girl, and their friendses, are back they are. Where did nice master go? He questioned. The boy with the scar merely grinned at him, rolling up the cloak unobtrusively. We've got more tricks up our sleeves than you ever heard of, Smeagol, remarked the boy with the scar. You might want to keep that in mind. If you ever start thinking about pulling a fast one. What you've seen is a tiny fraction of what we're able to do. He's right, you know, leered the blonde Slytherin. Don't you think he'd be comfortable on his very own lily pad? He questioned the redhead. Or, maybe, with a pair of big long ears, hippity-hopping through the grass, with not a care in the world. Gollum glanced from one of them to the other, and what he saw didn't much reassure him. He whimpered, and the clever girl took pity on him. Oh, leave him alone, you men. He hasn't done anything too bad to us, yet. A blare of trumpets and horns from the gate startled all of them, and they ducked instinctively, hands going for wands and sword hilts. What in bloody blue blazes was that? Gasped the redhead, feeling his heart thundering in his chest. Being so close to the main gates of Mordor had told badly on his nerves, and he saw that his friends were in little better shape. The blonde Slytherin cautiously got up to the top of the hill they were hiding behind, and took a look. Soldiers, going into Mordor. Lots and lots and lots of soldiers. They look like they're from the Southlands. Dark, wearing lots of red clothes. Some of them even have red face paint on. Let me see, remarked the clever girl. She wriggled up beside the blonde Slytherin, the hood of her elven cloak pulled up to make her harder to see. She whistled, low and long. You're right, the blonde Slytherin. Those symbols say that they're from far south of here, deep in the Horrid. I can't tell more than that, though. The Rivendell library wasn't well stocked with books on that part of Middle-earth. When the blonde Slytherin and the clever girl came scrambling down, the redhead crept up to take a look for himself. He could see why the clever girl had been so impressed. He had never seen such an army in all his life. As far as the eye could see, a long line of dark-faced men in armor were marching into Mordor. Some of them were mounted, while the majority paced along on foot. Their spear points glittered over their heads, shining in the dim, watery light that filtered through the cloud cover. Their banners were black and red, with red predominating, as it did in their armor and clothing. The blonde Slytherin had been right, noted the redhead. Many of them did seem to have red face paint. A line the redhead had heard from a Muggle street preacher at Speaker's Corner in London once floated through his mind, and he murmured, as terrible as an army with banners. The clever girl squirmed up beside him. Well, this tells us things we didn't know. At the redhead's questioning look, she went on. Firstly, there has to be food and water inside Mordor of a sort we can eat. Secondly, the Dark Lord's concentrating his forces for a big strike against somebody. My guess is Gondor. If he's worried about that, he won't be keeping a sharp eye on Mordor itself, if we can just get in without alerting the guards. When they were all together again on the ground behind the hill, the clever girl got out her map. Let me see, we're here, and Cirith Ungol is here, so to get there, we'll have to go this far, she was murmuring, lost in concentration. It looks to be about 30 leagues to the crossroads. That should take us 3 or 4 days, traveling by night. Yes, traveling by night. When the yellow face is out of the sky. Nice master and pretty girl can travel, nice and safe. Gollum crouched down. Right now, we rests, doesn't we? Must store up strength for dreadful journeys. On the borderlands of Mordor. The 5 rested quietly for the rest of the day, waiting for night to fall so that they could move with greater safety. Toward evening, they ate sparingly, and drank from their water bottles. Gollum wouldn't touch the lembas, but accepted a drink of water. Yes, he crooned, good water where we're going, yes, good water, running in streams down to the great river. Smeagol will get food there too, he's very hungry. The redhead watched him closely out of the corner of his eyes. There was something about that statement that made him nervous. I doubt he's any too good to find out what we would taste like. He pondered. Several times, he had caught Gollum eyeing them speculatively, in a way that reminded the redhead of a butcher sizing up an animal he intended to prepare. When it was dark, they set out. The redhead could see a red light burning in the tower high above the gate, but otherwise there was no sign that anybody was there. He knew better, though, and did not feel comfortable as long as they were in sight of that ruddy glow. To him, it was all too much like the descriptions of Sauron he had heard, with his red glowing lidless eye. For a long time, they stumbled through the barren countryside, not daring to use the road, but keeping it always to their left as a guide. The stony, gravelly soil underneath their feet was sometimes quite treacherous, and more than once. The redhead or one of his friends would have fallen but for their earth-made boots with their gripping soles. Although the redhead was very weary, as long as the red light was visible he did not want to stop and rest. And none of the others seemed to want to, either. On and on they pressed, until, as a grim, gray dawn was breaking, they rounded a mountain shoulder and got out of sight of the red light. As one, the 4 Hogwarts students threw themselves down on the ground for a breather. The redhead lay on his back, looking up at the dark, starless sky. The cloud cover hid the stars and moon, and he missed them. The clever girl took off her boot, muttering, she had somehow or other got a stone in her boot, and she had to turn the boot over and shake it several times before it came out and rattled on the ground. The boy with the scar kneaded the muscles of his calves and wiped sweat from his forehead, and the blonde Slytherin somehow glanced offensively unruffled. Gollum wasn't pleased. Must make haste. Make haste. This place isn't safe, he hissed, peering around with his lambent eyes. He came over to the clever girl, and pawed at her arm as she pulled her boot back on. Pretty girl must make haste. We've got mileses to go, yes, mileses to go. Finally, when they were paused for a second, the redhead managed to croak, the boy with the scar. I hate to ask it, but could you put the enervate charm on me? The boy with the scar glanced at him in surprise. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can go on much longer. The enervate charm. I'm an idiot. The boy with the scar's green eyes went wide behind his battered spectacles. Why didn't I think of that? He whirled to confront the blonde Slytherin. And the first person to answer at question with, because you are an idiot, is sucking around for a life on a lily pad, got me, the blonde Slytherin. The blonde Slytherin smiled a big cheery smile. The redhead didn't trust it for a second. Why, the boy with the scar, I'd never even think such a thing. Saying that you're an idiot, the gods forbid. No, I'd never, ever say that you're an idiot. Nobody would ever call you an idiot. His smile twisted into a snarky grin. Moron, fool, chowderhead, and thickie, all those would apply, but not idiot. The clever girl dissolved in a fit of giggles. Despite himself, the boy with the scar grinned, and the redhead found himself following suit. In any case, the blonde Slytherin, if I'm an idiot for not thinking of that myself, what are you for not thinking of it? The blonde Slytherin's smile broadened. Where do you think I got all those neat words? The second the weasel here mentioned the enervate charm, I began wishing I had 3 legs, to run for a few miles on 2wh. Eel kicking myself with the third for not thinking of that myself. The clever girl giggled even harder. The blonde Slytherin preened, straightening. After all, one of the obligations of a person of my genius is to think of things for the, shall we say, less intellectually overdeveloped among us, isn't it? The redhead spoiled his moment by making a very rude noise. Gollum watched this byplay in utter incomprehension. The boy with the scar turned to the clever girl. Would you do the honors, the clever girl? I'm not sure I quite trust myself with spellcasting. This ring's beginning to get to me. I remember how much more powerful my spell was, when I cast it on poor Boromir back there while wearing the thing. The clever girl stepped forward, her eyes alight with humor and curiosity. I've never cast this one for real. You know, she remarked, just before pointing her wand at the redhead and crying, enervate. As the charm hit the redhead, he felt a flood of well-being and energy roaring through him, his aches, pains and weariness disappeared, and he felt fit and full of mischief, ready to march another 30 miles before stopping. Wow, this is great. The redhead glanced at his friends. Noticing how weary and worn down they glanced. Why don't you do this to yourselves? We've got a long way to go, as our dear little fiend, friend, keeps telling us, and every little bit of edge helps. Because we hadn't pondered of it, weasel. Still, it's a good idea. Even a stopped clock's right. Twice a day, commented the blonde Slytherin. He spread his arms. Cast away, the clever girl. I trust you to do this, you notice. The clever girl's expression went sober and serious. I do notice, the blonde Slytherin, and thank you for your trust. I know it doesn't come easy to you. She leveled her wand. As she did so, the blonde Slytherin closed his eyes, as though she were about to perform the killing curse. The redhead felt a stab of unwilling pity. What must it be like to be the blonde Slytherin Malfoy, nearly unable to trust even his closest friends? Not pleasant, came the answer from his mind. Once they were all enervated, the miles went by much faster. And even Gollum couldn't complain about their slowness. If anything, their guides sometimes had trouble keeping up, but he never complained of that. He was delighted with their pace. Yes, Mass. Tear and his friends and pretty girl makes good speed. Yes, they do, don't they? Marches faster than men on horses. Yes, they does. Good. When the enervate charms finally wore off, the dawn was upon them. The cloud cover was thick and they couldn't see the sun actually rise, but the light level grew gradually as night gave way to a gray day. The redhead could see that they had come a good distance. There were trees and bushes growing, in stark contrast to the barren, bleak country right by the gate. The road stretched out to the south, with the ominous mountains off to their left. Even so, it was a welcome contrast to the blasted land they had left. When the charms wore off, the four from Hogwarts fell almost like puppets whose strings had been cut. They had just enough strength to crawl in under the heather to stay out of sight. Just before weariness claimed him and he dropped off, the redhead heard the clever girl murmur, "We can't do that too often, it takes a toll on the body, like amphetamines. We'd burn ourselves out." Gollum curled up nearby, snoring a whistling snore. When the redhead awoke, as day wore down to a bleak evening, he felt rested and ready for the road, but mostly he felt hungry. He gave Gollum, who was still curled up asleep nearby, a resentful look. Without him, the redhead pondered that the wanderers would have been well enough supplied to allow him something to break his fast. As it was, "Wakey, wakey, all," he caroled. "Night's falling, and we'd best get a move on." The blonde Slytherin snapped instantly awake, his hand flicking T-oured his wand instinctively before he saw who it was. The clever girl yawned, rolled over, and sat up, running her fingers through her hair and smiling rather ruefully. The redhead knew enough about women, what with having a sister, to know that she wished she didn't look so bedraggled. The boy with the scar came awake, crying out, the wheel of fire." The clever girl went over to see what was wrong. The boy with the scar, "What's wrong?" The boy with the scar glanced at her unseeingly for a second, before realizing where he was. When he came back to himself, he shook his head like a dog trying to get dry, fished his glasses out of his pack, and put them on. "Nothing." The clever girl. "Just a bad dream." The clever girl gave him a look of mingled affection and exasperation. Standing over him, she folded her arms and managed to look very like what the redhead pondered Professor McGonagall might have, at her age. "Don't give me that, the boy with the scar, James Potter," she snapped. "Something's bothering you. Out with it. What's wrong?" The boy with the scar glanced at her, his eyes haunted. "More and more, lately, I've been dreaming the same dream. I'm standing somewhere, naked, in front of a huge wheel of fire. It speaks to me, tells me that the world could be mine, I could have anything, or anyone, I want." He glanced away, his face twisting in shame. "All I have to do is to accept the bargain the wheel offers, and I can be the most powerful person in Middle-earth." He buried his face in his hands. "I won't do it, I won't do it, I won't." The clever girl patted his shoulder awkwardly. "No need to explain further, the boy with the scar," remarked the blonde Slytherin quietly. "We can figure out what that means. We'd better get a move on. We've got miles to cover yet." After a few more miles, the five travelers felt that it was safe to use the road. Not having to go across country, they made better time than they had, although the clever girl remarked that using the Enervate charm again would be dangerous and could damage them. The redhead pondered the road was like Roman roads he had seen in Britain and Egypt. It was made of carved stones set in the ground over a prepared surface. As they traveled, it became more and more ruinous and neglected. They listened intently as they went along, ready to dive for cover at the first sound of a hoof or a footstep other than their own. But nobody else seemed to be stirring in all that country. At least the countryside itself was less unpleasant, pondered the redhead. Instead of the sulfur reek of the areas near the gate, the air became sweet, smelling of flowers and trees, and the redhead breathed it deeply, relishing it. He was amused to see that Gollum didn't seem to like it, but that in itself recommended it to him. Anything Gollum liked had to have something very, very wrong with it, as far as the redhead was concerned. The countryside seemed to also be doing his friends good, the redhead noted. They seemed cheerier than they had in front of the great gates of Mordor, and smiled more frequently. As dawn broke, they got to the top of a ridge and glanced around. The mountains on the borders of Mordor were some distance away, curving down to hide behind the horizon. The country they were now in put the redhead rather in mind of the West Country, rolling hills covered with green growth, and patches of woods scattered about. Many of the herbs and shrubs he saw were unfamiliar, and with a stab of homesickness, he pondered of how interested Professor Sprout would have been, if she could have been there. For the first time, he realized just how far south they had come in their weary death march, even though he knew it was still Deep winter up around Rivendell, it felt like spring here. He breathed the sweet-smelling air, enjoying the smell of plants and flowers. The four from Hogwarts left the road behind, heading downhill to a stream through a meadow thick with flowers. Gollum was obviously disgusted by the smell, which amused the redhead hugely. The clever girl stopped, picked a flower, and put it in her hair. Not to be outdone, the boy with the scar picked a bouquet of flowers and presented them to her with a flourish, to be rewarded with a giggle. The redhead wondered how long it had been since she had giggled like that, unafraid and amused by her friend's antics. After a bit, they came to the stream, and following it, they found a small pond. At the pond, they washed themselves off and refilled their wizard canteens, and then by mutual unspoken consent glanced for a place to rest up. The blonde Slytherin and the redhead went off together in one direction, while the clever girl and the boy with the scar went in another. Gollum stayed behind beside the pond, looking for fish. "This place sure is pleasant, isn't it, Weasel?" questioned the blonde Slytherin. He glanced around, running a hand through his long silver blonde hair. The redhead could easily why the elves in Lorien and Rivendell had claimed him as kin. In the growing daylight, the blonde Slytherin Malfoy glanced. Graceful and elegant, slim and deadly, with his elven cloak billowing around him in the breeze. His hand was unconsciously set on the hilt of his short sword, and the redhead pondered that his Malfoy ancestors, back in the days of the Norman conquest, would have been proud to claim him as one of their own. "Sure is, the blonde Slytherin." The redhead peered around. "It's hard to believe that we're so close to Mordor, isn't it?" The blonde Slytherin began to nod, and then his expression changed. He held up a hand, his eyes narrowing, and began to stalk off to one side, drawing his wand. He poked through some bushes, and beckoned the redhead over. When the redhead found what the blonde Slytherin had sensed, he rather wished he hadn't. Near where they had been standing, there was a place where the orcs had been camping. A large spot, hidden from view by bushes, had been burnt, and in the middle there was a pile of burnt bones and skulls. The blonde Slytherin knelt by the pile, gently picking up a skull and examining it, like a druid doing divination, as described in Professor Binns' dreary lectures. "No, Weasel, in answer to your question, it isn't hard to believe that we're so close to Mordor," remarked the blonde Slytherin quietly, putting the skull back where he had found it. "Let's not tell the others about this. It would upset the boy with the scar and the clever girl, and Gollum would be up here looking for something to eat." The redhead nodded agreement, not trusting himself to speak. He had noticed, and knew the blonde Slytherin had noticed, that the bones were human, and that many of them had been split lengthwise, to get the marrow out, and had been gnawed. When the four were back together, they stretched out for a long nap. They knew that Gollum would not travel by day. The boy with the scar was already asleep. The clever girl went through her pack to see what food they had, and gave the redhead and the blonde Slytherin a worried look as she gently took the boy with the scar's glasses off. "We're low on food, Smeagol, or Gollum has been a lifesaver sometimes, but he does eat. We have enough lembas for a while, but I want to save that for emergencies. The meat and dried fruit we were given in Lorien is almost gone. I don't know how long it'll take to get into Mordor, or how easy it will be to stay out of sight when we're there." She glanced deeply worried, and the redhead felt a stirring of unease. The clever girl Granger was not one to hit the panic button before it was time to come to it. "We do have a real wilderness survival expert with us. Why not call on him?" The blonde Slytherin turned toward Gollum, who was beginning to creep off. "Hey, Smeagol, come here. What does you want? What can poor Smeagol do for mighty lords?" Gollum came sidling over, looking to the redhead like a dog that expected a kicking. Not that the redhead didn't long to give him one. The clever girl gave Gollum a smile that the redhead pondered would have had Professor Snape and Binns blushing and stammering and digging their toes in the dirt. How, he wondered, did a sweet, innocent girl learn how to give off such smoldering promise? "Would you like to do me a big favor, Smeagol?" remarked the clever girl, her velvet cheek displaying no sign of the tongue the redhead knew was firmly in it. "We're low on food, Smeagol, and you're so very good at finding food. Can you find us some fish, or some rabbits, or something like that? We can't eat everything you do, but some small animals like that would be such a nice treat." She leaned closer to him. the redhead and the blonde Slytherin aren't sure that you can do this, but I am. I've told them that you can find enough rabbits for us all to have a really good meal. Can you do this for me, Smeagol? Gollum nodded so hard that the redhead wondered if his neck would snap. Then turned and ducked off into the bushes. The blonde Slytherin gave the clever girl a very strange look. You know, the clever girl, you would have fit right into Slytherin. I don't think any of my housemates could have done that any better. It's not a Slytherin thing, Drocky Wakey, purred the clever girl, patting the blonde Slytherin's cheek mockingly. It's a girl thing. Growing up learning how to wrap our daddies around our little fingers, it gets to be second nature. She gave the redhead a mocking look. Or are you going to tell me that Ginny can't do the same sort of thing to your dad when she wants her own way? The redhead opened his mouth, pondered about her question, and shut it again. He grinned reluctantly at the clever girl, who smiled triumphantly. You fight dirty, the clever girl. I fight to win, the redhead. With that, they settled down to wait for Gollum. After a bit, the blonde Slytherin and the clever girl both drifted off to sleep, but Redhead was more keyed up and stayed awake for a while. Looking at his companions, he pondered that the boy with the scar glanced far more peaceful when he was asleep. It glanced almost like a light was shining through him. And the redhead pondered he could see the man the boy with the scar was becoming. A stern, wise man, with lines of care and worry that he shouldn't have had, and, of course, that accursed scar. The legacy of Voldemort. The blonde Slytherin had also changed for the better, as the redhead had noticed earlier. He showed his putative elven ancestry more clearly when he was asleep. All he needed was upswept eyebrows and graceful pointed ears, and the redhead pondered that he could have taken his place among the warriors of Lorien with no trouble. In sleep, his expression was less guarded than when awake. The redhead wondered what he would have been like, if his father had not been evil. He was now a friend the redhead was proud to claim, even though he'd rather have undergone torture than say it aloud. Turning to the clever girl, a swell of affection nearly overwhelmed him. She was curled on her side, her head pillowed on her arm, her windburned, tanned face slack with sleep. Her thick eyelashes curved down over her smooth cheeks. The redhead fought with temptation, lost, and leaned over to kiss the clever girl. He did so as gently as he could, not wanting to wake her. He knew she needed rest. As they all did, his lips just barely brushed her cheek, and he was startled when she smiled in her sleep. Lying down and closing his eyes, the redhead smiled to himself. When Gollum came back, he had 4 rabbits, and the redhead's mouth began to water. Stewed rabbit was one of his mother's specialities, and he knew they had some spices in the supplies they had brought from Lothlorien. He poked the blonde Slytherin. Hey, the blonde Slytherin, wake up. Gollum's brought us some dinner. The blonde Slytherin sat up, yawning. Rabbits, excellent. Get the clever girl up, and I'll clean them while she gets a fire going. When the clever girl awoke, she sent Gollum off for some more water, while she started a magical fire. By the time Gollum came back, the fire was going merrily. While the blonde Slytherin finished skinning and cleaning the rabbits, Gollum squealed with horror when he saw the fire. He nearly spilled the water, and only a quick grab by the redhead saved it. This kind of fire doesn't make smoke, Smeagol. Even if it does, we're willing to take the risk. We've got to cook these rabbits, we can't eat them raw. Gollum capered with rage, hissing. You'll spoil them. Spoil them. Yes, nice rabbits I caught for you. Why scorch them with nasty red tongues? They are young, they are tender, they are nice. Eat them, eat them. He grabbed at the rabbits, only to stop as the blonde Slytherin raised his wand, staring at him icily. The clever girl remarked it already, Smeagol. We can't eat raw rabbit, it'll make us sick. You gave us these rabbits, and we're going to eat them our way. Nobody's going to stop you from going and getting some more, and eating them raw, or however you want. Now leave us be. Gollum slunk away into the bush, hissing. And the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin worked together, the blonde Slytherin doing most of the work, on putting together a rabbit stew. The clever girl gave the blonde Slytherin an appraising look. I wish I could cook as effortlessly as you do. She shook her head. My mom and I used to cook, but I have to think out everything in advance. You just do it. The blonde Slytherin smiled. Stick with me, and you'll pick it up. You're already improving. I notice you're handling those spices just right. Too much is as bad as too little. When the stew was ready, they roused the boy with the scar. By unspoken agreement, they had let him sleep as long as he could, since he was showing more and more strain. The clever girl crept close to him, and roused him by murmuring in his ear, "Oh. The boy with the scar. You're late for potions, and Professor Snape is taking 10 points off Gryffindor for every minute you're late." The boy with the scar snapped awake, grabbing for his glasses. "Where are my books? Where is my bag? Oh. The clever girl, I'll get you for that." Then he smelled the stew. Yum. Fresh food for a change. "How did you do that?" The clever girl sweet-talked Gollum into catching us some rabbits. "And we still had some spices and salt and stuff," remarked the blonde Slytherin. "I've got to say, she got around Gollum handily. She says it's easy after years of twisting her pater around her finger." Quote, "The clever girl began ladling out portions of stew, and filled everybody's cups with water. Personally, he gives me the shuddering creeps. I'd rather drink nay of Professor Snape's potions without knowing what it was than let him near me. Still, he likes me, and that's got to count for something." The redhead heard a slight rustle in the bushes, and motioned the clever girl to silence. Turning, he drew his wand and glanced around. He couldn't see anything, but the back of his neck was prickling, and he sensed that they were being watched. "I'd suggest a change of subject, people. Something tells me that we're being listened to." When they were done, the redhead volunteered to go get some more water to clean out their pots and eating gear. Slipping down to the water, he heard some bird calls he didn't like. They didn't sound quite like real bird calls. He filled his canteens fast and got back to his friends, only to feel his blood freeze as a quiet voice came from nearby. "All right, whoever you are, don't think about drawing that sword. My friends have you covered with their bows." The redhead froze instinctively, his eyes flickering around at the undergrowth to see who had discovered him. Unobtrusively, he shook his arm, to get his wand loose from its arm sheath, if it came to a fight. He didn't really fancy his chances with a sword. He had used one in Moria, but only as a last-ditch self-defensive measure. Spells were far more his weapon of choice. Several green-clad men, with their faces hidden behind green veils, rose out of the bushes. 2 of them had bows trained on him and bent to the ear. "Whatever you are, you're not an orc," one of the men in green remarked. "And you're no elf. Elves are beautiful to see, or so it is remarked." "Meaning I'm not," remarked the redhead, carefully working his wand down into his hand and trusting to its non-threatening appearance to fool these men, if he had to. He didn't think they were evil, but he knew perfectly well that this area had been taken by the enemy some time before, and that many of Soren's servants were men, not orcs. "Now, can you tell me what you think you're about, threatening me with those bows? Are you trying to rob me?" "No, we are not robbers." The foremost of the men stepped forward. "We smelled food cooking, and knew that somebody had to be cooking it. So we set out to see who it was, and I think we now know. How is it that a mere boy is wandering in Ithilien, where none but the servants of the Dark Tower, or of the White, may be found?" The redhead tightened his lips at being dismissed as a mere child. "Underestimate me, please," he pondered. "Keep on underestimating me. I'm a peaceful traveler. I'm no servant of the Dark Tower, or of anybody else. Why don't you go on about your business and leave me in peace?" "Because this is our business." The foremost green man seemed to be the spokesman. "I am Faramir, captain of Gondor. Where are the rest of your company?" "The rest of my company?" questioned the redhead, striving to look innocent. His wand was loose, and he let it gently fall into his hand, keeping it down by his side and hoping that they wouldn't notice it or think it was the threat it was. Faramir lowered his veil, revealing a grim, noble face very like Boromir's. "Yes, the rest of your company. We've been tracking you for a while. We saw your footprints. From those, we can tell there are 5 of you. 4 wearing those odd boots with the patterned soles, and 1 barefoot. Well, if you want to meet my friends, far be it from me to stop you." Heard the redhead, smiling in a way that would have made anybody from Hogwarts think uneasily of his brothers Fred and George and their taste for pranks. "Let me lead you to them. We aren't hostile." As they relaxed slightly, he whipped up his wand. "Expelliarmus!" he exclaimed, and the archers, bows and arrows flew from their hands. Faramir gasped, and grabbed for his sword, as did his friends. Petrificus totalis. The Gondorians toppled, as stiff as so many boards. The redhead leaned over them, making sure that they were all right. You'll be fine, I'll go get my friends. That was partly for calling me a mere boy, Muggles. The blonde Slytherin and the clever girl were startled to see the redhead burst in among them. Men, from Gondor. They jumped me down below. But I got the drop on them with my wand and petrified them. They wanted to see you. Underestimated you, did they, weasel? Drawled the blonde Slytherin, getting to his feet with his usual easy grace. Stupid thing to do. Still and all, noblesse oblige and all that. I suppose we'd better go and haul their hot chestnuts out of the fire they've thrown them into. When the redhead brought the boy with the scar, the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin back to where he had left the Gondorians, a quick finite incantatem restored them. Angry and resentful looking, the men of Gondor sat on the ground and glanced up at their captors. How do you do? My name is the boy with the scar Potter, and these are my friends the clever girl Granger. The clever girl nodded, the blonde Slytherin Malfoy. And the red-headed Weasley. You've met the redhead already, I think. He says you ambushed him. We stopped him and questioned what he was about, wandering around in Ithilien W. Hen none but the servants of Mordor or Gondor go here. Faramir rubbed his shoulder where he had landed on it awkwardly when the redhead's petrification spell had struck him. We mistook your friend for a lost child. Apparently we were wrong. What are you? We are mages from another world, remarked the clever girl. We are students of magic at a great school of wizardry, and were called to this world to complete a dangerous task. We are going to Mordor. But we are not friends of the Dark Lord. Gandalf the Grey, if he were here, would vouch for us. Unfortunately, he's dead. Gandalf. Who is Gandalf? Faramir glanced puzzled. You cannot mean the Grey Pilgrim, Mithrandir, or can you? Many are my names in many lands, he used to say. Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkin to the dwarves. Aloran was in my youth in the west that is forgotten, in the south, Incanis, in the north Gandalf, to the east I go not. Faramir gave them a searching look. Is that the one to whom you refer? Yes, he was our guide and our friend. Unfortunately, he was lost in Moria. At this, the Gondorians paled and gasped. Faramir glanced slightly dazed at the news. Mithrandir was killed. He shook his head. An evil fate must have pursued your quest. Truly, it is difficult to believe that one such as he could have died, and so much lore could have gone out of the world. Who else went with you on this journey? Other than ourselves, we had Gimli, a dwarf of the Lonely Mountain, and Legolas Greenleaf, an elf of Mirkwood. Then there were Aragorn son of Arathorn, and Boromir, from Minas Tirith. That's in Gondor, I think, remarked the clever girl. At her statement, the Gondorians cried out. Boromir, the son of the Lord Denethor? Questioned Faramir eagerly. This is great news indeed, if it is true. Know that Boromir was my brother, our captain, and High Warden of the White Tower. We miss him sorely. Tell your tale quickly, for the sun is rising. The clever girl cocked her head on one side. Do you know the rhyme that goes? Seek for the sword that was broken, in Imladris it dwells. I learned that in Rivendell, she added over her shoulder to the redhead, the boy with the scar and the blonde Slytherin. Boromir taught it to me. Yes, I do. It's proof of your truth that you know them. Are you the halflings the rhyme spoke of? The clever girl quirked a smile, one that the redhead seldom saw anymore. It flashed across her face in a second, gone almost before you knew it was there. No, we aren't. They were dragged into our world by an evil wizard who wanted something they had. We were sent to complete their task by a great wizard of our own world. He was in contact with Gandalf, or Mithrandir. It was predicted that we would do this. Indeed. Faramir stretched, watching the Hogwarts students carefully. We seem to be on the same side. If you are truly enemies of the Dark Lord of Mordor, then let us go. There's trouble afoot, and you wouldn't have gotten far, whether you had met us or not. There's going to be fighting today. The men of Umbar in the south are sending reinforcements to Mordor, and we're going to give them a little surprise. The battle with the Southrons. The boy with the scar Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. Chapter 15, The Battle with the Southrons. Drawing his friends aside, the boy with the scar muttered, I think that We may have stumbled into something we weren't meant to. If Gandalf were only here, he'd be able to sort this situation out quickly. What do you think we should do? The clever girl tilted her head to one side, considering Faramir as though he were some new problem in a book. He sounds like he's telling the truth. His accent's a lot like Boromir's, and I can see the family resemblance. The blonde Slytherin snickered. Are you sure that's all you see, the clever girl? The clever girl swatted at him playfully as the blonde Slytherin continued. I also think he's trustworthy. How he plans to attack a whole column of enemy soldiers with so few men of his own is beyond me, but he may have a few tricks up his sleeve. He grinned at the redhead. After all, Weasel, you did. So I did. The redhead rubbed his chin. He, himself, was of two minds. On the one hand, he could see that Faramir was kin to Boromir, and that argued for him actually being a friend. On the other hand, the redhead could remember Boromir's treason all too clearly. The terror of the fight with a man he had counted as a friend and comrade had left its own mark. After a few minutes visible wrestling with his own fears, the boy with the scar came to a decision. Raising his wand, he pointed it at the Gondorians, and released them with a quick, finite incantatem. Faramir stood up, rubbing himself. I'm going to take you at your word, Lord Faramir. Boromir was a friend of mine, up till we parted company, and if you're his brother, I think I can trust you. Faramir glanced down at the boy with the scar, smiling rather ruefully. In any case, I'd be mad to try conclusions with you. Wizards and witches are rare. The only one I ever met was Mithrandir, and I would no more have tried to challenge him than I would have challenged Morgoth. The Black Enemy. The redhead did not reveal that the name of Morgoth meant nothing to him, but he made a mental note to ask the clever girl as soon as they could. Faramir turned, beckoning. In any case, we've got an ambush to set. Come and meet my men. The other Gondorians went along after him, single file and noiselessly, and after them came the four from Hogwarts, not as silently as the Gondorians, but very quietly. As they passed through the woods, they began to accrete more and more green-clad Gondorian warriors. The redhead was suddenly very glad that he hadn't tried to seriously harm Faramir. Although he could have done it easily enough, he hadn't known that they were so outnumbered, and most of the Gondorians carried big bows and glanced as though they knew how to use them. These weren't the fairly inept orcs that the boy with the scar and his friends were now used to facing. Walking just ahead of the redhead, the clever girl murmured, I'd love to get my hands on one of those bows. I wonder if I could pull one. The redhead glanced at her, slightly startled. I didn't know you were an archer, the clever girl. The clever girl nodded emphatically. I was one of the best girls at archery in my old school, before I went to Hogwarts. When I go home over the summer, I still keep up. If you'd ever visited me at home, the redhead, an edge of impatience came into her voice for a second, you'd have seen my prizes and trophies. Well, I wish you had brought your bow, or had picked one up in Rivendell or Lorien, grumbled the redhead. The clever girl glanced slightly abashed. I considered it at Rivendell. However, I didn't know whether they'd just give me one, and I didn't know how to ask without possibly giving offense. In Lorien, you may remember, I had other things on my mind. The clever girl brushed a lock of hair back out of her face irritably. I didn't have my bow at Hogwarts. As far as I've ever known, the only sport they do there is Quidditch. By the time they got to where they were going, a place where the main road cut through a deep, forested valley, the redhead was glad of a chance to sit down and rest for a few minutes. Although he and his companions were hardened to marching by now, the Gondorians set a pace that was faster than they were used to. Faramir sat down beside them, looking obnoxiously fresh and unruffled. You remarked that Boromir was your friend up until you parted ways with him. Where was that? He glanced at the boy with the scar anxiously. I have reasons for wanting to know. That was up above the Rorros Falls, supplied the clever girl. We last saw him there. She gave Faramir a searching look. Is he all right? At her question, a shadow of sorrow passed across Faramir's face. No, he's dead. I heard his horn blowing, some days off, far and faint. The horn itself was recovered, cut in 2 pieces, floating in the Anduin River. Our father Denethor now has the pieces. That doesn't mean that he's dead. Lord Faramir, pointed out the clever girl, relentlessly logical. Faramir shook his head, covering his face with his hands. I saw him. He was dead, lying in a strange boat floating down the river. All his gear was there, save his sword and horn, and he also had a strange cloak and belt, like the ones you have. He went on, in a choked voice. I called out to him, Boromir. Where is thy horn? Whither goest thou, O Boromir? But there was no answer, and he floated on past. His face worked as he struggled with remembered grief. The redhead felt a stab of pity for him, and suppressed a shudder at the pondered of how he would have felt, seeing one of his own brothers, even Percy, lying dead. And he only has the one brother, pondered the redhead, with a rush of compassion for Faramir's sorrow. Yes, that would be Boromir, remarked the boy with the scar quietly. The cloak and belt he got in Lorien, from the Lady of the Wood herself. The Lady of the Wood. Alarm and fear chased each other across Faramir's face. How did he happen to go into the wood of Lorelindorinen? Was the boat from there? No mortal boat could have traversed the rapids from where you say you left him. The lady who dies not has many strange powers, and very few things go into that land and come out unchanged. At this, he glanced up, nonplussed, as the redhead, the boy with tea. He Scar and the blonde Slytherin grinned. You never remarked a truer word, Lord Faramir, remarked the blonde Slytherin. The clever girl giggled. Faramir glanced very puzzled, but visibly decided to let the question lie. Below them, on the road, they heard horn calls, of the sort that the redhead had heard before, outside the great gates of Mordor. The Southrons, snapped Faramir, lie here, still and quiet, while we deal with them, the filth. They think the mere shadow of their master's mountains will protect them, do they? They shall be surprised. At the boy with the scar's nod, the four from Hogwarts took cover under some brush, where they could see the road below them. Looking around, the redhead could see no sign of the waiting ambush. The men of Gondor were very good at concealing themselves. The horn calls sounded again, and the redhead could hear the tramp of many marching feet. Up the road came the men of the Southlands, a horse and a foot, brilliantly garbed in gold and red. The redhead pondered, rather irrelevantly, that they were wearing Gryffindor colors, and wondered what Professor McGonagall would have remarked. Each company of them marched behind a banner borne proudly before them, and they sounded their horns every so often. The redhead wondered if the horn calls meant anything in particular, and if the Gondorians could tell him what they meant. I bet even the clever girl doesn't know that. He pondered, wondering when the Gondorians would make their move, or if this was too large a group of enemy soldiers for them to deal with. A loud whistle sounded, and arrows began arcing through the air, landing among the surprised Southrons. The redhead knew little of warfare as Muggles practiced it, but the shouts of horror that came to his ears told him that Gondorians had achieved the surprise they had sought. At first, the men of Gondor seemed to have things very much their own way, with their arrows throwing the Southron marching formations into dismay. Horses reared and plunged, maddened by the pain of the arrows that knifed out of nowhere to stick in their vulnerable flanks and hindquarters, defying their riders' attempts to bring them under control. Men milled around, unable to fight back against foes they could not see. On the one hand, the redhead was pleased to see that this formation of Southrons would not be swelling the armies of the Dark Lord. On the other, he could not but feel for them, in their panic, as they were lashed by the Gondorians' archery. After all, he pondered to himself, how do I know whether or not they wanted to come? For all I know, they would have been perfectly happy to stay where they were, at their homes. Shouts and screams drifted up to his ears, and he shuddered. The distance was a little too great for him to see the details of the ambush, and for that he was thankful. Down on the road, some of the Southrons' officers seemed to have regained control of their men. As the redhead watched, they went into a different formation, and charged off the road, having apparently located where the main body of the Gondorians was hidden. Meanwhile, the other Southrons had brought up something that made the redhead gasp and stare. Several war elephants, or what seemed to be elephants, only much larger, armored and bearing Southron warriors in fortified howdahs on their backs, came up the road, and Ned into the bush toward where the redhead knew the Gondorians were waiting. Where? They have Mumakil. May the Valar turn them aside. Keeping their formation, the war elephants led the Southrons through the Gondorians' positions, driving them back in terror. Soon the elephants were getting very close to where the Hogwarts students were hidden. Behind them, the Southrons roared a battle cry, eager to avenge the loss of their fallen comrades. "We'd better take a hand here," remarked the boy with the scar quietly. "I don't know if our friend Faramir had anticipated this, but it looks like this was more than he bargained for." White-faced, the clever girl and the blonde Slytherin nodded their agreement, and the redhead found himself nodding, for all that he wanted nothing more than to hug the earth and hope the Southrons missed him. He was terrified at the prospect of facing the Southrons and their elephants, but even more fearful of letting his friends down, or of being seen as a coward by them. At the boy with the scar's signal, the four stood up, wands ready. The Southrons exclaimed and let loose a hail of arrows, which the clever girl summoned and then repelled, sending them back to land among their senders. The blonde Slytherin screamed, "Serpensortia Maxima," and a huge snake appeared, much bigger than the one he had summoned at the only meeting of Gilderoy Lockhart's abortive dueling club, rearing up. It regarded the nearest war elephant with cold impassive eyes, before lunging forward and grabbing the mahout from his perch on the beast's neck. Startled, the elephant panicked, turning and trumpeting as it fled through the oncoming Southrons, sending them running in terror to avoid being trampled. Gondor, and feathering the fleeing Southrons with arrow shafts. Not all the Southrons were running, though, and neither were their elephants. The blonde Slytherin's huge serpent was in trouble. Two of the elephants were maneuvering to bring their riders' weapons to bear on it, and it was unable to figure out which was the greater danger. As the redhead watched, the Southrons in the elephants' howdahs began to pepper the great snake with arrows, most of which bounced off its scales. "Expelliarmus!" cried the clever girl, pointing her wand at the Southrons mounted on the elephants, and their bows flew from their hands. Relieved of the danger of the arrows, the blonde Slytherin snake reared back, opened its jaws, and snapped up another Southron, hauling him into the air, screaming. The other Southrons turned their beasts toward where the Hogwarts students were waiting, and urged them forward, eager to come to grips with their spell-wielding tormentors. As the elephants got closer, the redhead could feel the earth itself shaking under their tread. The pachyderms raised their trunks, trumpeting defiance, as their riders exclaimed, waving swords and axes. Closer, and yet closer, they came. Behind them, the Southron soldiers charged up, ignoring the Gondorian arrows that rained down on them. The boy with the scar began shouting in a strange, hissing language that the redhead suddenly remembered him using before, in Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club, and when they were faced with the problem of how to get into the Chamber of Secrets. The blonde Slytherin snake apparently heard him, since it nodded its head, threw the dead Southron aside with a flick of its neck, and squirmed after the elephants. When it caught up to the rearmost elephant, it raised its head and sank its fangs into the great beast's leg. The elephant trumpeted yet again, its flesh seeming to sag as the serpent's venom entered its bloodstream. It slowed down, despite its mahout's frantic efforts to urge it back to speed. The clever girl pointed her wand at the nearest elephant and shrieked, "Tarantalagra!" At this, the elephant began to do a clumsy dance, shaking the soldiers on its back about as its feet moved in a shuffling parody of a human quickstep. This still left one, whose approach was beginning to seriously worry the redhead. On and on it came, looking more and more like the inexorable approach of doom. The boy with the scar Potter raised his wand and pointed it at the remaining elephant. Reducto. A hole appeared in the elephant's head, big enough, the redhead pondered, for him to put his whole head into. Dead on its feet, the last elephant slumped, spilling its riders onto the ground as its legs collapsed under it. Blood fountained from the hole and soaked the ground, steaming as it hit the cooler outside air. At this, the heart say, "Emed" to go out of the remaining Southron soldiers. They turned and fled, abandoning their weapons and stripping off their armor to flee the faster. When the riders of the elephant that the clever girl had hexed managed to get their animal under control, it was clear that they, too, had had enough of the fight. They turned the beast, which seemed extremely glad to go itself, and headed back down the road to their distant homeland. Faramir came up to the fore, his eyes wide with admiration. "Mithrandir sent you?" he questioned, his voice low and filled with awe. "He chose very well. I would not have believed what I saw, had I not seen it." The redhead managed to smile, having forced his heart back down out of his throat. "We're not even fully trained wizards, either. Real wizards and witches from our world would be able to do much, much more." At this, Faramir gave them an even more odd look. I hate to ask even more of you, but could you help us deal with our wounded comrades? Cries and moans of pain could be heard, as the Gondorians glanced for their comrades and put their wounded enemies out of their misery. Faramir noticed the look of distaste that crossed the clever girl's face when she noticed. We do not do that out of cruelty, but necessity. We can't take prisoners. Hermione nodded, her face a grim mask. She had accepted that it was necessary, but the redhead knew that it went against her deepest beliefs. And his, he decided. Quite a few of the Gondorians were wounded, and there was a great deal of work to do. Some of the Gondorians themselves were good at battlefield first aid, and the Hogwarts students pitched in, using their magic to make things easier. With stunning spells to provide a sort of anesthesia, it was much easier to sew up sword cuts and extract arrows. For things that had gotten stuck in wounds, the summoning charm worked miracles. The boy with the scar smiled in triumph as he summoned an arrowhead out of a wound. Under the direction of the blonde Slytherin Malfoy, some of the Gondorians boiled water to sterilize things in. The redhead pondered that Madame Pomfrey would have been proud of them. The redhead felt rather queasy, but much less than he would have done before he came to Arda. This place is changing all of us, he pondered once, when he was able to pause for a second. He glanced at the clever girl, her sleeves rolled back her hands soaked with blood up to her elbows, speaking soothingly to a horribly wounded Gondorian while the redhead held him in place and the boy with the scar carefully summoned the pieces of an arrow that had gone into the man's side and broken. Before this journey, he had merely pondered she was pretty and pleasant and a reliable friend. Now, he saw a truly great sorceress, despite grime and circles under her eyes. He wondered what she'd be like when, if, she got to be as old as Professor McGonagall. The blonde Slytherin Malfoy worked steadily, his face a set, grim mask, over the most severely wounded Gondorians. One of the patients they brought to him had had his arm shattered by a war elephant, and he shook his head slightly. Bring me my pack, he remarked, I've some potions in there that might help out on this. When the redhead handed the blonde Slytherin his pack, the blonde Slytherin rooted around in it until he came up with a brown bottle labeled, Skelligro. He unstopped the bottle, and sniffed it, nodding his head in satisfaction. Good, he muttered, the stuff hasn't gone off yet. This potion wants careful keeping, and I wasn't sure about bringing it. Under the blonde Slytherin's direction, the redhead and Faramir splinted the man's arm, making sure that the shattered bits of bone inside his arm were properly aligned. Without that stunning spell, we'd never be able to do this, murmured the blonde Slytherin. The pain would be too much for this poor chap. It could be worse, though. How could it be worse? Questioned Faramir. He was obviously very impressed with the Hogwarts students' skills. He had watched them summon arrowheads from the bodies of Gondorian soldiers with wide eyes. This man could have sustained a compound fracture, with bone sticking through his skin. The blonde Slytherin explained. As it is, I think that between this splint and this dose of Skelligro, he dropped a few drops from his precious bottle into the man's mouth. And then massaged his throat to make sure that he got the drops down. He's got a decentish chance of keeping that arm, and even using it again. Finally, the wounded were all seen to. The Gondorians, their wounded borne upon litters, led the 4 Hogwarts students off into the woods, away from the place of slaughter. The clever girl was marching alongside the redhead. I feel sick, she murmured to the redhead, making sure that none of the Gondorians could hear her. I was all keyed up during the fighting, but when we had to go in and succor those wounded soldiers, it was all I could do to keep from throwing up. She covered her face, not to mention what happened to those poor wounded Southrons. Don't feel bad about yourself, remarked the blonde Slytherin, who was close enough to hear her. Not feeling anything about that sort of thing's a really bad sign, as I ought to know. He gave them a slightly haunted grin. For a second the blonde Slytherin Malfoy could be seen, leering out at them. My dad and his chums could have done everything we've done, and pondered nothing of it. Even healing afterward, questioned the clever girl. Even that, the clever girl. The blonde Slytherin glanced very grim. Face it, a lot of the Death Eater's victims were not easy targets, and it was common for Death Eaters to be wounded. Can you imagine one of them going to St. Mungo's after an attack, not knowing if the Aurors had been warned to be on the lookout for someone with his particular injuries? Was that all the Death Eaters used healing magic for? The blonde Slytherin questioned the boy with the scar quietly. The blonde Slytherin glanced very shamefaced, and would not meet the boy with the scar's gaze. No, quite often they would use it to heal up people they'd tortured. To make it possible to torture them again. He raised his eyes, and gave his friends a haunted look. I saw things in that house, things you can't begin to imagine. Sometimes they'd catch muggles, and just torment them for sport. They'd place bets on how long a muggle would last, and which spell would be the one to do him most injury. The clever girl glanced sick, and He boy with the scar went pale under his tan. He gestured them to silence as Faramir came up. Would you do us the honor of guesting with us tonight? We have a secret base near here, and we'd be delighted to have you as our guests. We're comrades in arms, after all. He glanced at them eagerly. The redhead was reminded of Colin Creevey looking at the boy with the scar. Potter. Let us confer on this, privately, remarked the boy with the scar. Gathering his companions with a gesture, he led them off to one side. Well, what do you think? Should we trust him that far? He questioned in a low tone. The blonde Slytherin glanced very ponderateful. I don't know for sure, myself. He seems to be all right, and he doesn't know about your burden. Still, he could be up to something, and I haven't forgotten Boromir. The blonde Slytherin rubbed the side of his neck. An arrow had grazed him there, leaving a nasty scratch. He also doesn't seem to have too good an opinion of the Lady of Lorien, and we know she's on our side. Keep in mind, everybody, that not everybody on our side likes each other. Boromir didn't trust the lady until he met her, either. When I was in Rivendell, I read that the Galadriel don't leave their wood much. Which makes rumors about them easy to start and hard to stop, murmured the clever girl. While Gondor and Lorien are both enemies of Sauron, that doesn't mean they understand or like each other much. Rather like Professor Snape and your godfather, the boy with the scar. Your godfather? You don't have a godfather, do you? The boy with the scar questioned the blonde Slytherin. It's quite a long story, the blonde Slytherin. I say we go with Faramir for now. I don't think he'd dare try anything too stupid, and we haven't shown him all we can do, have we? Opined the redhead. I'd rather fancy a night spent under cover. This sleeping in the open is not much fun. Then we trust Faramir, for now. If nothing else, I think he's too much in awe of Wa. We can do to try anything underhanded, and, as you say, he doesn't know about it. Having made his decision, the boy with the scar turned to Faramir, who was waiting patiently to hear what they would say. We'll go with you, Lord Faramir. As you say, we're comrades in arms. As they walked along, Faramir stayed with them. He seemed to be full of questions about them. At first, he was very interested in the world they had come from. Before the redhead quite knew it, he found himself telling Faramir about his family. There's 7 of us children. I'm next to youngest, just above Virginia, who's the youngest and the only girl. Virginia, Ginny, as we call her, is a year or so younger than I am, and goes to the same school we do. What fun you must have, exclaimed Faramir. Boromir was, my only brother. Now I'm the only one, the only son our father has left. His face twisted with grief. The redhead pondered again about Faramir's loss, and imagined how he'd feel, being the only Weasley child left. Imagining the burrow without Fred and George making everybody laugh with their endless antics, or Percy with his pompous exterior and kindly, loyal heart, or Charlie or Bill dropping in for a visit. Ever again, not to mention no more Ginny, filled him with horror. He could just see his parents, sitting in their lonely, empty house, their faces haunted, listening to the silence. The pondered of their pain made him shudder. He felt a stab of guilt at having put himself into such a dangerous situation. To take his mind off that pondered, the redhead told Faramir about Bill, Charlie and Percy and described some of the stunts Fred and George had pulled off. Faramir laughed and laughed at the description of the Tung Toffee incident, and admitted that he knew a Fae people that could have done with the twins' acquaintance. He told them an improbable story about his own younger years, when he and Boromir and several of their young friends had abstracted the favorite charger of a pompous nobleman, and led it to the topmost floor of that nobleman's mansion. Getting him down again, that was the tricky part. Faramir grinned, reminiscently. The redhead made a Mental note to tell Fred and George that story sometime. Or, on second pondered, not to, it wasn't as though they needed more ideas. The blonde Slytherin told a tale, which the redhead noticed had been edited, of life at Malfoy Manor. I was the only child of our house. It was a large, ancient mansion, with endless nooks and crannies. I was mainly raised by servants, although my mother and I were as close as we were allowed to be. My father was mainly interested in advancing our family's interests, and everything else had to take second place to that. He mainly spoke to me if I hadn't come up to his expectations. Faramir glanced long and searchingly at the blonde Slytherin, who returned his gaze unafraid. Your life sounds like those of many noble scions in Minas Tirith. They seldom see their fathers, and few of them have many sibs. A shadow passed over his face. Some of them envied me, that I had Boromir. With a slight shudder, he visibly controlled his sorrow over his brother, and turned to the boy with the scar. You've been very quiet. Have you no stories of your home? The redhead gave Faramir a searching look. In the Gondorian's face, he only saw friendliness and curiosity. A curiosity that he had to admit was not unjustified. I lived with my aunt, my mother's sister, my Aunt Petunia, and her husband, my Uncle Vernon Dursley, and their son, Dudley, my first cousin. My parents died when I was a year old. He smiled rather grimly. To put it bluntly, Lord Faramir, it wasn't a good life. My uncle and aunt treated me as an unwanted guest, while spoiling their son. I don't have good memories of my time at their home, and I'd just as soon not discuss it. The clever girl jumped in. My parents are both dentists, healers who specialize in broken or infected teeth. We live in the outskirts of London, the capital of our home kingdom, and I'm their only child. Finding out that I was able to do magic was quite a surprise. There's no other magical people in our family. Instead of Rohirrim, a school my parents had planned to send me to, I got sent to Hogwarts, where we all met. So not everybody in your world can do magic? Questioned Faramir. The four nodded in unison. My uncle and aunt not only can't do it, my parents both could, but they hated it and anything to do with it, explained the boy with the scar, the evening sunlight flashing off his glasses as he turned his head. The blonde Slytherin and the redhead both came from families where everybody's been magical for a long way back. The clever girl, as she says, didn't know about magic until she was notified that she had been accepted at our school. As they marched along among the Gondorians, up into the hills, the redhead wished that they could have an opportunity to talk in private. He wondered what the men of Gondor knew of the One Ring, and how they would react if they knew that the boy with the scar bore it. He remembered Boromir's half-witted idea of using it and its power against the Dark Lord all too well. And didn't fancy fighting off another attempt to steal the ring, particularly since they were so far outnumbered. Leaving the subject of their homes, Faramir began another line of questioning. One that sent a chill down the redhead's spine. The rhyme you quoted, the one about, seek for the sword that is broken, that rhyme mentions Isildur's Bane. What do you know about it? Isildur's Bane, answered the blonde Slytherin. The others had fallen silent. Isildur died. How long ago was it? He cocked his head on one side, pondering. Near to 1,000 years or more. And Isildur, or so I have heard, died of an orc arrow. Perhaps an orcish archer is what is mentioned. Perhaps. Faramir glanced at them skeptically. But orc arrows and orcish archers there are in plenty, well I know it. Isildur's Bane would have to be something else entirely, something less common. He gave them a searching look. The clever girl, behind Faramir's back, glanced very cunning for a second. Before piping up. But, Lord Faramir, I have read that orcs, like elves, do not die naturally as men do. Instead, they live until they are killed. She sounded puzzled, and went on. So isn't it possible, at least, that the archer that killed Isildur is still alive today? Somewhere. The redhead and the blonde Slytherin exchanged glances. The blonde Slytherin glanced slightly gobsmacked, and mouthed soundlessly, I never would have known she was capable of that. The redhead nodded, feeling new respect for the clever girl. He was so used to thinking of her as bookish and rather unworldly. He tended to forget that she had a streak of real deviousness. He shook his head, angry at himself. Hadn't the clever girl done most of the work, including sneaking into Professor S.N.A. Pays office and purloining the things they couldn't get out of the students' stores, when they were brewing their illicit polyjuice potion. I'm just glad she's on my side, pondered the redhead. Yes, it is true, orcs do live a long time. Or would, if they did not hate each other as fiercely as they do everybody else, answered Faramir. I suppose it could happen. An orc could conceivably have lived so long, but it is most unlikely. Orcs breed fast, and if they did not kill each other so readily, they would have overrun Middle-earth long ago through sheer force of numbers. He gave the Hogwarts students a long, searching look. Still, I think there is more to this story than you are telling me. What concerned? Boromir concerns me, and I do not think that he would be particularly excited at the sight of an orcish archer. The boy with the scar gave him back the same sort of blank look the redhead had seen him use often before, when Professor Snape would accuse him of some venial wrongdoing. By this time, the Gondorians had brought them to a place where the woods thinned out, and they could see down and a long way away. In the distance, the redhead could make out a gleam of sunlight on the waters of the Great Anduin. As it rolled on toward the sea, Faramir gave them an apologetic look. I have already violated my orders, by not killing or capturing you. To bring you to where we're going, I must ask that you allow me to blindfold you. We will lead you carefully, and not let harm come to you, but even one of the men of Rohan, though they are our allies, would be allowed to walk this path unblindfolded. Sounds reasonable, remarked the blonde Slytherin. He quirked a sardonic smile. You and the elves of Lorien have that much in common. They wanted to blindfold us before tea. Hay led us into the heart of the Golden Wood. Some of the Gondorians glanced nonplussed at being compared to and equated with the elves of Lorien. Muttering apologies, the Gondorians blindfolded the Hogwarts students. The boy with the scar went first, then the blonde Slytherin, and the redhead. The clever girl was last, and the redhead heard her say, in tones of mingled impatience and understanding, I forgive everything in advance. Mablung. Is your name Mablung? Just get on with it. I'm not so fragile that the first touch will shatter me. Once the blindfolds were in place, the Gondorians iced the hoods of the Hogwarts students' cloaks and pulled them over their faces. Then, the redhead felt his hand being gently placed on a shoulder, and they set off again, slowly and carefully.